Often, solving a murder is like assembling a puzzle, as investigators try to piece together what happened in the hours, days, and weeks before a victim's demise. But in the case of 29-year-old Elizabeth Barraza, much of the puzzle was assembled already. Her murder was caught on camera. When Elizabeth was attacked just outside her home in Tomball, Texas on January 25, 2019, security cameras from her neighbors' homes captured the entire event on video. However, despite the existence of these grisly security recordings, Elizabeth's killer has not been caught in the year since the crime. In this video, we'll examine the unsolved murder of Elizabeth Barraza and the many theories about the identity of the person captured on film taking her life. Elizabeth Barraza lived with her husband Sergio in Tomball, a city just outside of Houston in southeast Texas. In January 2019, Sergio and Elizabeth, who often went by Liz, were preparing to celebrate their 5th wedding anniversary with a trip to Orlando, Florida. Liz had a passion for helping others, and she and Sergio were avid Star Wars fans. They were members of the 501st Legion, an international Star Wars fan club that specializes in creating and wearing detailed, accurate costumes from the film series. Liz was the event coordinator for her local chapter, and she and Sergio, along with other members, would often dress in Star Wars attire and visit sick children in local hospitals. Family and friends describe Liz as a kind and caring woman, a sweet and thoughtful person in a happy marriage. Liz's father, Bob Newell, told a local news station,
"She spent her adult life spreading love and cheer to all of those around her."
This fact makes her violent death all the more difficult to comprehend. On Friday, January 25, 2019, Liz was preparing for her upcoming anniversary trip to Orlando. She and Sergio were scheduled to leave for the trip 2 days later, on the 27th, and they were hoping to earn some extra money for the vacation by having a garage sale. When Sergio left for work that morning, Liz had already begun setting up for the sale in the driveway of their home on Cedar Walk Drive. The couple exchanged I love yous before Sergio pulled out of the driveway at 6:48 a.m. Just 4 minutes after her husband's departure, at 6:52 a.m., a truck pulled up near the Barraza home and parked just past the house. The driver got out of the truck and approached Liz on foot. Liz was startled as the person walked up the driveway toward her. She took a step backwards, and after just 8 seconds elapsed, the individual raised a gun and shot Liz 3 times at point-blank range. When Liz crumpled to the ground, the shooter stepped over her and fired one final shot, then sprinted back to the truck and fled the scene. In the early suburban quiet, it had taken less than 5 minutes for Liz Barraza to be gunned down after saying goodbye to her husband that morning. Friends, family, and investigators would spend the next year trying to figure out who had brutally taken Liz's life and why. Neighbors immediately called the police after hearing the series of gunshots that had left Liz lying in her driveway. She was rushed to the very same hospital where she and Sergio had dressed in Star Wars attire and visited sick children. Already in critical condition when she arrived at the hospital, Liz succumbed to her injuries the following day. A vigil was held for Liz shortly after her death. Friends and family held lightsabers aloft outside of her home in honor of Liz's passion for Star Wars and her charity work with the 501st Legion. Sergio appeared devastated by his wife's death. He told local media outlets,
"I don't understand how someone could do this to her. She didn't deserve to pass away like this. Why someone would be so monstrous to commit and act like this to my innocent wife, I just really can't understand. I had to trade our 5th anniversary for her funeral."
While Liz's friends and family mourned her brutal death, investigators began searching for answers, and in an incredible stroke of luck, they found some important evidence. Surveillance video from neighboring homes' security systems had captured the attack of Liz in her driveway on the morning of the 25th. Not only had the murder been caught on video, but the shooter's arrival and departure had been preserved on camera as well. Unfortunately, the footage quality was rather poor, and the cameras had been positioned far away from where the attack took place, but the recordings still gave the investigation a strong head start. After investigators examined the surveillance videos, they determined the truck the shooter drove to and from the scene was a four-door Nissan Frontier pickup, an older model in a dark color. Though the license plate wasn't visible enough to read, security footage suggested there might have been a badge or a tag number near the truck's tailgate. Identifying other specifics proved to be more difficult. The shooter hadn't left anything at the scene, and it was not clear from the footage what kind of gun had been used. The person appeared to have long hair, but investigators could not determine for sure whether Liz's attacker was a man or a woman. They seemed to be wearing a long, flowing garment, potentially a bathrobe or even a costume or disguise of some kind in a light color. Surveillance footage from surrounding homes and businesses confirmed that the pickup truck had entered and exited Liz's neighborhood using the same route. The truck was seen in the area the night before Liz was shot, and on the day of the murder, the truck first entered the neighborhood several minutes before Sergio had left the house, but the shooter didn't approach Liz until she was alone. Detectives determined that the shooter was likely watching the house and waiting for Sergio to leave, a detail that suggested a planned and premeditated killing rather than a random attack. It seemed clear that Liz had been specifically targeted by whoever committed this crime. The suspect may have known when Sergio would leave for work. They also might have known about the planned garage sale and that Liz would be outside that morning. The 8 seconds that passed between the shooter approaching Liz and the actual gunshots were of interest to investigators as well. It's possible that Liz exchanged words with her killer just before she was shot. Liz's startled reaction to the shooter's approach raised questions too. Did Liz take a step back from the person because she saw the gun? Was it because she recognized the shooter as someone dangerous? Or was she startled because the shooter was a complete stranger? Unfortunately, nobody but Liz or her killer could answer these crucial questions. The truck was seen in the neighborhood one more time shortly after the shooting. The footage suggested the shooter may have been confirming that Liz had been incapacitated or possibly checking to see if emergency services had responded to the scene yet. Michael Ritchie, one of the Harris County homicide investigators who worked on Liz's case, described her death in simple, stark terms. It was very quick, it was very calculated, very cold-blooded of how it was done. Ritchie expressed that even though one person pulled the trigger, he suspected Liz's murder was not a one-person job. He told media outlets, "I do believe that more than one person was involved in this, and I do believe there are some people out there that maybe have a suspicion that somebody they know might have been involved in this." The murder had the classic marks of a hit-like execution, especially the point-blank gunfire and the final shot the killer fired after Liz had already fallen to the ground, seemingly to make sure she wouldn't survive. The killer immediately fled the scene without taking anything, so robbing the Barrazas had not been a factor in the crime. Despite how intentional her death was, investigators could find no reason that anyone would want to murder Liz. Her husband, Sergio, who initially fell under suspicion, as most spouses do in murder cases, seemed to be nothing more than a loving and now grieving spouse. Following the vigil he held for Liz at their home, Sergio continued to cooperate with investigators, grant interviews to the media, and publicize his wife's case on social media, hoping for answers. In August of 2019, 8 months after Liz was killed, ABC 13 reported investigators were optimistic about solving the crime. They had reached out to other agencies, including the Texas Rangers, for help with the case, and were waiting on the results of a warrant they had hoped would lead to a break in the investigation.
The results of that warrant will be very critical to this investigation and most likely expose a suspect and who was responsible for this.
However, no further information has been released to the public regarding that warrant. Liz's father has remained in close communication with the detectives working his daughter's case. He's hopeful that one day Liz's family and friends will have the answers about what happened to her on the morning of January 25th, 2019. There's currently a $20,000 cash reward from Crime Stoppers of Houston for information leading to the arrest of Liz's killer. In the years since Liz's murder, internet sleuths have taken an interest in the case, which is especially intriguing due to the presence of video evidence. It's unusual for a crime to be caught in full on camera, yet remain unsolved. It is also strange to find no clear motive for a murder, even after months of investigation. One aspect of the crime that has been hotly debated is the gender of the killer. The security footage is somewhat grainy, making it difficult to tell if the person who shot Liz is a man or a woman, but many online sleuths are convinced this was a female-on-female crime. The garment the killer is wearing looks like a long robe or a dress, and the individual appears to have long hair. Many commenters have also pointed out the way the shooter walks is more like a woman's gait than a man's. If the shooter was female, it's even more likely that Liz knew her attacker. Woman-on-woman violent crime is already rare, but it hardly ever occurs between two strangers. The clothing itself has stirred up some questions as well. Some believe the robe-like garment could have been a costume, leading to suggestions that someone from Liz's Star Wars fan group could have been involved in her death. It's also been suggested the shooter was a man wearing women's clothing as a method of disguise. Another mystery lies in the timing of the murder. Liz was outside setting up for the garage sale, but according to a press conference investigators held shortly after the shooting, Liz and Sergio hadn't advertised the sale yet when the attack took place. They had, however, told some friends, family, and coworkers about their garage sale plan. Could Liz's killer be someone from one of those close circles? Someone who knew she'd likely be outside setting up that morning? Some who've viewed the surveillance video believe Liz may have answered a phone call just before the shooter approached. Others are sure they see the killer handing Liz a note in the footage, but police have never released information that confirms either of these theories. What many armchair detectives agree on is the intentional nature of the murder. Whoever was driving that truck likely timed their attack, waiting for Liz to be alone and defenseless outside of her home. They believe this was far from a random killing. This shooting was efficient, ruthless, and probably personal. Could someone close to Liz have hired a professional to kill her? The execution style of the shooting supports this theory, but some commenters insist a seasoned killer would have been more careful about being caught on security cameras. Although investigators haven't seemed to focus on Sergio Barraza as a suspect, many who follow the case have still wondered if a love triangle could be the source of this violence. Could Liz have been having an affair, causing a jealous wife to snap? Or could Sergio have been unfaithful, leading to the same devastating outcome? Finally, a few sleuths have wondered if Liz's job as a data analyst could have had any connection to her murder. She worked for a corporation providing data analysis services to the oil and gas industry. Since clients in this industry invest large sums of money, is it possible Liz discovered something inappropriate or illegal in the course of her work? Something that a powerful entity would do anything to cover up? The case of Elizabeth Barraza's murder has spawned so many theories and questions, but unfortunately no definitive answers have yet to be found for the loved ones she's left behind. The case remains open with the Harris County Sheriff's Office. What do you think about the unsolved murder of Elizabeth Barraza? Was she gunned down by a hired hitman or woman who waited for the perfect time to strike? Was she the victim of an inexplicable random shooting? Or did someone in her life, undetected by friends or family, want to harm her? Comment below with your reactions and theories regarding Liz's case. Families all over the world send their children off to school each morning, confident they'll be watched over throughout the day until they return home safely. But on April 12, 2016, this was not the case for 16-year-old Michaela Bali. When Michaela's grandmother dropped her off at Sacred Heart High School that morning, no one could have predicted that by day's end, Michaela would be reported as a missing person. Security footage of Michaela recorded at 12:02 p.m. that afternoon would become the last confirmed sighting of the teenager in nearly 4 years. In this video, we'll examine the unusual and heartbreaking disappearance of Michaela Bali and explore the most intriguing theories about why and how she vanished. In April 2016, Michaela was a 16-year-old student at Sacred Heart High School in Yorkton, Saskatchewan. Michaela lived with her mother, Paula Bali, her maternal grandmother, Margaret, and her 2 younger siblings, Joshua and Eliora. Michaela's friends describe her as quiet but popular, sweet, sometimes shy and a good listener. She loved music and reading. She also played violin and had become interested in the drama program at her school. Michaela was a big fan of the Hunger Games series and video games like League of Legends and had hoped to become a teacher or a vet, inspired by her love of both children and animals. Michaela was, according to her mother, an ordinary teenager, which made her disappearance all the more extraordinary. Paula would later tell investigators that nothing unusual had happened in the hours before Michaela vanished. In the morning, Paula and Michaela put on makeup and listened to music together in the bathroom, chatting casually about their upcoming days, before getting into the car with Michaela's grandmother, Margaret Niebergall, who usually drove Michaela to school and Paula to work. Margaret dropped Michaela off at Sacred Heart High School between 8:10 and 8:20 a.m. When Margaret returned to the school in the afternoon to pick Michaela up, the teenager wasn't waiting for her. When Margaret went into the school to look for her granddaughter, she was told that teachers and friends hadn't seen Michaela for much of the day. Margaret drove to Paula's office and informed her that Michaela was not at school. Paula first wondered if her daughter had left early to go to a music lesson she had scheduled. She had a violin recital coming up and had been practicing for it just the night before, but Michaela wasn't at her lesson either. Back at their home, Paula checked a cash fund she kept at the house in case of emergencies. Michaela had access to the money, and if she'd planned to run away, Paula thought she would have taken it with her. But the cash had not been touched. That evening, Paula reported her daughter missing to the Yorkton Royal Canadian Mounted Police. By the next morning, investigators were beginning to trace Michaela's movements before her disappearance. Family had been trying to reach Michaela since realizing something was wrong, but by 7 a.m. on April 13th, her phone had been turned off. Over the next several months, thanks to footage from security cameras, cell phone records, and the cooperation of Michaela's friends and family, a comprehensive timeline was assembled following Michaela's activities on April 12th. Michaela had walked into school after her grandmother dropped her off. She had logged on to Sacred Heart High School's Wi-Fi network around 8:08 a.m., but by 8:26, the 16-year-old had exited Sacred Heart through a back entrance. Michaela was next seen on a surveillance camera at a nearby convenience store. The footage showed her walking along local railroad tracks. She made her way to a TD Bank branch, arriving there before the bank opened its doors. She waited outside, talking on her phone, then hung up and went inside at 8:55. She withdrew $55 from her bank account. Michaela then walked to a nearby pawn shop, Terry's Pawn and Bargain. The owner, Terry Hedden, reported that Michaela wanted to find out the value of a silver ring. Hedden told her the ring wasn't valuable enough for him to buy from her. Hedden said Michaela didn't seem upset or in distress, she just left the shop. Michaela's next stop was a combination of a Tim Hortons Wendy's restaurant, where surveillance cameras recorded her buying a drink and taking a seat in a booth, facing away from the entrance. With her backpack beside her, Michaela sat in the booth and used her phone for around 13 minutes, turning every so often to look toward the restaurant's doors. Oddly, she appeared to take her phone apart and reassemble it during this period. At 9:23, Michaela left the restaurant through one of the exits, but immediately turned back to walk through the area again and use a different exit. A hardware store's surveillance camera showed her walking north until she was out of frame. But around 20 minutes later, at 9:42, she appeared on the camera again and made her way back to Tim Hortons. When she walked back inside the restaurant, she appeared to be on a phone call. She chose a new seat at a booth closer to the window, and this time she sat facing the doors. At 10:12 a.m., Michaela sent a text to her friend Shelby Natuk, one that puzzles investigators and Michaela's family to this day. It read, "Hey, I need help." Within half an hour, Michaela texted Shelby again, "Never mind, I figured it out." A short time later, Michaela left the restaurant a second time, only to come back in again after just a couple of minutes. She took another phone call and looked expectantly around the restaurant at 10:39. By 10:43, she had hung up and approached an older woman sitting at a nearby table. That woman told police that Michaela had asked for her help too, specifically if the woman would help her rent a hotel room. Michaela didn't name a particular hotel. The woman told Michaela no, and the teenager returned to her seat and made yet another phone call. Just a few minutes later, she left the restaurant for the final time. Michaela walked back to Sacred Heart High School texting Shelby, "I'll see you at lunch," and arrived at the school at 11:59 a.m. While there, she reportedly told two fellow students that she was going to take a bus to the city of Regina for a vacation. By 12:02 p.m., Michaela was seen walking back out of Sacred Heart. Surveillance footage captured her rounding a corner and disappearing from view as she walked away from the school. These are the last known images of Michaela Bali. Though security footage of Michaela only confirms her whereabouts until 12:02 p.m., eyewitness accounts next placed her at the Trail Stop restaurant about a mile from her school. The restaurant is connected to a bus station, and witnesses there saw Michaela buy and eat poutine for lunch. An employee at the bus depot remembered speaking with Michaela, who wanted to know what time the bus to Regina was leaving. The employee told her at 5 p.m., but said Michaela didn't purchase a ticket. Michaela reportedly left the Trail Stop restaurant around 1:45 p.m. While the surveillance footage and text messages gathered by investigators provided a very clear picture of what Michaela had been doing the day she disappeared, they also raised many questions. Michaela had obviously spoken with someone, possibly more than one person, on the phone throughout the morning, and her behavior in Tim Hortons indicated she may have been waiting for somebody. She asked for help renting a hotel room, but then told classmates she planned to take a bus out of town. What exactly was Michaela's plan that day? Paula Bali maintains that her daughter was not the type to run away from home, and nothing Michaela would need for a trip was missing from the Bali house. Her makeup, phone charger, and medicine were all left behind. But revelations from Michaela's friends complicated the case even further. On April 11, 2016, the day before she went missing, Michaela had gone to a fast food restaurant for lunch with Shelby Natuk and another friend, Oksana Yakachuk. Shelby and Oksana later told investigators that at lunch, Michaela spoke about traveling somewhere such as Moose Jaw or Prince Albert, or possibly Saskatoon, all cities within Saskatchewan. Shelby also asked Michaela on April 11th about a boy named Josh, whom Michaela had talked about before, but Michaela did not respond. Another classmate of Michaela's, Amy Liang, told investigators that Michaela had told her a man named Christopher was traveling to the province to meet her. After school on April 11th at 4:35 p.m., Michaela texted Oksana and asked for a ride to the bank the following day. According to phone records, Michaela also called TD Bank's customer service line 3 separate times that evening, checking her balance and making a transfer of $25. Throughout the evening of April 11th, Michaela texted Shelby, Amy, and an ex-boyfriend. She asked Amy for help, a sentiment she would echo the following day in her text to Shelby, but didn't respond when Amy asked her to explain. Her text to Shelby and her ex-boyfriend were about being unhappy. She told her ex she was thinking about spending a few days in Regina. Finally, on the morning of her disappearance, at 6:41 a.m., Michaela texted Oksana, "Can you take me to the bank?" asking for help once again with the errand she would end up completing on foot after she left Sacred Heart High School. Why was it so important to Michaela to visit the bank the day she went missing? If she was contemplating a trip out of town, as she suggested to some of her friends, her withdrawal of $55 wouldn't get her very far. And why would she leave behind essentials such as makeup and medication if her intention was to board a bus and head to a different city? In the nearly 4 years since Michaela was last seen, no concrete answers to these questions have been found. Since 2016, Michaela Bali's case has gained attention across Canada and even in the United States, with many online sleuths speculating about where she may have gone, with whom, and where she might be today. A popular theory is that Michaela had been communicating with someone online and was planning to meet that person on April 12, 2016. Even Paula Bali said of the Tim Hortons security footage, "This is absolutely unusual behavior for Michaela. It seemed like she was waiting for someone." Shelby Natuk told CBC News that Michaela had connected with people online in the past. She remembered at least 4, but said the interactions never lasted too long. She recalled, quote, "I never liked the idea of her messaging guys online because it's kinda sketchy, but she wouldn't listen to me. She did her own thing." Shortly before she disappeared, Michaela had told her friend Oksana that she had $5,000 in her bank account, but records show she had a much smaller amount. Some have theorized that Michaela's preoccupation with getting to the bank that day, as well as checking her balance the night before, may have been because she was waiting for someone to deposit money into her account to help her leave Yorkton. In a huge setback for the investigation, the phone calls Michaela made throughout the morning of April 12th didn't register on her TELUS mobile network account. This is usually the case when calls are made through social media apps. Michaela's friends reported that she used apps to communicate, including Snapchat and Instagram, and possibly Kik, an anonymous messaging app. Messaging platforms like Kik have become popular in recent years, but their anonymous nature and lack of parental controls have made them an attractive method for predators looking to communicate with possible victims. U.S. privacy laws often prevent the chat logs on these apps from being released, which can be a setback for investigations. It's even been suggested that Michaela may have been in possession of a second cell phone, possibly provided to her by someone she was planning to meet as a way to avoid detection. Similarly, neither the Trail Stop restaurant nor the bus station had security cameras, something a predator might have taken into consideration when planning to meet a young girl. The investigation briefly led to a man named Rick Bright, who lives in Saskatoon and believes he may be Michaela's father, though this has never been confirmed. Police got in touch with him by phone just days after Michaela disappeared, and a few months later, they visited his home to search and take DNA samples, but officials have said that no evidence points to Bright being involved in Michaela's disappearance. As for Michaela's mother, some online sleuths have wondered if Michaela's home life was as typical as Paula had claimed, pointing to the family's possible money problems and the lack of a father figure in Michaela's life. Some have suggested that the Bali family was struggling and Michaela chose to leave home. The RCMP have never named a suspect in this case, but they have released information about a person of interest, reportedly seen at the Trail Stop restaurant when Michaela was there. The man has a large tattoo of a cross on his forearm, and the RCMP hope to identify him with the public's help. Though sightings of young women matching Michaela's description have trickled in over the years, a possible sighting in August 2019 infused the investigation with new hope. A man called Paula Bali on August 8th and told her he believes he spoke to Michaela in Edmonton, Alberta, more than 500 miles from Yorkton. The man reported that he spoke to a young woman for a few minutes outside a pool hall called High Run Club in March of 2019. When he saw a social media post about Michaela sometime later, he recognized her. Unfortunately, there is no surveillance footage from this reported encounter. The club does have security cameras, but by the time the man reported his sighting of Michaela, the footage from that day had already been taped over. The man told Paula that the woman he spoke to seemed naive and sweet, and out of place in the rough area, like she didn't belong there. Paula says this description matches Michaela, telling media outlets, "She's a very gentle soul and she comes across that way." Paula reported the tip to the RCMP. Social media is at the center of this case, and Michaela's accounts remain intact, frozen in time. Before she disappeared, she had an Instagram account that featured plenty of selfies and photos with her friends, but another account reportedly exists under her name. This profile has many followers but no photos. The About Me section consists of one word: goodbye. Shelby sent Michaela a message on Snapchat the day she went missing. 3 months later, Shelby saw the message had been read. She sent another message on graduation day, when Michaela should have been at the ceremony with her. That message has never been opened. Paula Bali continues to diligently search for anyone who might have information about her daughter's whereabouts. There's a 50,000 Canadian dollar reward for Michaela's safe return to her family. What do you believe happened to Michaela Bali? Did she perfectly plan and execute her own disappearance? Or did she walk out of the Trail Stop restaurant and into harm's way? Did someone help her get out of Yorkton? And above all, where is she now? Share your theories and thoughts in the comments below. From an 11-year-old case that still remains unexplained to the mysterious death of a teenage boy in his own school, here are 5 mysterious unsolved cases. Number 1. Maura Murray's disappearance. On February 9, 2004, 21-year-old Maura Murray was reported missing after her smashed car was found on Route 112 in Haverhill, New Hampshire. Maura left college earlier that day and told her professors that she would have to take a week off as she had a family emergency. However, it later turned out that no family emergency existed. Due to this fact, investigators suggested that she may have just wanted to disappear. However, her family strongly disagreed and believed that she was abducted. In 2012, a number of videos surfaced on YouTube, uploaded by a user named Mr. 112 Dirtbag. One of the videos show a sadistic-looking man looking directly into the camera and uncontrollably laughing. The video then ends with the words, "Happy Anniversary." The video was uploaded on the 8th year anniversary of Maura Murray's disappearance. Other strange videos were uploaded to the YouTube channel that seemed to be related to Maura's disappearance, one of which showed a ski pass to Breton Hills Mountain Resort, just 2 miles from where Maura's car was found, and is dated 2 days after Maura disappeared. Another video shows the same man from the first video. This time he is playing a song on a keyboard, and towards the end of the video, this cryptic image is shown. Mr. 112 Dirtbag's username is relevant to the case because 112 was the route that Maura disappeared on, and Dirtbag is what her father called the kidnappers when he was interviewed on TV. The channel was quickly removed by YouTube, however, one person managed to save a copy of the videos. Alden Olson was supposedly identified as the Laughing Man and was interviewed by investigators, but they had no evidence to arrest him. However, this has not been officially confirmed. Maura Murray is still missing nearly 12 years later. Whether she decided to run away from her issues at home or she was abducted, the case still remains a mystery. Number 2. The Lars Mittank Mystery. In 2014, Lars Mittank, a 28-year-old German man, decided to go on holiday to Bulgaria with a group of his friends. Lars reportedly got into a fight with another man while on the beach and suffered a small injury to his ear. He was advised by a doctor not to fly due to the ruptured eardrum and was given prescription medication. At the end of the holiday, he decided to stay in Bulgaria for further treatment and told his friends they could leave without him. Now alone, Lars spent the night in a hotel. During the stay, he contacted his mother in a panic and told her that he didn't feel safe, as he believed there were 4 men following him, and told her she should cancel his credit card. The next morning, Lars visited the doctor's office inside the airport. Bizarrely, as soon as he was inside, he quickly jumped up and ran outside, leaving all of his possessions behind. This CCTV footage shows Lars' final moments before disappearing without a trace. His family have said that he had no history of mental illness and are desperately searching for him. Some believe his strange behavior may have been due to a head injury that doctors didn't notice that caused the psychotic break. However, Lars has still not been found and his whereabouts are still unknown. If you have any information, please visit the website in the description. Number 4. The mysterious death of Alan Geel. On the 25th of February 2014, at about 2 p.m., the naked body of 64-year-old Alan Geel was found on Perranporth Beach in Cornwall, England. At first, it seemed like an open and shut suicide case. However, many odd things didn't add up to the investigators. Police managed to track Geel's movements up until 6:36 p.m., where he was last seen wandering the streets in Truro city centre, a day before his body was discovered. Bizarrely, investigators found a sock with earphones wrapped around, stuffed inside Geel's mouth. They also discovered a jacket, a wallet, and a picture of Geel when he was about 2 years old near to his body. A post-mortem examination found multiple injuries to his right hand, chest, and head which are inconsistent with drowning. The jacket that was found was not the same jacket that Geel was wearing in the CCTV footage the previous day. Geel was described as a bit of a loner who enjoyed video games and going on long walks. Police are treating the case as suspicious as they can't explain what exactly happened to him and how he ended up on the beach. Whether an accident, murder, or suicide, the case is still open and remains unexplained. Number 5. Kendrick Johnson. The last case on our list is very strange to say the least and is surrounded by mystery. 17-year-old Kendrick Johnson's body was discovered on the 11th of January 2013 in Lowndes High School, Georgia. He was found headfirst in the center of a rolled-up wrestling mat in the school's gym. An autopsy was carried out on Johnson's body to find the cause of death, which was concluded to be accidental, with investigators saying he got stuck in the mat trying to retrieve a shoe and suffocated. However, Johnson's family was not satisfied with the autopsy report and decided to hire a private pathologist to get a second opinion. This time, the autopsy report was different and was concluded that Johnson had died from blunt force trauma. The autopsy also reported of newspapers stuffed inside Johnson's body, as well as missing organs and missing clothing from the day of his death. Johnson's family now strongly believe that he was murdered and that there was a cover-up by the local police department. In November of 2013, 290 hours of CCTV footage from inside the school was released to CNN following a court request, which shows Johnson entering the gym moments before he died. However, over 3 hours of the footage was missing. Many other details about the case are very bizarre, including the size of the hole of the wrestling mat, which was 14.5 inches. However, Johnson's shoulders were 19 inches across, so how could he fit? As well as many other details that don't seem to add up. Two brothers, Brian and Brandon Bell, that were Johnson's classmates and that happened to be the sons of an FBI agent, are currently being questioned. As it turns out, they both had refused to be interviewed at the request of their father, and 2 years prior to the death, Johnson allegedly got into a fight with the younger brother. In 2015, Kendrick Johnson's family filed a $100 million civil lawsuit against 38 individuals. They are desperately trying to seek answers as to how and why Kendrick Johnson lost his life. Five Mysterious Unsolved Cases, Part 2. Number 1. The Jameson Family. The first case on our list is extremely strange and still remains unexplained over 6 years later. The Jamison family, which consisted of Bobby, his wife Sherilyn, and their 6-year-old daughter Madison, went missing on October 8, 2009. The Jamisons had decided that they wanted to move out of their lakefront property to make a fresh start in a new area. On the morning of October 8th, the family traveled 30 miles from their home near Eufaula to a rural area in Oklahoma in hopes of buying a 40-acre plot of land. They drove their white pickup truck to the isolated Sans Bois Mountains, but never returned. On October 16th, the family's abandoned vehicle was found on the side of the road by a Latimer County sheriff. Inside the locked truck were the Jamisons' wallets, IDs, cell phones, a GPS system, around $32,000 in cash, and even the daughter's beloved dog, who was on the edge of starvation. Police quickly launched a huge search operation but found nothing. It wasn't until over 4 years later when they discovered the family's skeletal remains around 3 miles from where their truck was abandoned. An autopsy was performed, but the remains were in such a bad state that the cause of death could not be determined. On the day before their disappearance, security cameras from their home caught the Jamisons as they loaded up their truck. Investigators claimed the pair looked as if they were in a trance-like state, walking from their house to the truck over 20 times without speaking to each other once. The Jamisons were also very thin and emaciated around the time they went missing, which has led to theories that the pair were hooked on crystal meth. However, police found no drugs or drug paraphernalia in the home. Months prior to the disappearance, the Jamisons had become very paranoid and told some of their friends and family that their house was haunted and explained that they had seen spirits. Bobby even informed a pastor of the spirits and had asked whether he could obtain special bullets to shoot them. The Jamisons had both suffered with depression throughout their lives, and Sherilyn had also suffered from bipolar disorder. This photo of 6-year-old Madison was taken in the mountains and was found on Bobby's cell phone inside the truck, and is believed to be the last ever picture taken of her. The family have said that they don't believe Bobby or Sherilyn took the photo, as Madison isn't looking towards the camera, and because she appears to look terrified. There are many theories surrounding this case, from the family getting lost, abduction, a cult sacrifice, a cartel killing, to a murder-suicide. However, over 6 years later, nobody is any closer to knowing what really happened on that day. Number 2. Amber Tuckerow. 20-year-old Amber Tuckerow went missing on August 18, 2010. The previous day, Amber, her 14-month-old son, and her female friend flew to Edmonton International Airport from her hometown of Fort McMurray, Alberta. Once the three arrived, they booked themselves into a motel in Nisku, close to the airport, where they could spend the night. The next evening, Amber left the motel to catch a ride into the city of Edmonton. She decided to hitch a ride with an unknown male, which turned out to be the worst mistake of her life. The next day, after not hearing from her, Amber's friend informed her mother, who reported her missing. On August 28, 2012, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police released a 61-second cell phone recording to the public, which captured the conversation Amber had with the unknown man she got a ride with. Police didn't explain how they obtained the recording, but hoped someone could identify the man's voice. Here is the call.
Where are we by?
We're just heading south of Beaumont, or north of Beaumont.
We're heading north of Beaumont. Yo, where are we going?
Just
No, this is a... Are you fucking kidding me? You better not take me anywhere I don't want to go. I want to go into the city. Jeez. Yo, we're not going into the city, are we?
We're going.
No, we're not.
Yes.
Then where the fuck are these roads going to?
50th Street.
50th Street. Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Yo, where are we going?
50th Street.
50th Street.
50th Street.
East, right?
East.
Over now.
Travel.
Just 4 days after the recording was released to the public, Amber's remains were found by horseback riders on a rural property near Leduc County. In the recording, the unknown driver claimed he was driving north. However, RCMP investigators believe that instead of driving north to the city, he drove southeast along the rural roads of Leduc County. Although police released the 61-second recording, the call actually lasted for 17 minutes, which is practically the amount of time it would take to drive from the motel Amber was last seen to the location where her body was discovered. CBC News has learned that the call actually came from Amber's brother, who was locked up in the Edmonton Remand Center, where all outgoing calls are recorded. Police have said due to the recording, they have received hundreds of tips, but still have not identified the unknown driver. Number 3. Madeleine McCann. In late April of 2007, Kate and Jerry McCann went on holiday to Portugal with their 3 young children and a group of their friends. At 10:14 p.m. on Thursday, May 3rd, 3-year-old Madeleine McCann was reported missing. Portuguese police received a call claiming that the 3-year-old British girl had been abducted. Earlier that night at around 7 p.m., the McCanns put their children to bed. They say that all 3 were asleep at around 8:30 p.m. They then left the apartment and met up with 7 of their friends for dinner at a tapas bar, 50 yards across the pool from their apartment. The McCanns say that checks were made on the kids every half an hour to make sure they were safe. At around 9:05 p.m., Jerry McCann made his way to the ground floor apartment in Praia da Luz. He says all of the children were still asleep and Madeleine was in her bed. At 9:30 p.m., one of the McCanns' friends, Dr. Matthew Oldfield, checked on the children. He claims that the McCanns' bedroom door was wide open, but as he heard no noise, he left without looking far enough into the room to see whether Madeleine was in bed. At 10 p.m., Kate McCann checked the apartment. She says that she noticed the children's door was open wider than she remembered it being. When she entered the room, she claims that the window shutter and curtains were wide open and that Madeleine was no longer in her bed. Kate quickly returned to the tapas bar where she began screaming that someone had taken her daughter. At 10:30 p.m., the resort activated its missing child search protocol, where 60 staff and guests, and later police, searched the resort through the night. In the first 24 hours of the investigation, many mistakes were made by police. One being the crime scene that was not fully secured, meaning around 20 people entered the apartment before it was closed off, contaminating any potential evidence. The McCanns quickly became suspects by Portuguese police, as they didn't buy their story and couldn't believe that they left their children unattended. They theorized that there had been a tragic accident, and the parents had hid Madeleine's body and staged the abduction scene. Although they were suspects, Kate and Jerry were allowed to leave Portugal and return to the UK in September of 2007. After a year-long investigation, in July 2008, Portugal's Attorney General closed the case and the McCanns were no longer being treated as suspects. In 2013, a BBC show called Crime Watch showed a full reconstruction of the night in question and released e-fit pictures of a man that was spotted by Mary and Martin Smith from Ireland after they told police they saw the mysterious male carrying a child matching Madeleine's description at around 10 p.m., 500 yards from the McCanns' apartment. They said that he was walking towards the beach, did not look like a tourist, and did not seem comfortable carrying the child. The show also released e-fits of a group of people that were spotted near the McCanns' apartment on and around the day of the disappearance. Scotland Yard have theorized that Madeleine may have disturbed a burglary. Unfortunately, there haven't been many other leads, but nearly 9 years later, the McCanns still remain hopeful that Madeleine is alive and will be found. The case still remains open. Number 4. Kaylin Lauder. 30-year-old Kaylin Lauder went missing at around 7 p.m. on September 27, 2014. The circumstances in which she disappeared are very bizarre. In the morning, Lauder had called 911 claiming that someone had broken into her condo in Murray, Utah, and believed the intruder was still in the house. She went on to say that she didn't see anyone, but she heard them talking. During the call, Lauder yelled several times for the intruder to leave. Police investigated the report but found no evidence to suggest a break-in had occurred. Later that same day, Lauder was caught on surveillance camera walking barefoot in the rain outside her condo with her dog. Police believe she appears to be having an animated conversation. At 7 p.m., for an unknown reason, Lauder began to run. She left her dog, phone, money, keys, and car behind. This is the last time she was seen alive. Lauder's mother had said in a statement that she spoke to her daughter that day and she seemed fine. Her cousin claims that she was cleaning her condo that day and was working on her resume as she had just been let go from her job as a social worker. Her family hired a private investigator to help the search for her. 2 months after her disappearance, on November 30th, Lauder's body was discovered in the Jordan River in Utah, 5 miles from her home. An autopsy was performed but could not determine how she died. A toxicology report confirmed that there was nothing fatal or illegal in her system. Lauder's family say they suspect foul play and do not believe the death was an accident as she had no history of mental illness. However, investigators disagree because the 911 call she made on September 27th was not the first time she had made a false claim. The previous day, she had reported a fight at a wedding that didn't happen, which has led them to believe she was showing delusional behavior. No one truly knows what happened to Kaylin Lauder after she left the condo that day. Her family are still searching for answers. Number 5. The disappearance of Timothy J. Pitson. On the morning of May 11, 2011, Amy Joan Marie Fry Pitson traveled to the Greenman Elementary School and removed her only child from class and checked him out of the school. From there, Amy and her 6-year-old son, Timothy J. Pitson, began their unexpected 3-day road trip. Their first stop was the Brookfield Zoo in Illinois. After that, they traveled to the Key Lime Cove Resort where they spent the night. Timothy's father, James Pitson, reported his wife and son as missing once he went to collect his boy from school and found out his wife had already taken him out, which he found strange. The next day, Amy and Timothy traveled to the Kalahari Water Park Resort in Wisconsin Dells. Surveillance from the water park the next morning shows them both waiting in line to check out. Shortly after, at around 1:30 p.m., Amy called several of her family members and friends and explained that her and Timothy were fine. At 7:25 p.m., Amy went to a family dollar store in Winnebago, Illinois, where she purchased stationery. She then traveled to the nearby Sullivan's Foods, where she was spotted once again on a security camera. This time, however, there was no sign of Timothy. Her final journey was at around 11:15 p.m., where she checked into the Rockford Inn in Rockford, Illinois. The next day, at around 12:30 p.m., she was found dead by the inn's employees. She had taken her own life by ingesting an overdose of antihistamines and had slit her wrists. Amy left a suicide note and had sent 2 letters to her loved ones in the mail, which claimed that Timothy was safe and was taken somewhere where he will be well cared for. She also wrote that no one will ever find him, and that she can't take the risk of Jim hurting Tim because of her choices. Timothy's Spider-Man backpack, toys, and clothing were missing, as well as the clothes Amy was wearing when she checked out of the Kalahari Resort. Amy's mother has said that she did suffer with depression, but she was not a crazy person and never acted bizarrely. Timothy still remains missing as of February 2016. Thanks for watching. Subscribe to see more. Five Mysterious Unsolved Cases, Part 3. On August 29, 2016, an Australian family of 5 decided to go on a technology-free, off-the-grid road trip, convinced that they were being pursued and needed to escape their home. For reasons unknown, married couple Mark and Jacoba Trump were convinced that someone was out to rob and kill them, and believed that they had to flee their Red Currant farm. They took with them their 3 adult children, aged 22, 25, and 29, and drove away in their gray Peugeot station wagon. They left their passports, credit cards, and cell phones behind, and when they discovered that their son Mitchell had brought a phone along on the trip, they made him throw it out the window as they were convinced it was being used as a tracking device. Each member of the family, over the course of 6 days, was found one by one. Mitchell was the first to leave the group after traveling all night with his family. At around 7 a.m. the next morning, he left the car as he was not convinced by the paranoid theories of the rest. Later that day, the 2 daughters of the group, Rihanna and Ella, also left their parents and stole a car and drove to the town of Goulburn, where they reported their parents as missing. The 2 sisters then decided to part ways, as Ella wanted to go home and feed her horses, and Rihanna did not. Police found Ella once she arrived back at the family home. Shortly after, Mitchell also arrived back at the home. Rihanna was the last of the children to be discovered. She was mysteriously found in a catatonic state in the back of a stranger's vehicle. She did not know who or where she was. The next day, Jacoba, the mother of the family, was found aimlessly wandering in the town of Yass, 217 miles away from her last known location. It is unclear how she arrived there and at which point she left her husband. Jacoba was found in a delusional, agitated, and confused state. She and her daughter Rihanna were both taken into psychiatric care. As public interest grew, Mitchell and Ella were both interviewed on live TV, where they attempted to explain what had happened to their family and spoke about their missing father.
Can you shine any light on or perhaps explain why he may not want to be found?
Because he's scared that people are after him. He's not in a good state of mind.
And start off on this trip, I think it's just quite a confusing story.
It is very confusing. I still feel confused. I think our state of minds wasn't in the best place. And yeah,
it's hard to explain.
Really, yeah. There's no bizarre, one reason for it. It's, bizarre. Yeah.
On the 6th day of the ordeal, Mark Trump was finally found near Wangaratta Airport after seemingly traveling over 900 miles in total and was taken to the local police station. He didn't appear to appreciate the media attention and offered the middle finger to photographers and reporters. Investigators can find no reason why the family felt the need to flee from their home. No drugs were involved, and no previous history of mental illness has been discovered. Theories ranging from chemical poisoning to stress in the family to toxins in the water or even just a hoax have been put forward. Some are also suspecting that the bizarre incident could be a rare case of folie à plaisir, which in English is translated as the madness of many. This disorder can be responsible for close-knit families sharing a heightened delusion of paranoia or fear. Although this is only speculation, and the real reason for their actions and their apparent need to escape is yet to be discovered. On December 13, 2009, 30-year-old Stephen Kocher went missing from Henderson, Nevada. A clean-cut, well-respected, church-going man, Stephen decided to take an unexplainable road trip from his home in the state of Utah to his final destination of Nevada. Stephen's car was found in a dead-end cul-de-sac, and he was shortly reported missing. Surveillance footage shows him parking his car, leaving it there, and walking out of the frame. In this footage, he is alone and appears to be walking as if he has a destination in mind. When his car was discovered, some of his belongings were still inside, including Christmas presents which he had purchased a few days prior, as well as blankets and pillows. Items missing from the car included Stephen's cell phone, wallet, passport, and driving license. For 2 days after his disappearance, his cell phone signal was picked up by a signal tower several miles from his car. It is unknown why Stephen was making cell phone calls near this tower, where exactly he was, and if it was indeed Stephen making these calls. His family are unsure why he left Utah, with no apparent cause for his disappearance other than some financial concerns. Some have speculated that Stephen may have gone to Nevada to look for a job, or to hand out flyers to advertise a window washing business. Stephen is a devout Mormon, and due to his religious beliefs, he does not drink alcohol or take any drugs. Suicide is not suspected, and no sign of foul play has ever been discovered. The case remains open and is still unsolved. 14-year-old Andrew Gosden went missing on September 14, 2007, and was last seen by his parents leaving home early for school. The teenager, who was described as a maths genius by his teachers, was very intelligent and was into the goth scene. On the morning of his disappearance, instead of going to school, Andrew returned to his home in Doncaster, England, knowing that his parents had left for work. He then changed out of his uniform, emptied his savings account of its £200 contents, and bought a one-way ticket to London. Andrew, when offered, refused to buy a round-trip ticket despite it costing only 50 pence more. This refusal would seem to imply that the 14-year-old never planned on returning. An eyewitness on the train reported that Andrew was playing on his PSP console for the duration of the journey. Strangely, however, investigators later discovered that he did not take his PSP charger with him on the trip. This CCTV footage shows Andrew as he walked into London King's Cross station at around 11:20 a.m., over 150 miles from his hometown, and the last time he was seen alive. Andrew's family have no idea of his potential motive for traveling to London. There's been no subsequent sightings of him, and all search efforts have led to no results, with TV, radio, and internet campaigns also proving futile. His parents have since added money to his bank account in the hopes of detecting him, but this money has never been used or withdrawn. Many believe that Andrew may have traveled to London to make a fresh start. However, £100 was found untouched in his bedroom, which weakens that theory. Some have pointed out that when freezing the security camera footage, a reflection of a man can be seen in the glass who appears to be looking in Andrew's direction. Was this person someone the schoolboy had planned on meeting? Perhaps, most strangely of all, a few years after the teen went missing, a visitor to a police station claimed to have information on the case, but because the station was closed, this man was asked to return the following day. However, he never did. The search for Andrew continues. On August 9, 2013, 26-year-old Brandon Lawson went missing from his car on Highway 277 near Bronte, Texas. After getting into an argument with his girlfriend, Brandon left his home just before midnight before calling his brother a short while later to report that he had run out of gas. When his brother arrived at the stated location, Brandon was no longer in his car. The vehicle had no damage, and his phone and keys were gone. In addition to calling his brother, Brandon also had contacted 911. In this mysterious and unclear phone call, Brandon breathlessly and fearfully asked the police to please hurry, and seemed to utter the words, "We're not talking to them." From this exchange, it's pretty safe to say Brandon was with someone else, but it is impossible to know who and what the statement meant. What is clear, however, is that he sounds very desperate and incredibly scared.
9/2013 0:50 and 38 seconds. 911 emergency.
Yes, I'm in the middle of the field. It's like we're just pushing some guys over. Right here going towards Javelin on both sides. My truck ran out of gas. There's one car here. Got chasing to the woods. Please hurry.
Okay, now run that by me.
I'm not talking to him. I actually ran into him.
Ah, you ran into him. Okay.
Got the first guy.
Do you need an ambulance?
Yeah, no, I need the cops.
Okay. Is anybody hurt? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Although Brandon's 911 call is very hard to understand, repeated listens seems to imply that some unidentified people were trying to take him into the woods, though this speculation cannot be confirmed. After arriving at the abandoned vehicle, Brandon's brother's girlfriend decided to give him a call and was told by Brandon that he was 10 minutes up the road, and mentioned that he was bleeding. This was the last time they ever heard from him. Brandon's family and friends are unable to guess what happened that night, and all speculation has been fruitless. The 29-year-old has 4 children and a girlfriend, and no apparent motive to run away. No trace of Brandon has since been found. From June 12th to June 16th, 2009, a mysterious elderly man with a heavy Germanic accent visited the coastal town of Sligo in Ireland, where he spent his final days. The man checked himself into the Sligo City Hotel under the name Peter Bergman and paid for his stay in cash. On June 16th, the body of this enigmatic man was found on a beach under very mysterious circumstances. Investigators looked at all available CCTV footage in an attempt to work out what had happened to him. They noticed that when Bergman left the hotel each morning, he was carrying a disposable plastic bag. He would then return later in the day, seemingly without this bag. It is believed that he was gradually and carefully disposing of his personal belongings, though no evidence has ever been found. On the second morning of his stay, the man visited the local post office, where he purchased 8 postage stamps and airmail stickers. Presumably, this means that he sent out several letters in the post, most likely to friends and family, but this is only speculation. The CCTV footage assembled from the case shows a great deal of the man's comings and goings inside the hotel and around the town. However, no footage exists of the moments in which he disposed of the contents in his purple bag. Investigators believe that by meticulously and intentionally avoiding cameras during these key moments, the man was attempting to hide his actions and decrease the chances of his disposed belongings ever being found. It is unknown why this man seemed so intent on permanently hiding his identity, though it is clear that this was very important to him. The real mystery began when the investigators uncovered that the name Peter Bergman was an alias, as there is no record of anyone in the same age bracket or description possessing this name anywhere. On his final day in Sligo, the man checked out of the hotel with his purple plastic bag and 2 more black bags. He then walked to the bus station, where he is spotted on CCTV carrying only 2 bags. The man goes inside the coffee shop and can be seen in the footage pulling out a piece of paper and reading it before tearing it up. He then took a bus to the beach of Ross's Point. Many witnesses saw him and reported that he was pacing up and down the beach and seemed to be behaving strangely. It is at this beach that his body was later found. Bizarrely, the mysterious man had removed all labels from his clothing and had no wallet, money, or any forms of identification on his person. An autopsy was performed and determined that there were no signs of foul play and no signs of saltwater drowning. Further examination showed that the man had extensive prostate cancer and numerous bone tumors. But despite his bad health, the toxicology report showed that there were no drugs, including painkillers, in his system, which meant he would have been in a significant amount of pain. The most accepted theory is that the man traveled to Ireland and decided to take his own life. However, despite further investigations, police are completely unable to discover who this man was, how he died, and the reasons for his mysterious actions.
One night in November of 2011, Tim Hart says he received an email from his best friend, Jack Freese, which read, "Did you hear me? I'm at your house. Clean your f***ing attic." The subject heading read, "I'm watching." Tim Hart explained that once he saw the email, he turned ghost white. The reason being, well, Jack Freese had died 5 months earlier after suffering from an abnormal heart rhythm. Tim claimed in an interview with the BBC that the second to last time he saw his best friend of 17 years, the pair were in his attic, where Jack had made fun of the mess and dust in it. He said it was only the two of them in there when Jack had mentioned that he should clean the attic. Jack's cousin Jimmy McGraw also received an email in November which read, "Hey Jim, how you doing? I knew you were gonna break your ankle. Tried to warn you. Gotta be careful. Jack Freese." A week prior, Jimmy had broken his ankle on his way to work. Jack's friends and family say that no one knew his password or had access to his email account. They also say they don't believe his account was hacked. Tim says he replied back to the email but hasn't received a response. The source of the emails remains a mystery. Chip Chan is the name given to a mysterious Korean woman whose life has been broadcast on the internet for years now. She was first discovered on 4chan in an unsecured webcam thread, where, due to lack of movement, she was initially presumed dead. However, it turned out she was only sleeping at the time. Chip Chan has made claims that in 1999, a police officer who she refers to as P implanted a Verichip in her ankle, which means he now has access and control over her and can even make her sleep on command. She has created many cryptic signs over the years for viewers of the stream to see, which have been hard to translate due to the video quality. However, some have read, "Don't get tricked, don't get fooled. Early every morning, if someone comes, that paralyzes the person. I can't be stopped." And another sign read, "The stalker used this skill from 2006. I have slept for 20 hours every day since then. I do not know what have happened while I sleep. I have been always afraid of sleeping." Chip Chan has said that the Verichip in her ankle has stopped her from leaving her home, although she's been seen leaving her apartment on occasion wearing a disguise. She has also been seen by viewers sleeping in very strange positions for up to 20 hours a day, sometimes even in a filing cabinet. There are many theories surrounding Chip Chan, but the most widely accepted is that she's mentally ill. However, a list of questions remains, such as, who exactly is she? Who set up the cameras in her apartment? And for what reason? In our previous video titled 5 Extremely Creepy and Unexplained Videos, we showed this cryptic clip originally titled 11BX1371, which is a very strange video that featured a guy in a plague doctor mask and is full of hidden messages, ranging from Morse code to quick frames of codes on screen to images hidden in the audio file itself. The video was originally uploaded in 2015 by the YouTube channel AETBX. However, another YouTuber called Parker Wright has claimed to have been the one that created the video and has since proved it by making another one and has posted photos of the mask to Facebook as well. Like the first, the second video titled 11B31369 contains an eerie audio track throughout, and we see the same character walking through what appears to be another abandoned building. The video features many more hidden messages, ranging from Morse code once again to sign language to a voice hidden in the audio, as well as even more images. The video also features an unidentified woman. Parker posted coordinates on his Facebook page, which led a number of people to find USB sticks which were hidden in different locations in and around Poland, and which contained the second video he uploaded. In an interview, where his face was blurred and his voice was disguised, Parker claimed that both of the videos were art and nothing more. However, many people do not buy that, due to the sheer amount of hidden ciphers and codes in both videos, and because of the disturbing nature of some of the images that were found, the almost threat-like statements he has made, as well as the cryptic riddles he has tweeted. In March 2016, Parker announced on Twitter that his new website was up and running, which most likely contains even more hidden messages, and may even be the place in which he uploads his third video. So, are these videos part of an art project, or are they something more? What do you think? Since first being discovered, the mysterious 973-et-namo-973.com has baffled most people that have visited the site. 973, which starts off as a wall of text containing the words "Amaze in," followed by abracadabra a number of times, soon appears to show the mental ramblings of an insane person. However, the more you read the contents of the site, the more there seems to be a method to the madness. The layout of the website is very simple, just text with a black background. However, it is full of verses from the Bible and many other religious and spiritual writings, and includes grids of numbers which implies some sort of meaning behind them. The site contains numerology throughout, with the predominant number being 9 for some reason. There is also a mirrored theme, which is evident in the site's name, which mirrored or reverse spells out the human. There are many surreal paintings between the writings, which only adds to the creepiness. The strange and cryptic site has sparked much discussion on the internet, but nobody appears to truly know what the site's purpose is and for what reason it was created. Theories ranging from the occult all the way up to simply insanity have been put forward. A British artist named David Dennison has been revealed to be the creator and owner of the site. However, the true meaning behind it still remains a mystery. Cicada 3301 has been described as the most elaborate and mysterious puzzle of the internet age. The unknown group, known only as Cicada 3301, first appeared in January 2012 after this image was posted on 4chan, which read, "Hello, we are looking for highly intelligent individuals. To find them, we have devised a test. There is a message hidden in this image. Find it and it will lead you on the road to finding us. We look forward to meeting the few that will make it all the way through. Good luck, 3301. As you would expect, the internet went crazy and began frantically searching for the supposed hidden message in the image. After opening the image in a text editor program, a code was revealed, which led to a second image. Many participants of the puzzle claim that after decoding the second image using steganography software, they were led to this cryptic Reddit forum, which included many more clues, such as symbols, coded messages, strange images, and even revealed a US phone number. Once the number was called, an automated message was heard which included, yet again, another clue. From there, participants of the online puzzle were led to a website which showed a list of geographical coordinates below a picture of a cicada. The coordinates were all in different locations from around the world. In Poland, France, the USA, and Australia, posters were discovered attached to streetlights, which included a picture of a cicada and a QR code. Once the QR codes were scanned, this led to yet even more clues. Shortly after the posters were found, Cicada uploaded a final image on Reddit, which read, "We have now found the individuals we sought. Thus our month-long journey ends, for now. Thank you for your dedication and effort. If you were unable to complete the test or did not receive an email, do not despair. There will be more opportunities like this one." After the final image was posted, Cicada went quiet, until the next year, where a new image was posted to 4chan and the puzzle began again. Nobody knows who is behind Cicada 3301 and what happens to the people that make it all the way through. Some believe the puzzle was set up as a recruitment tool by the NSA, CIA, or MI6 who are looking for the world's best codebreakers. Others believe Cicada to be a secret society, cult, hacking group, or just simply an alternate reality game. However, no one knows for sure. In January 2016, Cicada posted a new image to Twitter, and the mysterious online puzzle started all over again. Thanks for watching, and thanks to Twist TV for doing this collaboration. Part 2 is on his channel, and the link to that is in the description. Subscribe to see more videos like this.
This case concerns the fate of Lauren Agee, a 21-year-old woman with a bright future ahead of her, who died under mysterious circumstances. She disappeared in the middle of the night at a lakeside festival, only to be discovered the next afternoon, face down and lifeless in the water. Almost immediately, an investigation by the local DeKalb County Sheriff's Office concluded that Lauren's death was accidental, probably due to a fall off a cliff into the lake while intoxicated. Foul play is ruled out, but few people besides the county police believe that Lauren's death was accidental drowning caused by a fall into the lake. There are certainly many suspicious aspects to the case. The mystery of the case hasn't let up in over 4 years. What actually happened to Lauren Agee that fateful day? Was it indeed a tragic accident on the lake? Or was it more than that? Was there foul play involved? This video will offer some insight into the mysterious death of this young woman. Lauren was born in Mississippi and lived in Hendersonville, Tennessee with her mother, stepfather, and 3 siblings. She was a bright young woman, popular, close to her family, with an exciting future ahead of her. Lauren had won a dancing scholarship to college, then changed her mind and transferred to Vol State to study criminal justice. Rather ironically, given how her case became quite sensational, Lauren had plans to go into the CSI field or law enforcement. Her mother, Sherry Smith, would say of Lauren, quote, "She had a knack for science and solving mysteries. She was very intuitive." In mid-July 2015, Lauren told her mother, Sherry, she wanted to go to WakeFest, a 3-day wakeboarding tournament near Nashville, Tennessee, which was basically a wild party on Center Hill Lake. Her mother wasn't keen on the festival or Lauren's choice of companion, Hannah Palmer, who Sherry felt was a fair-weather friend. She couldn't tell her adult daughter what to do, but would later recount, "As a mom, I just really had this bad feeling." Sherry explains how they exchanged big hugs not once, but twice before Lauren drove away. It would be the last time she saw her daughter alive. Hannah and Lauren traveled to WakeFest in high spirits, documenting their trip on social media. Once at the festival, the girls met up with Hannah's new boyfriend, Aaron Lilly, and his friend, Christopher Stout. The 2 young men were thrill seekers and spent the day wakeboarding on the lake. This was Lauren and Christopher's first meeting. Cassie Franks, Lauren's high school friend and Aaron's ex-girlfriend, who was also at WakeFest, recalled Christopher being very flirtatious with Lauren, but she was not reciprocating. This was Lauren's first day at WakeFest, July 25th. Lauren was under the impression that she and Hannah would be staying in a cabin on the lake. However, she soon discovered that the group of 4 would all be sleeping outdoors at a campsite precariously located on a cliff. The cliff near Patesford Marina is a vertigo-inducing 90 feet or 27 meters above the lake on one side, with a 45-foot drop or 13.5 meters down the other. To reach their campsite, the four had to canoe across the lake, then use a rope to pull themselves up the steep cliff. There was a tent for Aaron and Hannah, and a large hammock for Lauren and Christopher to share. Photos of the hammock show it strung up between two trees and literally hanging off the cliff. This photo of Lauren and Christopher in the hammock is believed to be one of the last ever taken of Lauren. The four set up the camp and headed back to the marina for the evening. There were two ways to get back: retracing their steps or jumping from lower down the cliff into the water. There were jagged rocks half submerged in the lake. However, cliff jumping was a regular occurrence at Wakefest, so despite the dangers, the four young people decided to do it. They jumped, and Lauren allegedly hit her head on a rock when she landed in the water, causing her to briefly black out, a sign of a possible concussion. Nevertheless, with a 21-year-old's resilience, Lauren carried on partying. After an evening of drinking, between midnight and 2 a.m., the friends made the perilous journey back to the outcrop where they were staying. Lauren didn't want to go. She asked Cassie if she could stay with Cassie's group instead, but there was no room in that cabin. Lauren's friend Jade was at home when Lauren texted her, asking her to come and get her because she wasn't having a good time. Jade tried to call her back repeatedly, but Wakefest had poor cell phone reception, and her calls never reached Lauren. Hannah, Aaron, and Christopher would tell police they awoke to no sign of Lauren, even though her shoes, cell phone, and other personal belongings were still under the hammock. The three stated they were all drunk when they returned to the campsite, and that Lauren had fallen asleep in the hammock shared with Christopher. They had heard and seen nothing of her after about 3 a.m. At about 4:45 that afternoon, a fisherman and his son were fishing on the lake. In the cove, they spotted a pair of pink shorts and soon discovered Lauren's lifeless body face down in the water. They reported it to Chris Yarchuk, an out-of-town police officer working security at the festival, who immediately headed to the scene. While Yarchuk and the fisherman were trying to retrieve Lauren's body, a canoe paddled past. It was Christopher and Aaron, who Yarchuk claims called over something to the effect of, "Hey, is that our friend?" Ryan Melanson was also working security at the festival. Like Yarchuk, he was an off-duty cop from White County working a side gig. Despite not being from the local force, they both went into investigative mode when faced with a dead body. The policemen had strong doubts about the case and what they themselves had observed during the day she was found. Yarchuk would later state how he noticed a lot of trauma and blood on the back of Lauren's head, on her left side, and her shoulder area. He even noticed what looked like a bite mark on her chest. That's why he suggested the investigating police perform an assault kit on Lauren. Officer Yarchuk showed his skepticism by saying, quote, "I know she didn't drown. People that drown sink. She was floating." Melanson and Yarchuk felt that Lauren's friends didn't make much of an effort to find her. The three said they assumed Lauren had headed back to the marina, even though all of her belongings remained underneath the hammock. When questioned, Hannah, Aaron, and Christopher gave different accounts of what happened, and their stories kept changing. Employees at the marina, Deanna and Harry Elder, also interacted with the two young men and young woman. They found their conduct strange, even unsettling. Harry would recall their whole concern was about going home. At one point, Hannah claimed that Lauren had gotten into a boat with an unknown man, which Deanna knew sounded completely bogus. The local DeKalb County investigators then arrived, questioned festival goers, and examined Lauren's injuries. The autopsy showed that Lauren's body had blunt force trauma, broken fingers, a broken nose, bruising and hemorrhaging on her back and thighs, double the legal limit of alcohol in her bloodstream, but surprisingly, very little water in her lungs. However, theoretically, certain people can drown without water in their lungs, known as dry drowning, although it is quite rare. Nevertheless, DeKalb County authorities ruled Lauren had died from blunt force trauma and possible drowning and closed her case after a 2-month investigation. They decided that Lauren had fallen off the cliff, suffered blunt force trauma, and landed in the water, where she must have drowned. This sounded plausible until you consider the current in the lake was moving away from the cove where Lauren's body was found. There was also so much vegetation down the side of the cliff that she would have invariably gotten tangled up and caught before she reached the water. Strangely, autopsy photos show an odd, downward-pointing triangle imprint on Lauren's chest, exactly the shape of the molded metal tip on the front of Aaron and Christopher's canoe. DeKalb County officers said that this injury matched something in the rescue boat which carried her body to shore, but Yarchuk argued that triangle was a 90-degree angle, not pointing downward. The imprint on Lauren's body also displayed a smaller triangle inside the large triangle, which seemingly did match Aaron and Christopher's canoe. Those who don't buy the official version of how Lauren died believe she may have been dumped from a canoe into the water. If this wasn't the case, then what could have caused the strange imprint? Sherry received a call from DeKalb County alerting her that Lauren was in the hospital, and when she arrived, she was informed of her daughter's death. She was dismayed to be told that Lauren's companions had been questioned and let go. Sherry's dismay turned to anger when she discovered that no one had reported Lauren as missing. In fact, it's understood the three had stayed at the lake that Sunday after Lauren's body was found and continued to party. Chris Stout even posted on Instagram later that day after Lauren's death with a bizarre comment, "Best weekend ever." Sherry would claim that Hannah, who'd been a longtime friend of Lauren's, as well as Aaron and Christopher, never appeared to grieve, mourn, or even shed a tear for her daughter. None of them attended Lauren's funeral, and Hannah left town barely a month after Lauren's death. Feeling let down by the DeKalb County Police, Lauren's family hired private investigator Sheila Wysocki to conduct her own inquiry. Wysocki found something in her autopsy that was never mentioned in the initial report. Lauren had hemorrhaging in her throat. Wysocki said, "I believe something was happening to Lauren and she was either trying to get away or fighting, and that's where her head was hit, blunt force trauma, and I believe that's how she actually died. I believe she went backwards trying to get away, hit her head, and fell down the ledge. She has bruising on her thighs. Her nose is broken, so there are a lot of injuries that absolutely don't add up to a fall off a cliff into the water. She's got broken fingers, which would be consistent with a fall, but it's also consistent with somebody fighting. The significance to me of the bruising on the thighs initially was someone putting their knees on a person, holding them down." With all this evidence of assault, Wysocki was exasperated by the inadequacy of the DeKalb investigation. The list of things the police failed to do was astounding. Firstly, no assault kit was ever ordered. The investigating detective admitted he didn't listen to any 911 calls. Key texts were erased from Lauren's phone, and recordings were never made of interviews with witnesses. And it gets worse. The crime scene wasn't even cordoned off, and the scene was trampled on. It was also not properly searched as a potential crime scene should be, nor was any evidence numbered or bagged, itself a huge breach of police protocol. Furthermore, not a single DNA test was conducted, including any samples taken from under Lauren's fingernails. To this day, Sherry doesn't know what happened to her daughter's backpack, sleeping bag, or any of the clothes she packed for the weekend. So in 2016, Sherry hired former federal prosecutor Alex Little to bring a $10 million lawsuit for wrongful death against Hannah Palmer, Aaron Lilly, and Christopher Stout. All three had to give depositions, but all three chose to plead the fifth. In 2017, a witness came forward about the night of Lauren's death. Chris Brown was with his wife, daughter, and daughter's boyfriend at the marina when they saw a young man swimming toward the dock at midnight. People usually traveled by boat in that part of the lake, so it was very dangerous to swim, especially in the dead of night. The man climbed up on the dock, coughing up water, saying he had nearly drowned searching for his friends. Chris Brown's description of the man and his clothing was a match for Aaron Lilly. This would be damning evidence, however, eyewitnesses saw Lauren leaving the marina alive and well at 2 in the morning. But it's another detail of an eventful night and worth further examination. And yet DeKalb County showed no interest in reopening the investigation, even after Lauren's family and friends presented them with a petition of 10,000 signatures. At this stage, Lauren's family and friends had several theories about what happened to Lauren, and they were frustrated the authorities were pursuing none of them. DeKalb officers always maintained that Lauren got up in the middle of the night, fell off the cliff, and landed injured in the water where she drowned. This all sounded possible apart from the fact the DeKalb officer, Chris Yarchuk, and Sheila Wysocki all performed experiments with a dummy the size and weight of Lauren, which they threw down the cliff repeatedly, none of them managing to land the dummy in the water. Chris Yarchuk even tried the experiment from the middle of the cliff to see if the dummy would make it to the bottom of the cliff. It did not. Even if you accept the police claim that Lauren landed in the water and drowned, as previously mentioned, her body ended up in the cove, despite the current in the lake moving away from this cove. Another theory is that Lauren could have later died from the head injury she sustained when cliff jumping earlier in the day. Did her companions maybe panic and put her in the water to avoid blame, and in doing so cause the strange triangular mark on Lauren's chest? Or did one of the men assault Lauren and kill her to cover their tracks? They both had criminal records, and Aaron Lilly's was for domestic violence. In March 2017, a judge ruled there wasn't enough evidence for Sherry's suit against Hannah to proceed, but the lawsuits against Aaron and Christopher are still ongoing. Aaron and Hannah are now married and living in South Florida, while Christopher Stout is currently in jail for parole violation with 2 pending DUI charges. DeKalb County Sheriff Patrick Ray and District Attorney Bryant Dunaway have refused to reopen the case, but Sheila Wysocki endeavors to keep Lauren's case in the public eye with her podcast, Without Warning. Sherry continues to fight for justice for her daughter, as she says, "I'm her voice. As her mother, I have to be her voice, and I have to pursue the truth, because I owe that to her, right? I'm all she had, and she would expect nothing less from me." That is the mysterious case of Lauren Agee, the 21-year-old woman who died mysteriously at Wakefest in 2015, and her companions who continuously refused to answer questions about that night. Are Aaron Lilly, Christopher Stout, and Hannah Palmer responsible for her death? Or do they at least know what happened to her? What would the DeKalb authorities have discovered if they had investigated her death as meticulously as they should have? Five Mysterious Unsolved Cases, Part 4. On June 4, 2010, 7-year-old Kyron Horman did not return home from his school in Portland, Oregon. The last documented photograph of him shows him smiling happily at a school fair. Within an hour of this photograph being taken, he disappeared and has not been seen since. On the day of his disappearance, he was taken to school by his stepmother, Terry Horman. She stayed with him at the fair, then claims that she watched him walk down the hall to his first class of the day. Kyron, however, was not seen by his teachers and was marked absent for the day. He seemingly disappeared on his walk along the hall. Terry Horman apparently then went about her normal routine before posting pictures on Facebook at around 1 p.m. on the same day. These pictures showed Kyron at the school fair. When Terry and Kyron's father, Kane, walked to the bus stop to meet Kyron after school, he was not on the bus. The bus driver reported that Kyron had not boarded the bus, and his teachers claimed that he had been marked absent for the full day. Suspicion was of course aimed at Terry, though nothing could be proven. The family gardener later told police that Terry had offered him a lot of money to murder her husband. This speculation could not be confirmed, but the couple were later divorced, and Kane took out a restraining order on his ex-wife. Kyron's biological mother, Desiree Young, attempted to file a lawsuit against Terry in her belief that Terry was responsible for the disappearance of her son. This lawsuit was later dropped. Kyron's family continued to search for him and have set up a website in his honor. It lists many of his favorite foods, movies, hobbies, and more. Since his disappearance, Kane has built a wall of hope for his son, a public place where people are able to pray for his safety. Terry, who initially failed a polygraph test after the disappearance of Kyron, believes that the boy was kidnapped from school. In televised interviews, she denies any responsibility. The case remains unsolved. On March 31, 2006, 27-year-old Ohio State medical student Brian Schaefer was drinking at a bar with friends from whom he later became separated. He was seen on CCTV at around 2 a.m. talking to two girls outside of the same bar before re-entering the building. This is the last recorded footage of him. What makes this case particularly strange is that there was only one public entrance to this bar, the very same one at which he had earlier been recorded on CCTV. These cameras do not show him leaving the building at any other point, and investigators are unable to determine if and how he ever left the bar. All other exits seem unlikely and inexplicable means of leaving the building. All people who met with Brian that evening were asked to take a polygraph test. Meredith Reed, a friend, and Brian's father both passed their tests, as did other people. Strangely, Brian's friend William Florence, with whom Brian was drinking that night, refused to take a test. None of these tests could lead detectives to any conclusions. One theory is that Brian may have entered the bar and changed clothes in order to disguise himself from cameras. At the time, he had been grieving for his mother, who had died the previous month. Some speculate that he wanted to escape in order to cope with the grieving process. Since he has yet to return, this seems somewhat unlikely. Other theorists claim that he was perhaps killed inside of the bar or murdered by the infamous smiley face killer, while some propose that he may have left via a staff-only exit and met his demise on the way home. Another more unusual theory is that he left out the staff-only exit, then decided to play around on the construction site to the rear of the building. Proponents of this theory claim that during this messing around he may have died, only for his death to be covered up by construction workers. All of these theories, however, seem strange at worst and speculative at best. The case continues. On March 22, 2011, British Disney cruise ship worker Rebecca Coriam was recorded on CCTV in the crew lounge of the ship on which she was working as a youth counselor. She was employed on the ship after having passed a rigorous interview process in which hundreds of others were also competing for the job. The footage from the cruise ship shows her at around 5:45 a.m., talking on one of the ship's internal telephones, visibly distressed and disturbed by the conversation. During the phone call, a male crew member approached Rebecca and asked if she was okay. Rebecca responded with, "Yeah, fine," before hanging up and walking away. This is the last time she was seen alive. The alarm was raised once Rebecca didn't turn up for her shift at 9 a.m. the same day. A thorough search of the cruise ship, Disney Wonder, was carried out, but the 24-year-old could not be located. Disney claims that the CCTV footage was taken from Deck 5 and believe that she was thrown overboard after a freak wave. However, the footage states that it was actually taken from Deck 1, which may suggest that she was heading to the nearby medical center. In the footage, Rebecca inexplicably appears to be wearing men's clothing. It is not known who she was talking to on the phone, though some suggest that she was involved in more than one difficult romantic relationship. Many people theorize that she may still be alive. A few weeks after her disappearance, Rebecca's mother received an email to say that there had been suspicious activity on Rebecca's bank account, while Rebecca's uncle claims that the password to her Facebook account was changed. Around a year after her disappearance, a woman contacted Rebecca's family, claiming that she was 85% sure that she had seen the missing woman walking with a dark-haired man in Venice. In October 2011, journalist John Ronson journeyed on the ship from which Rebecca disappeared and spoke to several of her colleagues. All of these colleagues claim that Rebecca fell overboard, and many suggested and implied that the footage does indeed exist of her falling from the ship. One colleague said that everyone knows that this is the truth, while another claimed Disney knows exactly what happened. Everything here is taped. There's CCTV everywhere. Disney has the tape. On the day after her disappearance, Disney had placed flowers at one of the points at which she may have fallen overboard, further fueling this theory. Strangely, after her disappearance, Disney gave Rebecca's parents a pair of flip-flops which they claimed belonged to her. These flip-flops, however, were inscribed with the wrong name and the wrong cabin number. Other theorists claim that Rebecca may have committed suicide, though her family strongly disputes this. Investigators have not yet reached a fulfilling conclusion. On October 10, 2014, 37-year-old Rico Harris, a former Harlem Globetrotter, mysteriously went missing. Rico had decided that he wanted to start a new life with his fiancée Jennifer in Seattle. The previous day, he visited his family in Alhambra, California, to pick up some of his belongings and to say goodbye before finalizing the move. He had been searching for work in the Seattle area and managed to get a job interview which was scheduled for the next day. Just after midnight, he left his mother's home and began the 1,000-mile road trip. Rico spoke to Jennifer on the phone throughout the night and mentioned that he was feeling tired. At around 8 a.m., his mother called and he explained that he was planning on stopping briefly in Sacramento for food and a nap. Around the same time, his fiancée tried calling him, but there was no answer. She decided not to continue calling as she knew he was tired. At 10:44 a.m., Jennifer received a text from Rico which said, "Sorry I missed your call. I'm doing well, thinking about you." This was the last time anyone heard from him. 2 days later, his car was found in an isolated rest area by a Yolo County deputy sheriff. Its battery was dead and it had run out of gas. Inside the car were various papers, CDs, and credit cards, all of which were scattered around. Although he stood at 206 centimeters and weighed 300 pounds, there was no confirmed sightings of him in the area, and investigations did not discover either him or his body. Many sightings were alleged, but none could be validated. One of these sightings reported seeing him at a barrier near the roadside. Investigators were able to find his backpack, which was found about 1,500 feet from the location at which he was believed to make his final call. Inside the backpack was Rico's cell phone and jumper cables. Strangely, officers found a number of photographs on his phone, including a selfie of Harris standing in front of a Yolo County road sign. The cell phone also included some videos, which were seemingly taken unintentionally. Eerily, these videos showed Harris tearing papers, singing along to music, and tossing CDs around his car. These videos were taken on the evening of October 10th, the night on which he disappeared. Rico had a history of alcohol and drug abuse, so some speculate that he may have taken a combination of drugs before wandering into the woods and getting lost. Investigators also have reason to believe that he may have returned to the site a week after he went missing. In the early hours of September 24, 2016, 23-year-old British Royal Air Force Regiment gunner Corey McKeague went missing during a night out drinking with friends in Bury St. Edmunds, England. He was asked to leave a bar by a doorman who claimed he was too drunk. He was then spotted in a fast food restaurant before CCTV later caught him wandering on the street at 3:25 a.m. More CCTV footage seems to suggest that he spent some time sleeping in a doorway during these hours. These pieces of CCTV footage are his last known sightings. Investigators discovered that, on the morning of his disappearance, McKeague's phone moved 12 miles in 28 minutes, which heavily implies that he, or his phone, were at some point in a vehicle. One major theory speculates that his body was placed into a garbage truck before then being dumped at a landfill site. McKeague's phone received signal at this landfill site 90 minutes after he was last seen on CCTV. However, there are conflicting reports about the weight of the cargo inside of the truck, so this theory can neither be confirmed nor denied. Police are still investigating this landfill site in an attempt to find his body. Later in the investigation, the back of a phone was found at the area at which McKeague was last thought to be detected, though it could not be confirmed whether or not this phone belonged to him. Some investigators have claimed that the area in which McKeague disappeared from was so densely covered with CCTV that it would be impossible to leave on foot undetected, almost confirming speculation that he entered, or was forcibly placed into, a vehicle in order to leave the area. Earlier in the year, a British Air Force member was the victim of a kidnapping attempt, and some have drawn parallels between the cases. The investigations continue. Five Mysterious Unsolved Cases, Part 5. On April 1, 2014, Dutch students Chris Kramers and Lisanne Froon mysteriously disappeared while hiking in the popular mountains of Boquete, Panama. The two girls reportedly were walking alone, but were accompanied by a dog named Blue, who was owned by the family with which the girls were staying. Allegedly, this host family became alarmed later that evening when Blue returned home without the girls. Despite this, it took around 3 days for authorities to begin an official search. The girls took with them only a small amount of supplies, including a camera. Photographs recovered on this camera show the girls hiking, smiling, and seemingly heading off trail on a route that is designed not for tourists or hikers, but for indigenous people. This trail is, however, fairly clear and easy to follow. Photographs found on the camera also include a large number of mysterious, disturbing, and unclear images, which were taken 7 days after the girls disappeared. These pictures include an image of what appears to be Kramer's bloodied head. The camera was given to authorities along with the girls' shared backpack and its contents. It was handed to them by a local tribeswoman 9 weeks after the girls disappeared. The backpack also contained 2 bras, 2 pairs of sunglasses, 2 cell phones, and $83 in cash. Logs from the cell phones show that they were used to call emergency services on April 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. The cell phones were also used to check signal on the following 3 days before being disused until April 11th. On the 11th, signal was checked again on the phone belonging to Kramers. Though no PIN was entered, then the phone was switched off. In August, after extensive searches, authorities eventually found bone fragments of the girls near where their backpack was found. They found 33 fragments. 2 of these belonged to Kramers. 28 belonged to Froon, and 3 could not be identified. Froon's left foot was discovered still in its shoe. Officially, authorities say that the girls died by falling. They speculate that Kramers died first, which accounts for photographs of her bloodied head, and that Froon, after trying to leave her friend's body in a discoverable location, then later fell in a different place. The case, however, has many suspicious and alarming details. Firstly, only a relatively small amount of the girls' bones and clothes have ever been found. The bone fragments show no evidence of a fall or contact with animals, and their remains are far too decomposed to account for natural decomposition in such relatively cool weather. Some of the bones are also believed to have been bleached. Perhaps most strangely, there was a photograph deleted from the girl's camera. This photograph is non-recoverable, which implies that it may have been deleted using a computer. The contents of this photograph remain unknown. A number of photos have also not been released to the public. Although the authorities maintain that the girls died in a simple hiking accident, other investigators aren't so sure. In the last 8 years, around 25 unsolved killings and disappearances have occurred in the same region. Most of them happened after the girls went missing. JonBenet Ramsey was a 6-year-old beauty pageant queen who was found dead in the basement of her parents' home in 1996. She died in the early hours of December 26th. A garrote, which had been used to strangle her, was tied around her neck. She had most likely been sexually assaulted, and she had suffered a fractured skull from a heavy blow to the head. Duct tape covered her mouth, nylon cord was found around her wrists, and her body was covered in a white blanket. Her body was discovered only a few hours after Ramsey's mother, who was herself a former beauty queen, called authorities to report that she had found a 3-page ransom note in the family home. This ransom note demanded $118,000 from the family for their daughter's safe return. It contains many spelling errors, many strange phrases, and lots of unusual demands. The note was written on paper belonging to the family and was signed with the initials SBTC. When Ramsey's father found her body, he immediately moved it upstairs, irrevocably altering the crime scene. Strangely, Ramsey's mother claims that the clothes worn by the body of her daughter were not the same clothes which she was wearing for bed the previous night. The parents were initially considered as the main suspects in the case, along with Ramsey's 9-year-old brother, Burke, as there was no real evidence of a break-in at the family home. All 3 have since been officially exonerated. Investigators now believe that an intruder did indeed commit the crime. There had been many burglaries and sexual assaults in the nearby region at the time. In 2000, a local man named Gary Oliva was arrested on drug charges and was found carrying a photograph of JonBenet in his backpack. He explained that the reason he had the photo was because he was deeply touched by the case. A friend of Oliva's claimed that he had received a phone call a day after the murder, where Oliva said, quote, "I hurt a little girl. I hurt a little girl." However, Oliva's DNA did not match the DNA found at the crime scene. John Mark Carr, a former elementary school teacher, was arrested in Bangkok and confessed to the crime, but his DNA also did not match anything found at the crime scene. His confession is considered to be false. During the autopsy, pineapple was found in the stomach of Ramsey's body, but her parents cannot remember feeding pineapple to their daughter. The significance of this strange anomaly remains unknown. After all these years, the bizarre case still remains unsolved. Some still adamantly believe that the break-in claim is a lie, and there was instead a cover-up by the Ramsey parents and brother. Another wacky theory states that JonBenet Ramsey never died, and she is still in fact living, as a world-famous pop singer under the name of Katy Perry, but we're not so sure. "45-year-old fitness instructor Terry Missy Beavers was found murdered in a Texas church on April 18, 2016. She was at the church to prepare and lead one of her regular exercise classes. Her body, which was discovered by one of her students just before 5 a.m., had a number of brutal puncture wounds to the head and chest. Several of the church doors and windows had been damaged and broken. CCTV footage shows an unidentified person walking through the church just moments before the murder. Strangely and somewhat disturbingly, this person was wearing SWAT gear. In the footage, they can be seen casually vandalizing the church with a hammer. The person's walk has led some to believe that the mysterious figure is a female, though this, of course, cannot be confirmed. Investigators have established that the injuries on Beaver's body were most likely inflicted with a hammer. In the period leading up to the murder, Missy had been suffering from financial problems and marital issues, though her husband denies any role in the murder. She had also allegedly received a creepy and strange message on social networking site LinkedIn from an unknown male. During the investigation, Beaver's father-in-law was questioned by police after taking a woman's bloodied shirt to a dry cleaner. He claims that these stains were the result of a fight between his dog and another, which was confirmed by a local veterinarian. In this video, footage of Beaver's father-in-law and the person in the CCTV footage have been placed side by side. Many people believe that the two walks look very similar, with some stating they look identical. What do you think? Investigators have not yet identified the figure shown in the CCTV images. They are working based on the official assumption that Beavers walked in on a robbery in progress, which unfortunately led to her death. However, this is just a theory, and the case remains unsolved. At 1 p.m. on February 13, 2017, 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German were dropped off by a family member at an old bridge in Delphi, Indiana, to go on a short hike. They were given instructions to return to the bridge at 5:30 p.m. When they did not return, they were reported missing. The following day, their dead bodies were discovered on the trail. They were located only around 1 kilometer from where they had originally been dropped off. Just after 2 p.m. on the day of their disappearance, German eerily uploaded 2 pictures to Snapchat. One of these simply showed Williams hiking happily along the bridge. The other picture ominously showed a man following the 2 girls on their hike. It is believed that this man is the killer of the girls, and that German took this picture in order to help police discover him in case of their deaths. A disturbing audio file was also found on German's cell phone, in which the alleged killer can be heard calmly and quietly saying the 3 words, "Down the hill."
Downhill. 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 Downhill.
The exact significance of this phrase is unknown. Authorities have confirmed that this footage is longer in its entirety, but contains disturbing content which is not suitable for public release. Up to now, police have received around 20,000 tips from the public, but have been unable to find the killer. They have also released an e-fit of his face. Autopsies have been undertaken, but police have not yet revealed how the girls were killed, what wounds they had, and whether any weapons were used. Speculation surrounding the case is of course rife, with some guessing that the case may be linked to the murders of Lyric Cook and Elizabeth Collins, 2 young girls who were murdered in 2012 while hiking in Evansdale, Iowa. Some have also speculated that the man who owns the land on which the girls were hiking may be involved. This man is currently serving time in jail for drunk driving charges. The theories continue, as does the investigation. On September 7, 2015, Minnesota resident Corrine McCabe received a strange and disturbing voicemail message from her husband, Henry McCabe. It was sent around 2:30 a.m. In the voicemail, growls, groans, and moans can be heard, along with a voice that appears to say, "Stop it." The message then abruptly ends. The 32-year-old man was reported missing the following day. According to some sources, he was last captured on CCTV cameras at a gas station where his friend, William Kennedy, had dropped him off. They, and perhaps some others, had been drinking together at a club in Spring Lake Park. Kennedy had allegedly taken McCabe's wallet in order to stop him from buying more alcohol. According to Kennedy, McCabe had asked to be dropped off at the gas station instead of at home. But what is particularly strange is that the gas station is in the opposite direction of where McCabe lives. His apparent motive for wanting to be dropped off there remains unknown. When Kennedy spoke to the police, he initially gave inaccurate information about where he had dropped off McCabe and inaccurate information about other key details, though as of now, his involvement in the case is not being considered as suspicious. McCabe had also called his brother that night and left a voicemail, but this audio has not been released to the public. McCabe's body was found 6 miles away from the gas station, around 8 weeks later, floating in a lake. The autopsy revealed that he had drowned, though investigators have left the case open, largely due to the disturbing sounds in the voicemail. Speaking to reporters, McCabe's wife, Kareen, said, "I try to picture where he was, what it might have been like, what circumstances would have made him sound like that." There are many inconsistencies in the case, including how many people McCabe had been clubbing with, whether or not he had possession of the keys to his home, and why he was dropped off at the gas station. The exact involvement of Kennedy and McCabe's other friends remains largely unknown. Henry McCabe was a husband and father of 2, and seemingly had no reason to end his own life. Some people believe that the bizarre voicemail sounds like he may have been attacked by some kind of animal, while others believe that it sounds like he was hit with a taser or a stun gun. However, no one can be sure of the truth. The case continues. Thanks for watching. Please leave a rating and subscribe to see more videos like this. Also, please remember to click the bell icon to make sure that you never miss an upload from us. When you think of dangerous and life-threatening jobs, real estate agent is not likely to come up high on the list. And yet, at the cost of her life, Lindsay Buziak learned this brutal and shocking reality about her occupation on February 2nd, 2008. In this video, we'll take a look at the details of the startling and cruel murder of Lindsay Buziak, which 11 years later remains just as baffling as when the investigation began. No discussion of an unsolved murder case would be complete without the speculative theories proposed by investigators and web sleuths alike. We'll be comparing some of the most intriguing. Lindsay grew up in and around the community of Victoria, British Columbia. At the age of 24, she was a bright, friendly, and attractive brunette. Working in real estate, she was a natural and logical choice for someone with her charm and kind demeanor. Her relationship with successful realtor Jason Zylo only made her promising future that much more suitable. Loved by family and friends, her father Jeff and mother Evelyn described her as popular and caring, which makes the mysterious circumstances of her unsolved murder that much more appalling. The chain of events begins with Lindsay receiving a phone call in late January 2008 from a woman requesting to be shown a home. Nothing is too suspicious about this on its own. However, a couple of odd details stood out to Lindsay. For one, the caller needed this new home urgently. She wanted Lindsay to show her a home and to purchase this place within 2 days of the couple's arrival in Victoria. Odder still was the excessive budget of $1 million. Lindsay also noted something was off about the caller's accent, something she described as a bit Spanish, but not really. The mystery caller also had reached Lindsay on her personal cell phone, a number not visible or known to new clients. Lindsay saw no reason not to go forward with the showing. However, she was not shy about her doubts and uneasy feelings. She voiced these concerns to her boyfriend, Jason. He encouraged her to move forward with securing the sale. After all, clients who were prepared to readily spend $1 million were precisely the sort of people an up-and-coming realtor should be excited to do business with. However, still feeling unsettled, Lindsay convinced Jason to go to the showing and wait outside just in case something off-putting took place. It didn't take long for Lindsay to find the perfect property for the couple. A 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom home at 1702 De Sousa Place in the affluent suburb of Saanich, BC. It was completely vacant and move-in ready. Both specified preferences of the mysterious buyers. Lindsay confirmed a time with the woman for Saturday, February 2nd at 5:30 p.m. The client, again with a phony Spanish accent that caused Lindsay to nickname the couple the Mexicans, confirmed the appointment, but mentioned her husband would not be coming and she would meet Lindsay alone. The day of the showing, Lindsay and Jason enjoyed a late lunch together at a restaurant called Sauce, a familiar meeting place where Lindsay was friends with her server. She once again expressed her concern to Jason. Despite the possibility of a fantastic commission on the sale, the situation still made her feel unsafe. Nevertheless, they agreed to go to the showing in separate vehicles and paid the tab for the meal at 4:29 p.m. While Lindsay went home to change, Jason stopped by an auto shop to pick up a friend. CCTV cameras recorded Jason's pit stop at 5:30 p.m. At this rate, Jason was already late for the showing, and he texted his girlfriend to let her know he was running behind schedule. She responded on her personal BlackBerry with, "Okay, I'll see you in a bit. I gotta go. The Mexicans are here." This would be the last text Lindsay ever typed out. What happens next is a series of events strung together by cell tower records, eyewitness accounts, and video surveillance. At 5:38 p.m., Jason responds with another update, just a couple of minutes away, which chillingly remained unread and unopened. Jason and his friend purportedly arrive on the cul-de-sac street around 5:45 p.m., where he told investigators he saw the front door open and a dark-haired man standing with his back to Jason's vehicle. Sticking to his plan of parking outside the home, he and his friend remain parked across the street for about 10 minutes. According to Jason, he felt he was being too overbearing and nosy, so he drove the vehicle further away to Torquay Drive, still within view of the house, and waited another 10 minutes. A few minutes earlier, before Jason arrived, eyewitnesses at De Sousa Place observe a woman with short blonde hair and a brightly colored pink, black, and white dress, and a tall, dark-haired man in a tan-colored jacket speaking to Lindsay in the driveway of the property. Lindsay accessed the lockbox and entered the home at 5:29 p.m., according to the timestamp on the device. Lindsay's BlackBerry pocket-dialed a call to a random number in her contacts at 5:41 p.m. This is around the time investigators estimated the mysterious couple attacked Lindsay. Inside the home, the crime scene tells the story of Lindsay's final horrifying minutes. The young woman had been stabbed more than 40 times. Her injuries suggest she was attacked from behind and by surprise, as there are no defensive wounds present. There was also no sign she had been robbed or sexually assaulted. The terrible mutilation that occurred suggested to investigators that whoever had carried out and orchestrated this crime wanted very badly to hurt and kill Lindsay, probably for very personal reasons. Her body was discovered after Jason texted her, "Are you okay?" and did not receive a response. Leaving his vehicle, he attempted to enter through the front door but found it locked. Looking through the panes of glass in the door, Jason saw Lindsay's pair of shoes. This strange and unnerving sight prompted him to call 911 at 6:05 p.m. as his friend searched for another point of entry. The friend found a way in through the backyard, and Jason hung up the phone to join him. The two men made their way up to the second-floor master bedroom to find Lindsay in a pool of her own blood. Jason's companion phoned 911 again. The time is 6:11 p.m. By this point, emergency responders arrived and paramedics pronounced Lindsay dead at the scene. A number of details suddenly appear strange and unsettling under scrutiny, and new revelations and possible connections have produced many theories over the past 11 years. In their investigation, Saanich police discovered the following. Regarding the couple, it was discovered that the phone used to make the initial call to Lindsay was purchased in Vancouver months before the murder and had only been used to contact Lindsay. In fact, the suspected burner phone was only activated for use in January, registered under the false name of Paulo Rodriguez. Even more suspicious, the phone has not been used since Lindsay's murder. The crime scene produced no DNA evidence or fingerprints, and the murder weapon was never recovered. These facts lead investigators and followers of the case to believe that the couple that murdered Lindsay were professionals carrying out the heinous deed for someone else, someone close to Lindsay who had intimate knowledge of her life and workplace. Fingers were quickly pointed to Jason and his friend taken into Saanich police custody at the crime scene and separated for interrogation. Both men were cleared thanks to the CCTV footage confirming their location at the auto shop before arriving at D'Souza Place. Additionally, Jason passed a polygraph test. This level of cooperation seems fitting, except for the fact that Jason has refused to this day to provide a DNA sample. This fact, coupled with a few other unsettling coincidences, have convinced several members of the public that Jason Zylo is not as innocent as he seems. For one, several avid followers of the case, including Jeff Buziak, Lindsay's father, question Jason's decision to remain in his car even after seeing the male suspect in the front door and not receiving any more texts from Lindsay. As if that were not enough, circumstances within the wealthy Zylo family suggest that Lindsay could have been privy to information that her boyfriend's family may not have wanted her to know, such as possible shady financial dealings and longtime friendships with local black sheep personalities. Unrelated to the Zylo family, and perhaps the biggest curveball connection associated with the case, is the theory that Lindsay was murdered for her alleged connection to a drug cartel. Perhaps not coincidentally, Lindsay reached out to a friend of her ex-boyfriend on a trip to Calgary just weeks before, and that same friend would later be arrested and charged with drug trafficking in what authorities have called the largest drug bust in Alberta, Canada's history. The friend, a man named Erickson Del Alcazar, was arrested on January 22, 2008, as a major conspirator and trafficker in the drug cartel. Could this connection to a dangerous criminal be what cost Lindsay her life? Prominent investigators Yolanda McCrary and Dwayne Stanton disagree. In their statements made on the NBC Dateline episode about her murder, the seasoned detectives have made statements suggesting the brutal nature of the stabbing rules out the possibility of a routine drug-related hit. Instead, they say the brutality indicates that this was a personal, emotionally charged murder. Despite years without answers and no arrests for the murder, Saanich police have yet to declare this homicide a cold case and have not requested the assistance of outside investigators. This is alarming, considering the fact the mysterious couple is still at large and have not been seen since. Jeff Busiak, Lindsay's devoted father, has turned the search for his daughter's killer into an unyielding daily undertaking, making public appearances on news, popular crime television shows, and on Dr. Phil. Jeff also runs a forum-style website called lindsaybusiakmurder.com, where the public can submit tips and discuss theories. The case was shaken up on this very website when an anonymous person posted the following in August of 2017. Quote, "I killed Lindsay, and stupid cops will never prove it. Cut the phony investigation, it's done. Go home, losers, forget about her. The street always rules. Bitch die every day." The legitimacy of this post is, of course, speculative. Lindsay's name has been misspelled, and in the age of the internet, many people are not above this kind of attention-seeking behavior. This past February, Jeff's friends and family commemorated Lindsay's death with an annual walk of remembrance, a yearly reminder of the tragic and cruel crime that was committed, and of the many years that have passed as it remains unsolved. What are your thoughts on the Lindsay Busiak murder? Was she killed by a vengeful and controlling boyfriend, a victim of association with a dangerous drug cartel, or do the facts presented tell a different story entirely? Five Mysterious Unsolved Cases, Part 6. On May 14, 2008, 19-year-old Brandon Swanson disappeared at around 2 a.m. To celebrate the final day of their classes, Brandon and his classmates held a party. On the way back from the festivities, at around midnight, Brandon accidentally drove into a ditch with his vehicle and became stuck. He allegedly only had a couple of drinks, not enough to account for poor driving or disorientation. After attempting to contact friends to no avail, Brandon called his father. He informed his father that he was well and safe. He told his parents that he was close to the town of Lind, a short commute from Marshall, Minnesota, where the three family members lived. His parents drove to the location and flashed their headlights to alert Brandon's attention. He reported being unable to see their lights. Brandon then flashed his lights, but his parents too were unable to see anything. Throughout this entire period, Brandon and his father were in communication via their cell phones. Brandon then made the decision to walk to a friend's house in Lind. He remained on the telephone with his father. During the call, he allegedly crossed fields as a shortcut. After around 47 minutes of speaking to one another, his father heard Brandon say, "Oh sh*," before the line went dead. His parents claim that it sounded as if Brandon had slipped, fell, or dropped his phone. Brian Swanson tried to call his son back several times, but the line rang out. He then searched for his son, but could find no trace of him. Authorities were able to locate Brandon's car via cell phone records. Oddly, the car was nowhere near where Brandon had reported it to be. It was, in fact, 20 miles north of his alleged location. The farmland and woods in the area all look very similar, which could explain his confusion. Strangely, some sources also claim that all of Brandon's car doors were left open. Searches of the nearby Yellow Medicine River have failed to produce any clues, and only one potential scent has been found, a 6-mile trip from Brandon's last known location. Partially because of where and when he disappeared, police have been unable to uncover any clues or evidence. Rainy weather can tamper with crime scenes, and much of the surrounding land is privately owned by farmers, so cannot be searched without a warrant. The search for Brandon has included hundreds of volunteers, along with sniffer dogs, airplanes, and helicopters. Bizarrely, Brandon had driven home on small gravel roads instead of opting for the more direct route along Highway 68. It is unknown why he drove this route in particular. Most theorists speculate that Brandon either drowned after falling into the river or froze to death when trying to find shelter on farmland. Others fear that he may have been kidnapped or murdered, or decided to fake his own disappearance. However, the case remains unsolved. In the fall of 2011, 26-year-old Emma Philippoff moved to Victoria, BC from Perth, Ontario. By November 2012, she went missing, never to be seen again. During the latter part of this period, she began sleeping at Sandy Merriman House, a shelter for vulnerable and impoverished women. She had also purchased a van, which she used for both transport and as accommodation. On November 23rd, Emma called her mother to announce that she wanted to return home. Teary and upset, she continued to call her mother in the period leading up to November 28th. During their final call at 4:30 a.m., she told her mother, quote, "I don't know how I can face you," and "Don't come, Mom, not today." When her mother decided to do just that, arriving at 11 p.m., she found her daughter wasn't in the shelter. No one has heard from her since. Friends reported that she had been feeling stressed and upset, claiming that, according to Emma, an unknown figure had been harassing and worrying her. Journal entries written by Emma referenced that she may have had a stalker. She had reportedly become distant and frightened, with an apparent aversion to non-female company. According to her own writing and shelter staff, she was isolated, paranoid, depressed, and felt a compulsion to escape. On the day of her disappearance, Emma visited the same 7-Eleven store on 2 separate occasions. The first time she purchased a $200 prepaid credit card. The second time she purchased a prepaid cell phone. CCTV images show her peering out of the store windows into the parking lot. She appears to be looking for someone or something. CCTV from a YMCA in Victoria, shot 5 days before her disappearance, shows Emma entering and leaving the building multiple times within a 14-minute period. She looks as if she may be avoiding someone. After calling a cab to pick her up from near the shelter, Emma asked to be driven to the airport. She then changed her mind, claiming to have insufficient money, asking instead to be dropped off in the exact same spot she was picked up. Becoming paranoid after hearing the cab dispatch radio, she allegedly asked the driver, quote, "Why is there noise coming out of that?" Minutes later, she was seen standing barefoot on a street corner. The acquaintance who spotted her, Dennis Quay, claimed that she was looking shifty and paranoid, and that she was constantly looking around her. He then called the police, who spoke with her in person outside of the Empress Hotel, but decided that she was not a threat to herself or anyone else. She told officers that she was not suicidal. They released her. This was her last known sighting. Her van was found in the parking lot of the Chateau Victoria Hotel and included many of her essential belongings, including her passport and laptop. 2 potential suspects are linked to the case. One man, a driver of a white van, attempted to use Emma's prepaid credit card at a gas station. He claimed to have found it by the side of the road. Another man, named Julian Huard, was a former friend of Emma. Julian had previously, via his own admission, been stalking Emma in her original hometown of Perth. After she moved from Perth to Victoria, he did so too, a few months later. He was allegedly infatuated with Emma. Both of these suspects were questioned, polygraphed, and released. In May 2014, a man entered a clothes store in British Columbia holding one of Emma's missing person posters. He told an employee that Emma was his girlfriend, claiming that rather than being missing, she simply wanted to be left alone. CCTV footage of this encounter was released to the public to no avail. In 2016, Emma's brother and mother were found guilty of money laundering in addition to drug and weapons offenses. This case is thought to be completely separate from Emma's disappearance. Speculation around what happened to Emma include theories related to suicide, homicide, kidnapping, and a planned escape. However, no one can be sure of the truth. In 2014, experienced hiker Kenny Veach posted a comment on YouTube about a mysterious cave he'd found in the Nevada desert. He claimed that the cave, located near Nellis Air Force Base, was shaped like a perfect capital M and, upon entry, had caused his body to intensely and violently vibrate. Terrified and confused, he then left the area. Not prepared to be beaten, he set out to relocate the cavern and explore it further. He claimed that this was the only cave he'd ever feared, but that he was determined to find it. He was not a man to be scared easily, often hiking in dangerous territory with meager supplies. He had also had plenty of experience handling deadly wild animals. In a video he filmed on the second hike, he oddly claimed that he was being watched by a mysterious black ram. In this trip, he was unable to find the cave. Fired up by YouTube users and his own sense of adventure, he decided to try again, this time arming himself with a gun. One anonymous YouTube user told Kenny in a comment, quote, "No, don't go back there. If you find that cave entrance, don't go in. If you do, you won't get out." Despite the dangers, he set out on November 10th. He never returned. A search could only find his cell phone, which was discovered near an abandoned mine shaft. He had been carrying no GPS, as was his custom while hiking. Speculation around his fate is rife. Most claim that he may simply have fallen victim to the elements. His hikes indeed were intense, with Kenny himself claiming that it often took his body 3 days or more to recover from these arduous treks. This hike in particular was harsh, remote, unpredictable, and replete with danger. He may also have committed suicide. He and his family suffered from a history of depression and mental illness. He had reportedly told his girlfriend that, if he decided to commit suicide, no one would be able to find him. Others speculate that he may have ran from his life to start afresh somewhere new. The most interesting speculation is based on Kenny's claims of the cave's effect on his body. Nellis Air Force Base is linked to many odd conspiracy theories of military experiments, subterranean tunnels, and secret research projects. Area 51, the most famous top-secret military base, is itself relatively close to the site. The bizarre case remains a mystery. In 2017, 27-year-old Polish woman Magdalena Żuk embarked on a solo vacation to Egypt and never returned home. Magdalena had previously booked a stay at a resort in Marsa Alam for her and her boyfriend Marcus, whose passport, unknown to Magdalena, had expired. She therefore set off on April 25th to take the trip alone, after unsuccessfully attempting to sell the tickets over Facebook. From the beginning of the trip, she mysteriously sent odd messages to her family. These included questions such as, "Where are you?" and requests including, "Come to me." The messages were sent from the cell phone of Mahmoud K., an employee of a travel agency. Her own phone was switched off. Magdalena eventually called her family. While talking with her sister, she purportedly claimed that someone had put something in her drink and she was speaking incoherently. On Friday morning, just over 48 hours after her arrival, tourists found her unconscious in her hotel. Staff recorded her and sent the footage to her family. The video shows Magdalena curled up in a ball. She was then taken to a local hospital. Upon arrival, one doctor claimed that they were unable to treat mental illness. Another later claimed that she would not leave the car, but footage shows her walking towards the hospital. However, she was not treated there. On Saturday, Magdalena was escorted by a hotel staff member to an airport. She was refused the right to board as she was considered to be too ill. Some reports claim that she was screaming, shouting, and taking off her clothes. Upon returning to the hotel, the staff would not allow her to check in. She could not find an alternate hotel. Staff from the original hotel then placed Magdalena on a video call with her boyfriend. In the video, Magdalena utters a number of strange and disturbing statements.
Myszko, powiedz mi, co się stało. Skarbie? Nie bój się, powiedz mi, co się stało, proszę cię. Madziu moja. Aniołku, nie bój się, powiedz mi, co się dzieje. Powiedz mi, nic się nie bój.
هنشوف هي لسه يعني لو كده هي مثلا صاحبها دوت بيكلمك بيهديها بيقول لها اسكن لغايه لما اجي انا بكره فهي شكلها هتهدى وهتدخل بقى اللي هو الفندق فاكره ان هي مثلا هتعمل حاجه ولا اي حاجه.
Skarbie, Maciek cię zabierze, dobrze? Rozumiesz? Skarbie, słuchasz mnie? Pamiętasz Maćka Solczaka? Tego z brodą? To on po ciebie przyjedzie. On będzie po ciebie rano. Dobrze? Myszko? Ale co robią? Co robią? Powiedz mi. Zabierzemy cię. Maciek już po ciebie leci, ale co oni robią? Kochanie, nie bój się mówić. Słucham? Możesz mówić, śmiało, mów do mnie. Mów do mnie, kochanie, i nie bój się. Myszko, ja będę miał na to dowód. Ja to mam nagrywane na drugim telefonie. Powiedz mi, co się tam stało. Nie bój się, tylko mi powiedz. Ja muszę to mieć nagrane. Kochanie, ja jutro po ciebie będzie jutro po ciebie Maciek, tylko mi powiedz, co się stało. Co się stało? Powiedz mi, proszę cię. Słucham? Wrócisz stąd. Wrócisz. Kochanie, co się stało? Powiedz mi, co się stało.
Nie mogę mówić, przepraszam.
Musisz powiedzieć mi, skarbie, proszę cię. Ale powiedz mi, ja to muszę wiedzieć. Ja to muszę wiedzieć, żeby cię chronić, rozumiesz? Powiedz mi, proszę cię.
After being questioned by her boyfriend further, Magdalena mysteriously utters the letter M as a response. The significance of this is unknown. The letter could refer to Marcus, her boyfriend, Mahmoud, Magdalena herself, or something else entirely.
Co się stało? Mów. Powiedz śmiało, szybko, będziemy mieli to z głowy.
M.
Co M?
M.
Co M? Powiedz mi, nie bój się. Popatrz się na mnie i mi powiedz.
Markus.
Myszko.
Markus. Cześć. Markus. Halo.
No, słucham.
Witam.
Halo.
Wydaje mi to strata czasu. Ja będę dzwonił teraz znowu do ambasady tutaj w Egipcie, dobrze?
No dobrze, a możesz poprosić Magdę, żeby włączyła telefon?
Magda, włączy telefon, bo Markus chce dzwonić do ciebie. Włączy twój telefon, proszę. Daj teraz, okej, dobrze. Pa. Pa.
The staff then took Magdalena back to the hospital. She refused to be examined. Footage from the hospital shows her lying on the floor before attacking the people around her. She was then taken to a room and tied to a bed. When the nurse untied Magdalena to let her use the toilet, she allegedly jumped out of a second-story window, injuring herself in the process. She was subsequently taken to a larger hospital before dying the following day. The case is considered to be a murder in Poland, but a suicide in Egypt. Some investigative sources claim that Magdalena's injuries are not in keeping with a voluntary leap, suggesting that she may have been drugged and thrown out of the window. Most speculation points toward Mahmoud, who, according to one source, has a reputation for attempting to drug women. Magdalena's family also believe that he is to blame. Others speculate that Magdalena's boyfriend may have asked her to smuggle drugs into Egypt or to sell her body. Further theories relate to mental illness and schizophrenia. Autopsies have suggested that there was no foul play. Investigations continue. After attending a party on September 8, 2017, 19-year-old Kanika Jenkins was reported missing. Having been celebrating on the 9th floor of the Crowne Plaza O'Hare Hotel in Chicago, her dead body was found just before 1 a.m. on September 10th. It was discovered in a walk-in freezer in the hotel, having allegedly been there for over 20 hours. Kanika was discovered lying on her side, face down, with her right shoe removed and a small cut on her bare foot. She was wearing the same clothing in which she had been last seen, though her shirt was pulled up to reveal her breasts. Graphic images of the scene show that the freezer contained no food. Police began their investigation hours after Kanika was reported missing. Had they interfered quicker, she could have potentially been saved. CCTV footage from the night of the party shows Kanika staggering and stumbling around the hotel. She appears to be very drunk. Though police have been working on the speculation that Kanika walked into the freezer of her own accord, her family believe that she may have been sexually assaulted and murdered. The freezer is located in a part of the hotel which is undergoing reconstruction, meaning that she had no reason to be there. The double doors which provide access to the freezer are made of steel, so Kanika would have perhaps struggled to open them of her own accord, especially given her drunkenness. Friends report that, at around 3 a.m., Kanika realized her cell phone and car keys were missing. Her friends then went to look for her belongings, successfully finding them. When they returned, Kanika had disappeared. After failing to find her, her friends left, taking Kanika's car and cell phone with them. They contacted Kanika's mother to report her missing. In a video posted online after her disappearance, hotel visitors and staff chat during the party. At one point, a high-pitched noise is audible before some music begins. Many people believe that this is Kanika screaming or pleading for help, and that the music is played to cover up the sound. This video was filmed by a hotel employee, but reposted by Monifa Shelton, a friend of Kanika. CCTV footage from directly in front of the freezer has gone unreleased. Motion sensor cameras seem to indicate that no one entered the freezer area in the hours before and after Kanika did so. How and why Kanika entered the freezer remains unknown, as does the role of any potential foul play. The case remains under investigation. 5 Mysterious Unsolved Cases, Part 7. Faith Hedgepeth was a member of the Haliwa-Saponi Native American tribe, an honor student who earned a scholarship to the University of North Carolina and whose life was tragically cut short when she was bludgeoned to death in 2012 at 19 years old. It was a shocking waste of young life, and her killer has never been caught. Thanks to texts and technology, we have a pretty clear timeline of Faith's movements in the hours before her death. The night of September 6, 2012, she went to a club called The Thrill on East Rosemary Street with her roommate, Karina Rosario. The club's surveillance cameras show the two women leaving at 2:30 a.m. Karina was feeling sick, so Faith put her to bed at 3 a.m. and texted friend Brandon Edwards, saying, quote, "Hey B, can you come over here please? Karina needs you more than you know. Please let her know you care." When he didn't answer, Karina called Jordan McCrary, a UNCCH soccer player she knew, and at 4:25 a.m., he drove over to collect her. She left the apartment door unlocked with Faith sleeping inside. Karina and Jordan went to 103 West Longview Street, Chapel Hill, and stayed there until the next morning. Karina returned home at 11 a.m. with her friend Marisol Rangel, and they found Faith in her bedroom, bloodied, her body hanging off of the bed, wearing only a black shirt which was pulled up over her head. Karina immediately called 911. Here's a snippet from the call.
Durham 911, where is your emergency?
I just walked into my apartment and my friend is just like she's unconscious.
Okay, what's your address, ma'am?
I live at Hawthorne at the View.
Give me the address.
I just moved here. I'm about to get it. Oh my God.
Okay, you say your friend is unconscious?
She's unconscious. I just walked in the apartment and there looks like there's blood everywhere.
Okay, listen to me.
I don't know. I don't want to touch her, but...
Listen to me. Is she breathing?
I don't know.
You need to check and see. Is she breathing?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay, listen to me.
There's blood everywhere.
Karina's whole demeanor throughout this 911 call was strange, although this could be put down to shock. She never said Faith's name. She refused to check if Faith was breathing, and she didn't ever explicitly ask for help. The police arrived on the scene and a criminal investigation began. The autopsy noted that Faith had cuts and bruising on her head and face, a chipped tooth, extensive bruising on her legs, right arm and hand, and her skull was fractured. Police also collected semen from Faith's body, which they believed belonged to her killer. The cause of death was recorded as blunt force trauma to the head due to beating, likely a result of being hit by an empty rum bottle in the apartment. There was also a white paper bag next to Faith's body. Written on the bag in capital letters was the message, "I'm not stupid, jealous." Suspicion immediately fell on Eric Takoy Jones, Karina's abusive ex-boyfriend. Faith had helped her friend to file a restraining order against him, and Jones resented this. At one point, he had reportedly threatened to kill her. Karina's restraining order listed multiple violent incidents and times when Jones broke into Faith and Karina's apartment. The night before Faith's murder, he posted on Facebook, "Dear Lord, forgive me for all of my sins and the sins I may commit today. Protect me from the girls who don't deserve me and the ones who wish me dead today." This all seemed damning, and yet when the police took his DNA, it did not match what was collected from Faith's body. In fact, police tested all the men that Faith and Karina interacted with that evening, and they were all cleared. Within days, there was a $29,000 reward for information leading to an arrest, but this still did not produce any results. Investigators have a voicemail which Faith left on a friend's phone that evening. It sounds like an exchange between Faith, a male, and a female caught on an accidental pocket dial. Although the voicemail is very unclear, Crime Watch Daily hired audio expert Arlo West, who specializes in enhancing such recordings. He claimed he could hear Faith crying for help while the male says, "I think she's dying," and the female says, "Do it anyhow." They call each other Eric and Rosie. West is convinced that this is a recording of Faith's death. However, it was time-stamped at 1:23 a.m., when Faith would have been in the Thrill nightclub. Music in the background further supports this, though West argues that timestamps are often inaccurate, and he does not agree that the background noise is that of a nightclub. Here is a sample of what Arlo claims he could hear in the recording. A link to the full voicemail is in the description. News and Observer reporter Tom Gasparoli has covered this case extensively since 2012, and he often zeroed in on Karina's odd behavior in the 911 call. Chapel Hill police believed someone in Faith's social group committed the murder. They interviewed 2,000 people, DNA tested 750 of those, and reportedly narrowed a pool of 1,000 possible suspects down to 10. Karina Rosario has now left North Carolina and has said very little about the case since then, but Gasparoli wrote in 2017 that she was still cooperating with police. He claims that investigators do believe there is more information she can tell them. But until Karina is ready to share what she knows, if anything, this case will remain a mystery. Two-year-old Ariana Fitz and her 32-year-old mother, Nicole Fitz, were reported missing on April 5, 2016, in San Francisco, California. We know the fate of one of them, but not the other. During November 2015, Nicole needed to move out of her apartment, so she started working overtime and overnight shifts to save up for a deposit for a new place. Nicole was forced to crash on friends' sofas during the week and commute 2 hours to work at Best Buy in San Francisco. So she left Ariana with a babysitter, Helena Martin, or her sister, Ciolo Hearn, in an attempt to give her daughter some stability. Nicole trusted the sisters, and they had an informal babysitting/foster care arrangement, which came to an end when Nicole's coworker, Goyette Williams, invited her and Ariana to move into her apartment. This new place was close to Nicole's work, but miles away from Helena and Ciolo, and they were reluctant to return the toddler. Nicole contacted them in mid-March, ready to pick up Ariana. She was unpleasantly surprised to find the sisters had taken her daughter to Disneyland without her permission. By this point, Nicole was keen to have her daughter back in her care. On the night of April 1st, 2016, Nicole took out $600 from an ATM and told Goyette, quote, "I have to meet my babysitter. She's over at some restaurant on 3rd Street. She's upset. I need to go see if she's okay." Nicole said she would return in 5 minutes, but Williams woke up the next morning to an empty house and a text from Nicole saying she was driving to Fresno with a friend named Sam. Goyette was confused because Nicole had never mentioned a friend called Sam. She asked for more details, but Nicole never answered. Then, at 1:13 a.m. on April 2nd, someone posted on Nicole's Facebook, "Spending time with my 3-year-old. Need this break." Break was spelled B-R-A-K-E. Ariana was 2.5, not 3, and friends say that neither of these are mistakes Nicole would make. Nicole didn't return home and never showed up for work. By April 5th, her friends and family were extremely worried and contacted police. Nicole's younger sister, Tess, suspected the sisters immediately. She thought they had compelled Nicole to withdraw the $600. She elaborated, quote, "I wouldn't have been surprised if they were like, 'Give us the money you owe us and we'll bring you your kid.'" Tess had also noted that many people were commenting on the missing post about Nikki and Ariana, and not once did they, referring to the sisters. Tess and Nicole's friend Claire actually drove to Helena and Ciolo's house in unsuccessful attempts to find them. But after a week of this, on April 8th, they received the worst news. Nicole's body was discovered in a shallow grave in John McLaren Park, curled up in a fetal position and covered with a piece of plywood. Commander Greg McEachern said, quote, "The plywood has markings on it we hope someone will recognize. It is our belief that the person brought the board with them." Ariana was still missing, and now police suspicion fell on Ciolo and Helena, especially when they discovered that Helena had served 6 years in jail for killing the father of her children back in 2001. The San Francisco police told the media the sisters were uncooperative in the investigation and provided inconsistent statements. The SFPD searched 3 residences belonging to the Hearn family and seized over 30,000 pieces of evidence, but still found no sign of Ariana. A month after Nicole's body was found, there had yet to be any arrests, so her former employer, Best Buy, put up a $10,000 reward for information leading to the recovery of Ariana. Sadly, the years have passed and that reward is untouched. Ariana, who would now be 5 years old, remains missing, and her mother's murder remains unsolved. The suspected sisters have never been prosecuted. They still live in the Bay Area and reject all media requests for interviews. But Nicole's friends and family keep the search alive for Ariana on social media. They vow to never stop hunting for Ariana now that her mom is no longer here to look out for her. This case is more elusive than the others, in large part due to the victim's uncommunicative nature. 25-year-old Taryn Olson Carlisle was known to go off the grid, but would always check in via occasional text messages from third-party phones to wish happy birthdays and happy holidays. He was reported missing to Las Vegas police on March 2nd, 2017, and since then, no one has heard anything from him, nor has there been any activity on his bank account. On the day Taryn went missing, police obtained surveillance video from a business in the 3900 block of South Buffalo Drive, near Flamingo Road. The video shows 2 men arriving in a black SUV. They casually exit the vehicle, and one of the men moves toward the back of the car and retrieves a bag. He strolls through the parking lot towards a large metal trash container and then dumps this bag. Nothing suspicious there until police retrieved the bag and found clothing inside containing Taryn Olson Carlisle's blood and a pair of rubber gloves. Investigators want to identify and interview the men in the video because they most likely have information and may know what happened, but unfortunately, they have never come forward. At first, detectives were hesitant to share the surveillance video in case Olson Carlisle simply didn't want to speak with his loved ones. But the more time went by with no word from him, the more investigators suspected the worst. Metro Lieutenant Dan McGrath said, "Nobody's heard from him at all, which is very unusual." Taryn's silence, plus this worrying video, persuaded investigators to pass the case on to the LVMPD homicide section. It is sobering to know that even in this digital age, where surveillance cameras track our every move and GPS systems are built into so much domestic technology, someone like Taryn can simply disappear without a trace. The search for him continues. Janina Vasquez did not have an easy life, and as if that were not bad enough, her death remains a mystery to her family and everyone familiar with her case. 27-year-old Vasquez suffered from what is described as a seizure disorder, which was compounded by chronic pains sustained after a previous traffic accident. Due to her pre-existing health condition, Vasquez, who lived with her parents in Overland Park, Missouri, did not drive and was incapable of walking even moderate distances. On February 11, 2015, Janina texted her parents to say she was meeting friends Alan and Nicole and she would be out for the night. Her mother, Jenny Cochran, realized that this was unusual for her daughter, who apparently had very few friends, but although she was unaware of Alan and Nicole, she was pleased her daughter had acquired something of a social life. Unfortunately, the February 11th text was the last communication Cochran had with her daughter alive. 8 days later, Janina's body was found in an enclosed part of Richard Berkeley Riverfront Park at the bottom of a 25-foot well. How the body got there remains a mystery, even more so because police have ruled the death as an accident. There are several inconsistencies with a ruling of an accidental death. The chronology of events suggests something entirely different may have occurred. The facts are, when Vasquez failed to return home the next day, her mother contacted the police. According to the investigators, Janina's cell phone was used on February 11th near an intersection in downtown Kansas City, Missouri, and according to Cochran, this was an area of the city Vasquez rarely visited. Surveillance camera footage shows Janina leaving the Isle of Capri Casino alone at 7:40 p.m. on February 12th and getting into a red car. This took place a mile and a half from the position her cell phone last pinged. The same red vehicle was seen 3 hours later on surveillance camera footage near the park where her body was found. The park is immediately next to the casino on the banks of the Missouri River. Given her physical limitations, it seems unlikely that Vasquez could have negotiated the obstructions and difficulties necessary in order to end up in the park well. She would have had to climb over a high fence and lift a heavy door just to get to the well, let alone doing so without some sort of assistance. When Vasquez's body was found, her injuries consisted of severe trauma to the back of the head, consistent with a heavy blow. Both her wrists were broken, which is consistent with a heavy fall. Her bra, underwear, and socks were missing, along with the bag she was last seen carrying. Her phone was in one of her boots, and her identification material was found in the other boot. Months after her body was found, police revealed that Janina made a 911 call on February 12th, but allegedly the line was so poor it was impossible to understand what she was saying. Police could only tell the call was coming from a local park. Investigators searched the park but found nothing. The official ruling of an accidental death throws up far more questions than answers. We are being asked to believe that Vasquez was driven to the park in which she died by an unknown person, scaled a high fence, opened a heavy door, removed most of her clothing in freezing temperatures, then accidentally fell down a 25-foot well. And apparently she made a 911 call for no discernible reason the day after she went missing. Surely a 911 call suggests a person in distress, about to become a victim of a crime, or who is witnessing a potential crime. It is possible to dial 911 accidentally, but when the person doing so is found deceased, most people would suggest that is a coincidence too far. Janina's family is still searching for answers. Jamie Kloss was 13 years old when she went missing from her home, on the night both of her parents were discovered shot dead. At 1 a.m. on Monday, October 15, 2018, a 911 call was made from Denise Kloss's phone. All the dispatcher could hear was a disturbance and a lot of yelling. Investigators later said the commotion heard on the phone was very distant, as if the phone was in a hallway and the commotion was in another room. Jamie is believed to have been at home at the time of the call, but officers arrived less than 5 minutes later and found both parents dead inside the residence, and their daughter was nowhere to be found. The police didn't find the murder weapon in the home, but they did find Jamie's cell phone, meaning they could not use it to trace her whereabouts. By 3:30 p.m., a nationwide Amber Alert was put out on Jamie. Barron County Sheriff Chris Fitzgerald said that Jamie was considered a missing and endangered child, and authorities don't see any involvement from Jamie in her parents' deaths. A week later, police in Miami received a report from someone who believed they saw Jamie in their area Monday afternoon in a black Ford Explorer with 2 well-dressed, bearded men. However, the FBI followed up on the tip, and it was seen as not credible. Officials searched the area around the Kloss home, deploying drones and infrared equipment in the hunt for Jamie. The FBI offered a $25,000 reward for information on her whereabouts, and the Kloss parents' former employer added $50,000 to that. So far, over 1,000 tips have come in, but none of these efforts have advanced the case. Trying to piece together the shocking events, the Kloss' neighbor Joan Smracker said in an interview with the Daily Mail that she and her husband heard 2 gunshots about 20 minutes before the 911 call was made, but thought it was a hunter. Jamie's aunt Jennifer told reporters she and her family couldn't imagine who would want to do this to the Kloss family. That's the puzzling part, she said. Every day and every night, trying to come up with who would have done this horrifying thing to them. I just have no answers. There are several theories as to who would want to kill a supposedly blameless couple and kidnap their young daughter. Some people believe that Jamie could have met a man online who shot her parents when they tried to stop her from leaving with him. But investigators have explicitly said they ruled out Jamie as a suspect. Besides, many people claim they remember Jamie and her parents as a very close, happy family unit. Some speculate the incident was a drug-related hit, meant to be for someone else. There is another theory that her father, James, a quiet, reclusive man, had a secret which was the reason behind this tragedy. But as the police investigation continues to turn over their lives and doesn't unearth any hidden vices, that angle seems unlikely too. In a bizarre and shocking turn of events, 2 weeks after Jamie was reported missing, a 32-year-old man named Kyle Jenke Annis broke into the Kloss family home and stole some of Jamie's clothing, including some underwear. He worked at the same Jenny O turkey store as Jamie's parents, though denied knowing them, and had only recently been released on a bond for another separate burglary charge. He was swiftly caught, and although his actions were criminal and extremely suspicious, he was cleared of any involvement in the murder/kidnapping. The most concrete leads in the case are 2 vehicles that were spotted near the Kloss home at the time of Jamie's disappearance, caught on CCTV from nearby businesses. Barron County Sheriff Fitzgerald set up a tip line for anyone with information about either of these cars. Jamie Kloss has been missing for over 80 days. She's listed on the FBI's most wanted list, and the hunt for her continues.
Hey everyone, while this video was being edited, it came to our attention that Jamie has been found miraculously alive on Thursday, January 10th, 2019 in Gordon, Wisconsin, a town about 66 miles north of where she was last seen 3 months ago. Local teacher Jeannie Nutter was walking her dog when Jamie approached her and asked for help. Miss Nutter said that Jamie was skinny, dirty, and wearing shoes too large for her feet. They rushed to a neighbor's home to call 911, and a suspect was taken into custody about 10 minutes after the authorities arrived, thanks to a description Jamie gave of his car. 21-year-old Jake Thomas Patterson is being held on 2 counts of first-degree homicide and 1 count of kidnapping, while Jamie was taken straight to hospital. And we hope that in time, she makes a full physical and emotional recovery from her ordeal.
Timber Creek Campground is set in a wooded area in north-central Idaho near to Montana. The campground has 2 creeks running on either side of it and is a popular camping site for Idahoan families during the summer months. It was on July 10, 2015, that a 2-year-old toddler by the name of Dior Kuntz Jr. went missing at the campground. He'd been there since the day before with his mom and dad, as well as his great-grandfather and a friend of the latter. Then, suddenly, the little boy just vanished. What happened to Dior Kuntz Jr.? Did he wander off and somehow get lost? Or was he abducted by a stranger, as his family claims must have happened? Or did something more sinister happen to little Dior? Are his family perhaps even implicated in his disappearance? No definitive information is yet known about what really happened to Dior. This video will attempt to offer as much of what we know about the case as possible. Early on July 9, 2015, Vernal Kuntz and Jessica Mitchell left their home in Idaho Falls on a 2-hour, 120-mile trip north. With them was their 2-year-old son, Dior. Along for the trip was also Vernal's grandfather, Robert Walton, who would have been Dior's great-grandfather, as well as a friend of Robert's named Isaac Reinwand. They were on their way to Timber Creek Campground near Stone Reservoir in Lemhi County, Idaho. The last part of the trip would have taken them along the rocky track from the local town of Leodore to the campsite. The road is a complete dead end, with the campsite situated at the very end. Dior was a happy little boy who was always smiling and hardly ever cried. Even at his young age, he'd become a seasoned camper and had enjoyed these trips in the past. Upon arrival, the family set up the camp and spent the night in 2 separate tents. Vernal and Jessica say they took Dior to a general store the next morning of July 10th, as they wanted to shop for supplies and snacks after cooking up a full breakfast at the camp. That morning, Dior was wearing oversized cowboy boots, a camouflage jacket, and pajama pants. They returned to the campsite, and Jessica and Vernal would say they decided that they wanted to explore the woods on their own, as well as look for some fish in the creek. They left Dior with the boy's great-grandfather and ventured off. Vernal said they made it 50 yards from the site before discovering some minnows in the creek, which they thought Dior would love to see, so they ventured back to where they had left him. Vernal would say, "I walked up the embankment, and when I looked over, he wasn't in his chair and he wasn't with his great-granddad." Vernal asked Robert Walton where Dior was, and the older man purportedly replied in a shocked tone, "I thought he was with you." It didn't help that the elderly Robert was hard of hearing. He also used an oxygen tank to help with his breathing. Some reports suggest Robert was also suffering from Alzheimer's. After speaking to Robert, the parents say they shouted out for their young son, but soon realized he was nowhere to be found. The parents claimed that after about 20 minutes, Vernal drove their pickup truck from the campground to try and get some cell service. It was 2:28 p.m. Mountain Time on July 10, 2015, when Dior's mother first reported him missing to police. It later transpired that she had stayed behind at the campsite. The 2-mile radius around the area had officers from the Lemhi County Sheriff's Office scouring the scene within an hour of Dior's disappearance. Soon after, search and rescue crews began combing the landscape in all-terrain vehicles, or ATVs, while divers searched inside of the nearby reservoir. Within 12 hours, nearly 200 volunteer searchers from all over Idaho were helping to look for Dior. A helicopter with thermal imaging cameras flew over the area for most of the night, but saw nothing. In the meantime, about 120 miles away from the campground, a cashier at Walmart spotted a man buying packs of diapers and clutching the hand of a small boy with blonde hair and hazel eyes. The boy's description was an identical match for Dior. The worker called 911 and cops rushed to the store to make inquiries. The man from Walmart was located the next day, and police were able to ascertain the boy he was with was not Dior, but his own son. By that next day, Saturday, July 11th, the search for Dior was in full swing. Searchers were on horseback, ATVs, on foot, and were looking in the surrounding creeks. The main focus was on the 2-mile radius around the campground. One area of particular concern was a creek about 15 yards away from the campsite, given its close proximity to where Dior was last presumed to be. The creek was 4 to 6 feet in width and about a foot deep, enough to drown or at least sweep a toddler away. That area was searched numerous times, but to no avail. After 2 days of fruitless attempts to find Dior, the ground search was called off. Divers continued concentrating on nearby Stone Creek Reservoir but found nothing. However, cadaver dogs kept getting false leads in the vicinity of the reservoir. By pure coincidence, it turned out that a man had deposited cremated ashes on the very same day that Dior disappeared. Hence all the false leads for the cadaver dogs. There was yet another false lead a few days later when a missing child was found hundreds of miles away in a motel in Stanton, California, who looked very much like Dior. Local investigators soon found out the boy found in the California motel was not Dior, and that his mother had been frantically looking for him. By this time, the Lemhi County Police decided to call in the FBI. Detective Penner of the Lemhi County Police would say, quote, "Timber Creek Campground has a secret that needs to be revealed." Odd behavior and inconsistencies from the 4 adults in the group arose almost immediately. Police eyewitnesses claim that during the first interview, Jessica's body language was angry and hostile toward Vernal. The parents initially said they were together when the child went missing, yet according to Robert Walton's friend Isaac, they were not together. Isaac would claim he and Jessica went to the creek together, and that Vernal and a little Dior were to follow, but never showed up at the creek. When pressed with that version of events, Vernal would state that Dior wanted to be with his great-grandfather and so walked back to the campsite. But where did the boy go, and why would his father allow his 2-year-old son to wander anywhere unattended, especially in a wooded area? Furthermore, the claim by Jessica and Vernal was they contacted police within 20 minutes of their son disappearing. However, timeline analysis showed it was more like an hour later. It seemed odd to many that the parents would take so long to call the police after discovering their 2-year-old child was missing. Some have also questioned the need for Vernal to jump in his truck and race down the road to find more than one bar on his phone.
She called and I was in the truck hauling down to the road to try and get service because I didn't think one bar would get it. So she got very, very lucky. I was blessed that she was able to get service because I didn't want to try and risk getting halfway through my talking to the 911 and have it cut off.
After all, GPS locating suggests that Jessica was able to phone the police from right there at the campsite. These same people contend that Vernal may have used that time as an opportunity to remove Dior's body from the scene of a possible accident or even a murder. However, Isaac's aforementioned testimony was not pristine either, given that his body language in subsequent interviews with the media was deemed unsettling, as if he were hiding something. There have also been claims that Isaac is rather suggestive, given that he does have diminished mental capacity. The investigation and search for Dior was also botched from the very beginning. People were all over the place searching, and possibly messing with what could have been a crime scene. In addition, Vernal was allowed to go out searching on an ATV, which is not standard procedure. Usually in these types of cases, any persons of interest, which must include the parents, are kept close while investigators do their work. Robert Walton, the great-grandfather at the scene that fateful day, only ever gave audio interviews, refusing to appear on TV. People have noted how he consistently referred to Dior as the kid or that kid in interviews. That type of terminology can be a telltale sign in psychology that a guilty person is trying to distance themselves from the subject. He also seemed to laugh at what would be considered inappropriate times. Even more unsettling was that, when asked the questions, "What does your heart tell you happened to little Dior?" and "Do you know where little Dior is?" both responses were met with cackling laughter by Walton. It was in January 2016, 6 months after Dior's disappearance, that the lead investigator in the case, Lynn D. Bowerman, revealed to local media the two parents were prime suspects in the mystery. Bowerman revealed that the FBI had found the parents to be, in his words, less than truthful in their polygraphs and had a lot of irregularities and discrepancies in their interviews. In July 2016, a search was undertaken of the parents' home, and the camo jacket Dior was allegedly wearing when he disappeared was found within the apartment complex. This reinforced Bowerman's suspicions that the parents were hiding something. However, despite this, neither Jessica Mitchell nor Vernal Kuntz were ever formally charged or arrested for the disappearance of their son. A real twist in the case was that of Philip Klein. He was hired by the family as a private investigator or PI for the case. Amid great controversy, Klein would resign just a few days later, claiming that he'd always told the family he would only help investigate Dior's disappearance if he believed the family were telling the truth. And he claimed the parents were not being completely truthful with him. PI Klein agrees to this day with what the police also suspect. He and his team conclude there was an accidental homicide and that one or more people in that group of 4 adults knows what happened to little Dior. Klein went even further, stating that Jessica had told his investigators that she knew where the body was. Within hours of the claims, Klein was fired by the family and an attorney was hired to sue him in a defamation suit. The family sued Philip Klein of Texas-based Klein Investigations and Consulting for breach of contract, infliction of emotional distress, libel, slander, and fraud. The family lost the lawsuit, and District Judge Bruce Pickett denied an appeal in the lawsuit against PI Klein. Klein retaliated by demanding the Kuntz family pay him unpaid fees. In a news release, Klein blasted both of Dior's parents. He would state, quote, "After 31 years of doing our jobs, we've seen this 100 times. We are out of the case, but do what we told you both to do years ago. Stop lying, tell the truth, and put this matter to an end. You have an obligation to your Dior, your family, the public of Idaho, and that of the United States." Investigators returned to the campsite in late June of 2019 to focus on an area of interest in the search for Dior. David Marshburn was a private investigator working with the Search For Me Foundation, and he spent a few days in Lemhi County at the behest of Sheriff Steve Penner. Marshburn brought with him 2 trained search dogs. He says his search dogs signaled at what he called a hard alert for human remains in one particular area. He also noted his dogs are trained not to react to animals. Marshburn conceded that another human body could have been at the location, but would not reveal whether law enforcement had actually uncovered any human remains. Marshburn would write on his Facebook page, "We cannot confirm or deny anything at this time. We'll be returning to North Carolina because we feel our part is done." Penner confirmed that his police department worked with Marshburn and said to local media, "I can tell you we have focused and will be focused on an area of interest for the next few weeks. I can confirm no new evidence has been collected at this time, and we continue to investigate this case." As of the time of this video, the Lemhi County Police continue to believe that Dior Kuntz Jr. was almost certainly murdered, or at the very least, died accidentally and his death was covered up. The county's lead police investigator, Bowerman, has reiterated that the police are treating the case as a probable homicide. Even though Sheriff Lynn Bowerman publicly named Vernal and Jessica as suspects, the parents continue to deny they had anything to do with Dior's disappearance. Robert Walton passed away in June of 2019. According to his daughter, Robert took his sadness and guilt for taking his eyes off Dior to his grave. He and Isaac Reinwand were named as persons of interest at the time of the lead investigation, but like Vernal and Jessica, were never charged or arrested. There are many theories as to what might have happened to little Dior. One theory is he may indeed have been abducted, even though the Lemhi County Sheriff's Office has officially ruled that out. The next theory is that Dior may have wandered off, got lost, and died of exposure, and his body may still be somewhere near the Timber Creek campground. Another theory is the possibility there may have been an animal attack. This animal might have grabbed and then killed Dior. The campground was a fairly remote, rugged part of Idaho, and wild animals such as wolves, bears, and lynx can be found in the region. Although this does seem unlikely, due to the fact that no trace of blood, clothing, or the oversized cowboy boots Dior was wearing that day have ever been found. The next theory is it might have been a homicide. The twist is that this homicide could have either been intentional or unintentional. The local police believe it most likely to be the latter. That would mean someone or some people know what happened to Dior that day. That is, he died accidentally and there was a subsequent cover-up. When questioned by the media, Jessica admitted she felt Isaac Reinwand could have been responsible for Dior's disappearance. She said there were red flags from day one. Jessica claims Reinwand seemed upset they had brought Dior on the trip. On the day of the disappearance, she said Reinwand didn't join the search, was drinking heavily in his tent, and had apparently restored his cell phone to factory settings on more than one occasion. Lastly, there is another, even more bizarre theory, and that is speculation by some conspiracy theorists that Dior may never have gone to the campground at all. This theory contradicts Isaac Reinwand, who insists he saw Dior the morning of his disappearance. However, according to the sheriff, there were actually no credible witnesses to confirm that they had definitely seen Dior at the campground. Those who believe this theory suggest something happened to Dior prior to going camping, and that the trip was used as a cover story. There have been many changes in the Kuntz family since Dior disappeared over 4 years ago. Since then, Vernal moved to another state for a truck driving job, while Jessica met and married another man within 8 months of Dior's disappearance. Trina Bates Clegg, Jessica's mother and Dior's maternal grandmother, told local media in 2019 the family is still wondering what could have happened to the young boy. Trina claims that Sheriff Steve Penner has told her to remain strong and to continue being patient. Trina would go on to say, quote, "Honestly, I still have hope that he's alive, but everyone keeps saying that at this point, he's probably not alive. I still want that 2.5-year-old boy brought back to us. I can't lose hope, but I'm losing hope he's still alive." Trina and the rest of the family are still waiting for answers. So, after being presented with the facts of this case, what do you believe happened to 2-year-old Dior Kuntz Jr.? Do you feel he wandered off and died after encountering a wild animal or perished from exposure? Do you believe he may indeed have been abducted after all? Or do you think there was foul play of some sort, perhaps even involving one or both of his parents? For now, the case remains one of the most baffling missing children cases not only in recent Idaho history, but recent American history too.
Maybe we watch too much true crime TV, but we sure are used to the bad guy getting caught in the end. However, unfortunately, crime in real life doesn't get wrapped up neatly after an hour. Sometimes it takes decades before the true culprit is revealed. And sometimes, even more chillingly, they never get caught at all. Hide under your blankets and lock your doors, viewers, because today we're looking at 3 chilling cold cases that still need answers. Saturday, September 18th, 1999, was a mild night in Felixstowe, UK, a port town in Suffolk, not far from Ipswich. 17-year-old Victoria Hall, known as Vicky to her loved ones, and her friend Gemma Alger took advantage of the pleasant weather and went out dancing at the Bandbox nightclub. As their evening ended, the pair left the Bandbox and stopped by Bodrum Grill House for a bite to eat before making the 2.5-mile trek toward their respective homes in the village of Trimley St. Mary. Around 2:20 in the morning of September 19th, 1999, Gemma and Vicky said their goodbyes at the intersection of High Road and Faulkner's Way, mere yards from Vicky's home. Not long after leaving her friend, Gemma heard screams in the night, and while they spooked her, she assumed it was just some people messing around. However, when Vicky's parents, Graham and Lorinda Hall, woke in the morning and realized Vicky had never made it home, the screams Gemma overheard took on a far more ominous tone. A search was launched for the young woman, but authorities did not have to wait for long. 5 days after her disappearance, an unsuspecting dog walker in Creeding St. Peter, a small town 25 miles north of Trimley St. Mary, stumbled upon a nude female body in a watery ditch. Vicky had been found, though sadly, not alive. Her garments and possessions were missing, but Vicky had not been sexually assaulted. The cause of death was ruled as strangulation, and at first, it seemed like good progress was being made in her case. By the next year, in December 2000, then 27-year-old Adrienne Bradshaw was arrested for her murder. The case against Bradshaw was remarkably thin and mostly relied on soil samples that couldn't conclusively tie him to the crime. In 2001, a jury unanimously cleared him of guilt. With Bradshaw ruled out, the case stood cold for years, despite fervent dedication from the Suffolk police investigators. Then, suddenly, in September 2019, Vicky's case was reopened and christened Operation Avon. New information had been brought to the attention of the police, though what exactly this is remains unknown as of now. By July 2021, there was a new suspect. Notorious British serial killer Steve Wright, also known as the Ipswich Ripper, or the Suffolk Strangler, was arrested at HMP Long Lartin. He is currently serving a life sentence for 5 other murders that he committed in and around Ipswich in 2006. He has since been released from questioning pending further inquiries, though he remains imprisoned. The status of Vicky's case remains murky. It is plausible that Wright is her killer since her murder matches his MO, and he was present in the area at the time of her death. However, until the authorities are willing to share more information, we, the public, remain in the dark. If you have any knowledge about the murder of Vicky Hall, you can contact Suffolk Police at the number on the screen and mention Operation Avon. Alternatively, you can contact Crime Stoppers anonymously at 0800 555 111. Vicky is greatly missed by her friends and family, and as they patiently await justice, they remember her as the bright young woman that she was.
It was time for work to start at the Carter Douglas engineering firm in Aurora, Colorado, just outside Denver, on May 24, 2004. As employees milled about, beginning their workday, one friendly face was conspicuously absent. 53-year-old Oki Albert Kite, known as Al, was usually punctual and responsible, so when 1 hour late turned into 2, his coworkers became concerned. After multiple calls to his home and cell phone went unanswered, they contacted his sister, Barbara, who called Aurora police to do a welfare check. Aurora PD obliged, and when no one answered the door at his townhome, they forced their way inside, concerned for his safety. The main floor and upstairs bedrooms yielded no answers, but when officers descended to the basement level, they were in for a gruesome shock. Al was found face down, surrounded by his own blood. A wound on the back of his head was evident, indicating that he had likely been struck from behind as he walked down the stairs. The coroner later discovered that this was not the fatal blow. His body was racked with evidence of torture. He had been hogtied and beaten for hours before he was finally killed with a brutal 22 stab wounds. After murdering Al, his killer stayed in the townhome for a bit, using the shower, sleeping in Al's bed, wearing his clothes, and eating his food. However, he was meticulous in his cleanup, pouring bleach down drains, wiping down surfaces, and leaving several items, like a few knives and Al's car keys, soaking in bleach in the sink. This didn't make any sense to Al's loved ones or the police. By all accounts, Al was warm, friendly, and generous. As his girlfriend Linda Angelopoulos shared, he was a very, very nice guy, and he would give the world to anybody if they asked for it. He had no known enemies and no secrets that pointed to a double life or nefarious activities. However, despite finding his keys in the sink, Al's blue and gray GMC pickup truck was missing from the scene, as well as his cell phone, leading police to initially suspect the motive might have been robbery. The only clue investigators found that could point to a potential suspect was a rental application in Al's kitchen trash can. It was filled out with an address, social security number, phone number, and a name, Robert Cooper. Al's longtime basement tenant had recently moved out, and he had been actively looking for a new one, placing advertisements in the local papers. Apparently, according to Al's girlfriend and his sister, about a week before the murder, he had a new prospective renter in mind. Named Robert Cooper, he was supposedly new to the Denver area, worked for Wells Fargo Bank, and wanted to move in quickly. He toured Al's townhome, seemingly approved, and readily gave Al a security deposit and half of the first month's rent. Al seemed happy with the arrangement, but Linda recalls feeling slightly uneasy about Cooper. She says she was only near him once when she had to run into Al's house to use the restroom. Cooper took care to conceal his face from Linda, didn't seem interested in meeting her at all, and made an excuse to quickly leave while she was in the bathroom. She recalls him being a well-dressed man in his 40s with dark wavy hair, a cane, and a noticeable limp. Based on Linda's tip and the rental application, authorities desperately wanted to find Cooper, but one lead after another seemed to dry up. The address he provided on the application was simply the address for the University of Colorado Medical School. The social security number belonged to a random woman who was unrelated to the case, and the phone number went to a burner cell. Furthermore, when Al's truck was recovered about a block and a half from his home later that same day, the robbery motive was ruled out. Authorities found trace amounts of DNA and an ATM receipt for a nearby Wells Fargo. At first, the cops were hopeful that security footage might have captured the criminal, but he was one step ahead of them, concealing his identity on the video with a ski mask. The suspect had only taken $1,000 out of Al's bank account, even though he had more funds available. Some believe that this was the mysterious Cooper simply taking back the security deposit and rent money that he had given Al the week prior. Frustrated, the police decided to see what information they could gather from the call logs on the burner cell and Al's phone. To their surprise, both phones were still active in the Denver area, but it was soon discovered that they had been dumped in the Five Points neighborhood. This isn't the safest part of the city, and both Al's phone and the burner had been picked up and used by the homeless people who roamed Five Points, another dead end for investigators. They were able to glean from the burner phone's records, however, that the cell had been used numerous times over the past month to contact people advertising rental spaces. Aurora PD tracked down some of these would-be landlords, and they all remembered Cooper. Descriptions of him varied. Sometimes he had a limp, sometimes he spoke with a thick Eastern European accent that one woman positively identified as Romanian. One thing they could all agree on, though, was the strange vibes that the man seemed to exude. They noted feeling uncomfortable and creeped out with a sense of relief whenever he left their presence. As of now, the working theory is that Al's murder was meticulously planned out ahead of time. It appeared that this Robert Cooper was shopping for a victim, and Al was ultimately chosen because he lived alone, had few local friends and family, and sadly, because his kind-hearted nature made him an easy target. There was some usable fingerprints and DNA left by the killer at the scene, and though that has been used to create a likely image of the killer, it has never been matched to anyone. He is of Southeastern European heritage, though he may or may not have been born there. He is thought to be between 5'8" and 5'10" inches tall, and roughly 175 pounds. It is difficult to pin down his age since different witnesses identified him as anywhere between 20 to 50 years old. But he is likely in his 40s with dark hair, dark eyes, and very pale skin. Investigators do have a list of behavioral characteristics that the killer might have exhibited. He may have been from the East Coast of the United States, particularly the New Jersey area. He might have been familiar with the banking system or have previously worked for Wells Fargo. He may or may not have female family members living in Aurora. He was likely familiar with the University of Colorado Hospital in Denver and typically dressed professionally. Lastly, he may have tried and failed to become a law enforcement officer before turning to crime. There are no concrete suspects in this case, though some have suggested that the notorious serial killer Israel Keyes might be responsible. Experts consulted for a TV special about the case have noted that some of the torture Al suffered, as well as the way he was bound, is very similar to methods used by the Turkish Hezbollah, a group of violent religious radicals. The most likely and terrifying answer is that good-natured Al Kite was picked at random by someone who just wanted to kill. All we can hope is that that person is no longer out there. If you know anything about the murder of Al Kite, you can contact Detective McDonald of the Aurora Police Department at 303-739-6013. Additionally, Denver Crime Stoppers has issued a $2,000 reward for information regarding this case, and you can contact them anonymously at 720-913-7867, or you can leave a tip online at metrodenvercrimestoppers.com. Dear viewers, the next case involves crimes against a child and may not be suitable for all audiences. Since this is our last case today, if you feel this might be difficult for you in any way, please go ahead and close the video. At the young age of 12 years old, Selena Mays had already had a rough start. Both her parents battled drug addiction in the early years of her life, which caused their relationship to be violent, fraught, and tumultuous. Though her mother and father split up and finally got clean, when Selena was 10 in 1994, her mother suddenly died of a brain aneurysm. A bitter custody battle between her father, CJ, and her deceased mother's family ensued. CJ eventually won, and Selena was taken to live with him and his extended family in Willingboro, New Jersey, where his sister, Sarita Smith, was the pastor at Gospel of Christ Ministries. The house in Willingboro was crowded, and all aspects of life revolved around the church. Selena was surrounded by cousins, siblings, and various other church members, and it was overwhelming. She had gone from living quietly with her mother to being thrust into a deeply communal way of life that involved homeschooling, constant religious service, and various other activities like selling pretzels or shilling Mary Kay cosmetics to create more income for the church. Gospel of Christ Ministries has faced some heat from the public and was accused of being a cult by former members. Sarita was said to be very controlling and demanding. It was likely a difficult time for the preteen, and in 1996, those difficulties compounded. Selena discovered that she was pregnant. Though she refused to name the father of her child, she did note to her gynecologist that she had a 16-year-old boyfriend who did not attend her family's church. This was not very likely. Sarita kept a tight leash on all members of her congregation, and the children were hardly allowed to do any activities that didn't involve the church in some form. Neighbors of the home in Willingboro noted that none of the children were even allowed to play outside. Upset with his daughter's unwillingness to be forthright with the father's identity, CJ threatened Selena with a test to determine paternity once the baby arrived. Nevertheless, Selena was reportedly happy about becoming a mother. She dutifully took her prenatal vitamins and frequently checked in with her doctor to ensure the baby's health. On the morning of December 16, 1996, when Selena was 9 months pregnant and due any day, her family woke to find only pillows jammed under the covers of Selena's bed. She was missing and had left behind her purse and prenatal vitamins. She has never been seen again. The baby's due date of December 29, 1996, passed with no sign of her, and everyone was very concerned since Selena's young age meant her pelvis was still quite narrow. Birth would have been very difficult and potentially rather complicated for her. Her father speculated that his daughter ran away to avoid the paternity test he threatened her with. Other theories are decidedly more ominous. Some believe that Selena went into labor at home and died, with her family members quietly disposing of the bodies after the fact. Others think it was a botched termination that led to her demise. No one knows for sure who the father of her child was, but suspects include her father, a cousin, and the mystery 16-year-old. Since Selena was a minor at the time, whoever it was would be guilty of a serious sexual offense. Perhaps she was murdered to cover up the initial crime that had resulted in her pregnancy. CJ has largely been ruled out since he submitted medical evidence of a vasectomy. The cousin, who is Sarita's son, Sean, has been interviewed numerous times by the police and vehemently maintains his innocence. However, in 1998, he was arrested and charged with aggravated sexual assault against 2 teens who attended his mother's church and lived at the home in Willingboro. In 2019, CJ passed away. To complicate matters, the maternal and paternal sides of Selena's family each believe the other party is responsible. The Mays accused Selena's maternal family of spiriting her away to Florida, while her mother's family believes that the Mays had something nefarious to do with her disappearance. Selena was a beautiful, bright child who suffered far more than she should have. She deserved to have a chance to figure out who she wanted to be and what kind of impact she would leave on this world. The adults in her life failed to keep her safe, and her fate may never be known. When she vanished, Selena was 5 feet tall, 120 pounds, and she would now be 39 years old. She is described as a biracial woman of black and white heritage, though she is sometimes mischaracterized as being Hispanic or Latin. She also has black hair, brown eyes, and eyebrows that sometimes grow into a unibrow. Her child, if they survived, would be 27 years old. Their gender is unknown. Though as the years pass, it becomes less and less likely that Selena and her baby are alive. The case is still classified as a missing person. If you know anything about the disappearance of Selena Mays, please contact the Willingboro Police Department at the number on the screen. You can also reach out to the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children at 1-800-THE-LOST. We want to hear your theories in the comments. Who do you think killed Al Kite? Is Selena Mays still alive? Keep your eyes peeled for our second installment of Unexplained Cold Cases, coming soon. Be sure to like and subscribe. Until next time, thanks for watching.
Five Mysterious Unsolved Cases, number 8. Relisha Rudd was just 8 years old when she was last seen in March 2014. For more than a year before her disappearance, Relisha, her mother, and her 3 younger brothers had been living in a homeless shelter in Washington, D.C., alongside hundreds of other families. 51-year-old Khalil Tatum worked at the shelter as a janitor. He had former felony convictions for breaking and entering, burglary, and larceny. Tatum had grown close to Relisha and her family over the course of their stay. Despite a policy that prohibited fraternization between the shelter staff and its residents, Relisha and Tatum spent time alone together, and Tatum gave her gifts, including a tablet. Relisha even referred to him as her goddaddy. Tatum spent time with other young girls staying at the shelter as well, but was never disciplined for this behavior. Toward the end of February 2014, Relisha's mother, Shamika Young, placed her into Tatum's care, allowing her daughter to leave the shelter and stay with him. Young was reportedly unhappy with the conditions at the shelter and may have been trying to give Relisha a better life. But once Tatum took over caring for the 8-year-old, she began to miss school at an alarming rate. When school officials spoke to Young about the absences, she told them Relisha was being cared for by the man she called Dr. Tatum. When they called Tatum, he said he was treating Relisha for neurological issues. By March 19th, Relisha had been absent from school over 30 times. When Child Services arranged to meet with Tatum, he never showed. It was at this time social workers learned that Tatum wasn't a doctor at all and contacted the police. Young told investigators that Tatum and her daughter were attending a medical conference in Atlanta and that she'd spoken to Relisha on the phone on March 17th. Young was convinced her daughter was safe and declined to file a police report, even though Tatum could not be reached on his cell phone and the D.C. apartment he had shared with his wife was empty. A missing persons investigation was launched. Security footage of Tatum and Relisha was discovered at the Holiday Inn Express in Northeast D.C. The two could be seen walking down a hallway at the hotel on February 26th. Both Tatum and Relisha look at ease in this footage. They're each carrying a shopping bag and walking at a leisurely pace, and nothing seems out of the ordinary. A passerby would likely assume they were father and daughter. Footage from March 1st showed the pair in a similar situation, walking to a hotel room at the Days Inn. This video is the last confirmed sighting of Relisha. When Tatum's wife, Andrea, was found shot to death in a Maryland hotel room, investigators ramped up their search for both he and Relisha. They learned that at the beginning of March, he had purchased large trash bags, a shovel, and quicklime. On March 31st, Tatum's body was discovered at Kenilworth Park and Aquatic Gardens. He had shot himself with the same gun that killed Andrea. There was no trace of Relisha. Child Services was criticized for waiting so long to take action regarding Relisha's absences from school. The agency had been involved with her family before, finding that the home environment Young created was unsafe and that she had medically neglected at least one of her children. But it wasn't until Relisha vanished that Young lost custody of her kids. She was also investigated for obstruction of justice due to the statements she had made about where Relisha was, but was never charged. She rarely speaks to the media about Relisha's disappearance. In a statement to the Washington Post in 2014, Young said, "It's not my fault. I'm tired of laying my head down to get some rest, and I can't even reach out and grab my daughter." Relisha has never been seen or heard from again. Authorities believe she was likely killed by Tatum. His purchases in early March indicate he may have planned to get rid of human remains. In 2020, police searched a series of tunnels underneath the shelter, which Tatum would have had knowledge of as the janitor there. Nothing was found, and the young girl's fate is still unknown. Relisha Rudd would now be 15 years old. Belgian backpacker Theo Aez began his solo travels in Australia in late 2018. Nearly a year later, he disappeared a week before his flight back to Belgium. 18-year-old Theo arrived in Byron Bay, a popular tourist destination, on May 29, 2019. He checked into a single room at the Wake Up Hostel in Belangil. It was the final leg of his trip,
He planned to spend a few days in Byron Bay before taking a bus to Sydney and flying home. On the evening of May 31st, 2019, CCTV captured Theo and a new friend he'd met at the hostel buying some alcohol at a local liquor store. The footage indicates nothing out of the ordinary in Theo's behavior. The pair went back to the hostel, and later in the evening, Theo visited a bar called Cheeky Monkeys, located about a 20-minute walk from the hostel. Around 11 p.m., he left. It's unclear whether he was overly intoxicated, but witnesses have stated he was not drunk that night. CCTV footage of Theo leaving the bar provides the last known images of him before his disappearance. As he walked away from the bar, Theo used his phone to send several messages to friends, watch a YouTube video, and use Google Maps, presumably to navigate his way back to the hostel, but he never made it there. Cell phone records indicate that Theo actually walked in the opposite direction. He kept up a quick pace, following an unusual route down dark streets and through bushland to Tallow Beach. Throughout the journey, Theo was sending and receiving messages. After sending a WhatsApp message to his stepsister shortly before 1 a.m., his phone stopped emitting a signal. Theo's family called New South Wales police, reporting they hadn't heard from him. The same day, the hostel where Theo was staying contacted the police as well. His checkout date had been 3 days earlier, but he was nowhere to be found, and his belongings were still in his room. Theo's parents, Laurent Hayes and Vinciane Delforge, flew to Australia to search for their missing son. Helicopters, divers, rock climbers, dogs, and drones were all used in the extensive hunt for Theo, but to no avail. A month later, a baseball cap was found by searchers at Tallow Beach. It resembled the one Theo was wearing when he was last seen, and his family believe it's his. The official search was called off shortly after this discovery. The final signal that could be traced from his cell phone placed Theo in the area of Cape Byron on June 1st. Authorities theorize that he may have fallen from the cliffs near the lighthouse on Byron Bay, but there's no explanation as to why he traveled away from his hostel to this remote area in the middle of the night. In 2019, the backpacker Theo was seen buying alcohol with, Antoine Van Letem, told the Daily Telegraph about the night Theo disappeared. He described their trip to the bar. "We went out together after leaving the hostel, and we arrived with some other people from the hostel, and then everyone talked with other people. An hour later, he was kicked out of Cheeky Monkeys." It's not clear why Theo was asked to leave the bar. Some theories suggest he was overly intoxicated, perhaps as the result of a spiked drink, and simply got lost that night. Others wonder if he had an altercation of some kind inside Cheeky Monkeys, which did have a bit of a rough reputation. Theo's whereabouts remain completely unknown, but his family maintains hope that he is alive. They even wonder if he could be being held against his will. His father, Laurent, told media outlets, "As long as we have not found his body, we keep hope." On the evening of November 3rd, 2018, 40-year-old mother of 5 Tamla Horsford attended an adult slumber party with other local mothers in Cumming, Georgia. By the following morning, Tamla would be dead and nobody would be able to explain why. On the morning of November 4th, Tamla's body was discovered in the backyard of Jeannie Myers' home. Myers had invited a group of mothers who met through the Youth Football League over to celebrate her birthday, offering to let them spend the night to avoid drinking and driving. Though the party was planned for a group of 9 women, 2 men also stayed at the house that night: Myers' boyfriend Jose Barrera and Tom Smith, the husband of another attendee. Barrera and Smith hung out in the finished basement while the women socialized upstairs.
Tamla drank tequila and went out to the back porch balcony to smoke throughout the night, mostly cigarettes, but also marijuana until Myers asked her to stop. At some point, the men came back upstairs and the group played Cards Against Humanity. Around 11:30 p.m., some guests began to head home, while those who planned to stay the night got ready for bed. The last person to see Tamla alive was Bridget Fuller, who left the house at 1:47 a.m. when her husband picked her up. She told police that she and Tamla were the only two people left downstairs and that Tamla was eating gumbo soup and planned to smoke another cigarette before going to bed. The home's security system registered the back door opening, closing, and opening for a final time at 1:57 a.m. At 8:45 a.m., Tamla was seen on the lawn 14 feet below the porch, face down and unresponsive by Myers' aunt, who lived at the house. Jeannie Myers and Jose Barrera called 911 at 8:59 a.m. The homeowner, Myers, could be heard guessing that Tamla fell off the balcony, which had a nearly 4-foot-tall railing. Barrera told the 911 operator that Tamla wasn't breathing and described a small cut on her wrist, suggesting she may have tried to hurt herself.
Okay, what's going on?
We had people over last night. We were drinking. Most of us went to bed. One of them stayed on the balcony. She was drinking, and we just went outside, and she's laying face down in the backyard. It looks like, I'm guessing maybe she fell off the balcony, but she's stiff.
Okay, is she breathing?
I don't know if she's face down.
Okay, how old is she?
41. Here, hold on.
Hey, this is Jose Barrera.
Hey, have y'all checked to see if she's breathing?
She's not moving one bit. She's not breathing.
Okay.
I just try to assess her, touch her. She's completely face down in the yard. She is stiff.
Okay. Do you see any blood or anything to where, from where she fell?
I don't know if I should move her over. I mean, she's completely face down.
Okay. I mean, can you just check and see if she's breathing? If she's not breathing and you know she's gone, then just leave her where she's at. If she, okay.
1 minute. You know, like my girlfriend said, people were over last night. It was her birthday party. We're not the woman that we believe to be deceased, but it's my girlfriend's birthday party. Instead of having everybody go out, she had everyone stay in. And she was the last one I saw before everybody was typically put off to bed. And she was the last one in the kitchen. She was just, I think, either waiting around for a ride or waiting until the morning.
Okay. Was she there with anyone else?
I don't believe anybody was. My girlfriend has cameras here on the back deck that we can check.
Okay.
That I think would have caught the incident if she fell from here. Again, I don't know. It's hard to say if she fell from the deck or if she was already downstairs. She was the only smoker here, and I'm sorry. That's a lot of information.
Barrera mentioned on the call that the house had security cameras and were pointed at the backyard, but they were later found to have dead batteries. The Forsyth County Sheriff's Office reported multiple blunt force injuries in Tamla's autopsy. Noting a high blood alcohol level in her system, investigators agreed she had probably accidentally fallen off the balcony to her death. The other partygoers reported going to bed before Tamla. Tamla's friends and family were suspicious of the story. Whatever had happened to her, it seemed she had been alone. The family asked for an independent autopsy from the Georgia Bureau of Investigations. This autopsy found that Tamla had suffered more severe injuries than might be expected from an accidental fall. In addition to blunt force trauma to her head, neck, and torso, she also had cuts on her face, hand, and legs, and a laceration to her heart's right ventricle. Her right wrist was dislocated, her neck was broken, and there were 4 types of hemorrhages in her skull and brain. A blood alcohol level of 0.238 was found in the GBI's toxicology report, in addition to traces of an anxiety drug and THC. 2 months after Tamla's death, Barrera, the man who reported it to 911, was fired from his job as a Forsyth County court officer. For unknown reasons, he had tried multiple times to illegally access the official incident report. Despite the unusual circumstances, Tamla's death was ruled an accident and the case was closed on February 20th, 2019. The Horsford family hired attorney Ralph Fernandez to continue looking into Tamla's death. On June 5, 2020, Fernandez informed Tamla's husband, Leander, that his team's findings suggested the incident had not been an accident, but a homicide. Tamla's injuries indicated she could have been involved in a struggle, and the investigation had left much to be desired. The scene had been poorly preserved. Autopsy photos were never released to Fernandez and were possibly not taken at all, and witness statements that conflicted with one another had not been followed up on. A week later, Forsyth County Sheriff Ron Freeman asked the GBI to reopen the case. The agency agreed but did not provide a timeline for their investigation. Over 2 years later, it is still unclear whether Tamla Horsford died as a result of a terrible accident or something more sinister. On Thursday, December 7, 2000, 22-year-old Trevor Deely vanished after attending his office Christmas party in Dublin, Ireland. Trevor had worked for Bank of Ireland Asset Management for about a year and had recently returned from a vacation in Alaska at the time of his disappearance. The party took place at various locations throughout the night, beginning at a bar called Copperface Jack's, moving to the Hilton Hotel and landing at nightclub Buck Whaley's. Trevor walked out of Buck Whaley's alone at around 3:25 in the morning, but instead of returning to his apartment, he went to his office, where security let him in. CCTV video from the building that night shows a man dressed in black waiting outside before Trevor arrived. As Trevor approaches the gate, the two briefly speak. While inside the office, Trevor checked his email, gathered some things he needed for the next day's shift, and spoke to Carl Pender, a colleague who was working the night shift. Trevor left the building at 4:03 carrying an umbrella. The man in black was no longer outside. Trevor called a friend as he walked toward his home and left a voicemail the friend described as normal. This was the last time anyone heard from him. Trevor was not reported missing until the following Monday. His absence at work was written off because of the party the night before, and his roommates were out of town over the weekend. Once it was clear Trevor was unaccounted for, his family and friends circulated thousands of leaflets, hung posters throughout Dublin, and went door to door asking for information. Investigators discovered that at 4:14 on the morning he went missing, Trevor appeared on CCTV on the corner of Bagot Street Bridge and Haddington Road, still walking in the direction of his apartment. This is the last known footage of Trevor Deely. The footage also shows a man in black passing through the area only 30 seconds behind him. Investigators believe this is the same man who spoke to him outside of the bank. This individual has never come forward, and Trevor has never been seen again. Was the man in black a stranger? Was he waiting outside the bank for Trevor specifically? Was he the same person seen following behind in the final footage? Or could Trevor have simply fallen into the Grand Canal or the River Dodder as he made his way home through the rain and wind? A new investigation into Trevor's disappearance was launched in December 2016, with a €100,000 reward offered for information. In August 2017, a police informant told investigators Trevor had been murdered by a known criminal involved in drugs and prostitution in the area. That theory, however, has never been proven, and no arrests have ever been made. On September 22, 2019, the naked body of 15-year-old Chan Yin Lam was found floating in the sea off Yau Tong, Hong Kong. A preliminary autopsy found no lacerations, contusions, or sign of any other assault. Investigators suspected Chan's death was a suicide, and her body was quickly cremated. But the incident would soon become the center of a conspiracy theory-fueled mystery. On the afternoon of September 19th, Chan separated from a group of friends at Mei Fu Station in the Lai Chi Kok area of Hong Kong. She sent a final message on her phone telling some friends she intended to return home, then seemed to vanish into thin air. Chan's family reported her disappearance to police 2 days later. Her phone and some stationery were found on the ground in Tu Keng Leng railway station. Surveillance footage was soon located that had captured her movements. Chan had left the campus of the youth college at the vocational training school where she was taking classes and walked barefoot in the direction of the nearby waterfront. After Chan's body was recovered, social media theories emerged alleging that she had been murdered by government officials for supporting and participating in the 2019 Hong Kong protests. The protests were demonstrations against a bill that would have allowed extradition of Hong Kong residents to face the legal systems of mainland China and other jurisdictions. Chan had reportedly handed out protest leaflets on one occasion, and friends of hers confirmed that she had attended demonstrations. Internet sleuths began theorizing that police officers had assaulted Chan and thrown her body into the sea. Chan's mother stated she believed her daughter committed suicide and may have even been suffering from psychosis. Chan had reportedly told her mother that she heard voices. She had also been struggling in her relationship with her boyfriend, who was in jail. In early August, Chan was captured on video in a train station, appearing extremely distraught, allegedly because of an issue relating to her boyfriend. Surrounded by concerned strangers and eventually police officers, she's crying and yelling as she sits on the floor of the station. Reportedly as a result of her protest participation, Chan had been sent to a juvenile detention center on August 12, 2019, and had stayed there until September 11th. While there, she was charged with property damage after tearing apart some papers. She was due to appear in court for the charge on September 20th and was expected to face a separate charge of assaulting a police officer on September 26th. She had allegedly kicked an officer at Tong Fuk Correctional Institution, where her boyfriend was imprisoned. Despite these details of Chan's struggles in the weeks leading up to her death, doubters were very vocal on social media. Students at Chan's school demanded the release of CCTV footage from the day she was last seen alive. The school eventually made public 16 video clips that show Chan moving around the campus for over an hour on September 19th. In the first few clips, Chan is still wearing her shoes. She appears to remove them after climbing a stairwell and coming back down the stairs barefoot. She's also seen reading from some papers inside an elevator. Chan appears distracted and possibly distraught, and she moves around the school without a clear destination. The teenager fidgets and walks aimlessly. On 3 separate occasions, she pushes the call button for an elevator and wanders off before it arrives. In the final clip, Chan is seen walking outside on the street, presumably to the seaside. Some have suggested that the girl in the CCTV footage is not Chan, but an imposter or actress participating in a cover-up of her murder. Armchair detectives have noticed a difference in appearance between the young woman in the videos and photos of Chan seen on her social media accounts and missing poster. Many point out a difference in her eyebrows specifically. They also find it suspicious that Chan's clothes managed to go missing between the time she was last seen and when her body was found in the sea. Interestingly, Chan was an accomplished swimmer. She'd even won swimming awards in the past, which cast doubt on the likelihood that she would choose to die by drowning. Despite the suspicion that surrounds Chan's death, her family and friends have positively identified her in the released clips, and those closest to her seem to accept that she simply took her own life. Sadly, it looks like we will never know for sure what really happened to Chan Yin Lam. Which of these unsolved cases did you find the most mysterious? Do you have theories of your own about what really happened to any of these people? Let us know in the comments below. Thanks for watching.
We often feel like we know celebrities as deeply as our friends and family. After all, details of their daily lives, relationships, and more are frequent fodder for our entertainment, yet an air of mystery remains. We don't actually know these people, we just know of them. And just like anyone else, they can be subject to strange situations, terrifying transgressions, and vicious violations. You'd like to think their elevated social status would ensure that crimes against them get solved, but sometimes they just don't. Today we're discussing 5 unsolved cases that center around celebrities. In the early 2000s, the Ruffalo brothers, Mark and Scott, seemed to be finally hitting their stride. The pair had moved to Los Angeles as young adults, with Mark pursuing acting and Scott breaking into the hairdressing business. Times were tough in the beginning, and the brothers shared a cheap apartment in the crime-ridden neighborhood of MacArthur Park. As Mark told Men's Journal in 2013, he'd make a giant bowl of tuna pasta, and we'd eat off that all week long. The best of times, the worst of times. But with Mark breaking into Hollywood with lucrative films like 13 Going on 30 and Zodiac, and Scott gaining massive success at top salons in Santa Monica and Beverly Hills, things seemed to have certainly turned around for the two brothers. Scott was well-known and well-liked, and with a swanky condo in Beverly Hills, he was a far cry from his humble beginnings. Shockingly, on December 1st, 2008, Scott was rushed to a local hospital with a gunshot wound to his head, and he succumbed to his injuries a week later on December 8th. He was 39 years old. Shortly after his death, 2 individuals turned themselves into the authorities, 26-year-old Shaha Mishal Adam and her boyfriend, 29-year-old Brian Schofield. Detectives were aware that Adam had been at the scene since surveillance cameras captured her and her boyfriend entering. According to Adam, she came to Scott's condo to pick up the keys to her Range Rover, but then he allegedly began mentioning Russian roulette. Unnerved, Adam left, but heard a shot ring out as she retreated. Why Scott might have been in possession of Adam's car keys is unclear. The police were not fully buying Adam's narrative, and they continued to press her. She then altered her story, claiming that she witnessed Scott's fatal and self-inflicted gunshot. The sight of him lying on his couch, bleeding, with a gunshot wound to his head and the weapon in his left hand was so overwhelming that she and Schofield fled, vowing to keep the incident to themselves. Adam was initially booked on suspicion of attempted murder and held without bail, but the very next day she was released, claiming that she was present but not responsible for the shooting. As for Schofield, he had a warrant out for an unrelated misdemeanor traffic offense, so Beverly Hills PD was able to hold and question him for a short while. However, his story echoed Adam's, and he was never charged for anything other than his previous traffic violation. The nature of Adam's relationship with Scott and the activities of her boyfriend at the time remain hazy to the public. Some suspect that drugs were involved, and that Adam's visit to Scott's condo that night had nothing to do with a set of car keys. However, Adam's story was not completely implausible. Despite his gregarious nature and popularity, Scott did have a history of playing with firearms in front of friends and struggled with cocaine addiction. His desire for narcotics even landed him in hot water with the law in April of 2002, earning him a felony charge for possession of a controlled substance for sale. After Adam's release from custody, Beverly Hills police labeled Scott's death a suicide until the coroner's report was released. According to that, the trajectory of the bullet was at an angle that would have been impossible to achieve by his own hand. The tragedy was relabeled as a homicide and remains unsolved, though closed by the Beverly Hills Police Department to this day. The key witness in the event was also the only publicly named suspect, Shaha Adam. She was a bit of an enigma herself. Coming from a wealthy Saudi Arabian family, she was technically a member of the royal family, with her grandfather being the well-known Sheikh Kamal Adam, an advisor for both King Faisal and King Khalid. She had been educated in the best schools in Los Angeles, but after her parents' divorce, her life seemed to take a bit of a nosedive. At the time of Scott's slaying, her landlord was attempting to evict her from her own Beverly Hills abode, and she had little to no contact with her family. Several years later, in January 2012, Adam died of an apparent drug overdose, but the public did not learn of her death until over a month later. As for Schofield, there's even less known about him. Other than the traffic ticket Beverly Hills PD held him on back in 2008, there seems to be no further activity from him. He is only mentioned as a peripheral character in the entire chain of events. Was he with Adam when the shooting occurred? Was he in another room or outside of the condo completely? What is he up to today? Unfortunately, we just don't know. There is no prevailing theories and only a web of suspicious circumstances surrounding the shooting of Scott Ruffalo. With Adam deceased, her boyfriend nowhere to be found, and the case closed by the authorities, it doesn't appear that we will be getting answers anytime soon. As for Scott's famous big brother, Mark continues to grieve and hold out hope that the murder will be solved. He states that he deals with the pain of losing Scott by remembering all the good times the pair had together, telling Men's Journal that he is still haunted by guilt over his baby brother's death. Mark stated, "You never get over it, you just get used to it. From here on out, do the best you can to make it count." "18-year-old Tammy Lynn Leppert seemed to have it all. As a teenager, she was winning beauty pageants left and right, and had already appeared on the front page of CoverGirl magazine. By 1983, the petite blonde Florida girl was fostering a promising acting and modeling career, appearing in films like Scarface and Spring Break. However, something appeared to be amiss. Shortly after filming for Spring Break Wrapped in 1982, Tammy attended a weekend-long party that should have been an enjoyable venture. Instead, when she returned home, she was, quote, a completely different person, according to Wing Flanagan, a longtime friend who lived with her and her mother. The details of what occurred were never discovered, but the young woman informed her mother that she had seen something awful that she was not supposed to see. She went on to be cast in Scarface, but 4 days into shooting, a scene with fake blood caused Tammy so much distress that she quit the film and returned to her mother's home in Rockledge, Florida. Unfortunately, her behavior didn't improve. Tammy became increasingly paranoid, refusing to drink out of any open glasses and only eating food off of other people's plates. By July 1st, 1983, she seemed to be truly off the rails. Physically and verbally attacking Wing, she raced outside, only to have the door locked behind her. Enraged, she pummeled the door with a baseball bat and broke a window before he let her back into the dwelling. Deeply concerned, her mother took her to the doctor, but after 3 days of observation, she seemed cogent with no obvious signs of alcohol or drug use, and her physicians released her. Yet Tammy remained insistent that an unknown he was going to kill her. She reached out to her friend Rick Adams, and the pair met in a church with Tammy weeping and praying through the duration of their time together. When he dropped her off at home,
She informed him that she might not see him for some time and that she loved him. The next day, on July 6th, her friend Keith Roberts came to pick her up at her request. Tammy's mother was worried, and though she neatly dressed in a matching denim top and skirt with flowers, her daughter hadn't combed her hair before she left, which was uncharacteristic. Allegedly, during the drive, Keith and Tammy got into a fight, and she ordered him to drop her off at the Glass Bank building in downtown Cocoa Beach, Florida, only about 5 miles from her mother's home. It's unclear where exactly the pair parted ways, but it seemed that he dropped her off near the Glass Bank building in an Exxon gas station parking lot, right off State Route A1A. Tammy then placed several calls to her aunt's business, a nearby costume shop, but the calls went unanswered since she was out of town. Tammy apparently left an urgent message after each call, but the exact contents of the voicemails are unknown to the public. Tammy was never seen or heard from again. Several theories have flourished over the years. 2 serial killers operating in Florida, Christopher Bernard Wilder and John Brennan Crutchley, were initially considered suspects, but nothing has been discovered to tie her to either of these men, and both are now long dead. Tammy's mother thinks that her daughter witnessed something to do with drug trafficking, and that her knowledge got her killed, though that theory too has never been corroborated. Her DNA profile has been compared to quite a few Jane Does, but 40 years later, her remains have never been found. Tammy would now be in her 50s, and her family, particularly her sister Susanna, has vowed to never stop looking for her, saying, "It has been too long not knowing what happened to you. We love you and want to know you are okay." If you know anything about Tammy Lynn Leppert, you can reach out to Detective Thomas Cooper of the Cocoa Beach Police Department at the number on the screen. Born in 1958 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 20-year-old Nancy Spungen was drawn to the fast-paced party lifestyle that accompanied the punk rock music scene in the 1970s. A troubled and rebellious youngster who experimented with drugs, Nancy left home for New York City at age 17 with a passion for punk music. She was a groupie and took a particular interest in Johnny Thunders' Heartbreakers, going so far as to follow the band across the Atlantic Ocean to London in 1977. Her cohorts on the scene characterized her as brash, pushy, and obnoxious, earning her the nickname Nauseating Nancy. In the UK, Nancy continued to alienate fellow groupies and band members alike, until she met the bassist for the Sex Pistols, Sid Vicious. In some ways, Sid did not fit the typical mold of a rock icon. He was naturally introverted, and a newcomer to the group after the original bassist, Glenn Matlock, left. Yet in other ways, he was already well initiated. Although Nancy is often blamed for introducing Sid to the hard-partying behaviors of the American punk rockers, Sid was deeply familiar with drugs, and had a bad habit of abusing them prior to his introduction to Nancy. His addiction to heroin was well documented, and caused tension among the other members of the Sex Pistols. Nancy was no help in this arena. She was also a heroin addict, and the pair were a terrible influence on one another. As Lee Childers, the tour manager for the Heartbreakers, said, "She was a junkie, a drug supplier, and an all-around lowlife." Sid's bandmates disliked her so much that she was effectively banned from the group's USA tour in 1978, but that didn't stop the star-crossed lovers from reconnecting. After the band broke up following their final performance in San Francisco, Sid reunited with Nancy and embarked on a solo career with her as his manager. In August 1978, the couple moved into the famed Chelsea Hotel in Manhattan, where they would spend weeks at a time holed up in their room taking drugs. Friends of the couple noted they would disappear only to resurface after days, and some began to worry that their habit might finally get the better of one or both. On the night of October 11th, 1978, Sid was witnessed taking a massive dose of Tuinal, a barbiturate meant to mitigate insomnia. Later that same night, around 2:30 a.m., Nancy asked Rockets Redglare, a drug dealer who doubled as a bodyguard for Sid, for some dilaudids, a type of opioid painkiller. Whether or not she took these is unknown. Nothing else was heard from the pair until 7:30 the next morning, when another guest reported hearing a woman moaning in Sid and Nancy's room.
2.5 hours later, an agitated Sid called down to the front desk asking for help. Nancy was found dead in the bathroom with a stab wound to her abdomen. Sid was arrested for her murder and confessed to the crime at first. Later, he recanted, claiming he had been deeply asleep and had no recollection of what had transpired. Sadly, while out on bail several months later, Sid died of a heroin overdose before he could be tried for the slaying, and Nancy's case was never further investigated. The large amount of Tuinal Sid purportedly ingested the night before, as well as his seemingly deep and authentic love for Nancy, made many wonder if he was indeed culpable or even capable of the deed. But if he didn't kill her, then who did? There are two prevailing theories. The first is that it was a botched double suicide. Sid had taken the massive amount of Tuinal to end his life, and Nancy followed with a self-inflicted Shakespearean stab to the stomach. Of course, this sounds like the plot of Romeo and Juliet, and though the pair were troubled, there was no indication that they were prepared to consciously end their own lives. Sid also never claimed that this was the case. The second, and more likely theory, is that Rockets Red Glare, the pair's dealer, took advantage of Sid's incapacitation and attempted to rob them. A furious Nancy stopped him and earned a hunting knife in her stomach as a reward. Rockets then took the remainder of the cash and left the hotel room, assuming both Sid and Nancy were deceased. There have even been reports of him admitting the crime to fellow partiers at the punk club CBGB's and producing blood-stained dollar bills as proof. No one knows for certain what occurred on the night of October 11th, 1978, but the ill-fated and twisted love story of Sid and Nancy lives on as the stuff of rock and roll legends. Known as the Golden Girl of British TV, Jill Dando had a warm smile and sunny blonde hair that were well known to British television viewers throughout the 1980s and 90s. Mostly she worked for the BBC, particularly as the face of the programs like Holiday and Crime Watch. On the morning of April 26, 1999, Jill left her fiancé, Dr. Alan Farthing's home in Chiswick, London. CCTV captured Jill shopping in Hammersmith, an area between Farthing's home in Chiswick and her own dwelling in Fulham. After leaving Hammersmith, she proceeded onward to Fulham to check on her house, which she was in the process of selling. Around 11:30 a.m., as Jill was about to unlock her front door, she was grabbed from behind, forced to the ground, and shot once by a 9mm semi-automatic pistol in the left side of her head. Her neighbor, Helen Doble, discovered her body roughly 15 minutes later and called the authorities. Jill was taken to nearby Charing Cross Hospital, where she was pronounced dead on arrival by 1:03 p.m. No one saw the crime occur, and the only visual account authorities were able to obtain came from Jill's next-door neighbor, Richard Hughes, who, upon hearing a gunshot, looked out his window and spied a 40-something, 6-foot-tall white man walking away from Jill's residence. 1 year after her death, a man named Barry George, or Barry Bulsara, was arrested and later tried and convicted for the crime. He had lived about a half-mile from Jill's house and had a history of violent and lewd behavior towards women. He had also been previously arrested in the 1980s for trespassing on the grounds of Princess Diana's residence at Kensington Palace, armed with 2 knives and a rope. However, the case against him was exceedingly thin, and he was subsequently acquitted of Jill's murder in 2008. Since then, the case has remained unsolved. All her romantic partners, both current and former, were cleared, and the idea that a hitman had been hired as revenge for the work she did on her show Crime Watch was also debunked by the police. There are a few other theories, most notably the idea that a Serbian hitman went after Jill. At the time, the Yugoslav wars were raging in the Balkans, and the West was largely supportive of Kosovo over Serbia. Jill had just appeared on a BBC Kosovo appeal, so it is plausible that killing her would be seen as a kind of retribution against the West from Serbia. Other ideas, like an unhinged fan coming after her, or that she was mistaken for someone else, have been floated over the years, but nothing substantial has come from it. Her murder remains open, and Metropolitan Police have stated that should any new information come to light, it will be thoroughly investigated. Best known for starring in beloved films like Clueless, 8 Mile, and Uptown Girls, Brittany Murphy was a Hollywood regular with a ton of talent and a devoted fan base. In 2007, after a brief romance, she tied the knot with Simon Monjack, a British-born writer and director who had known Brittany since her teenage years. 7 years her senior, he always seemed to have some kind of scandal or controversy swirling around him. He was arrested for credit card fraud, evicted from 4 different homes, and generally seen by those around Brittany as a con artist. Her friends were suspicious of Simon's motives when it came to Brittany, wondering if they wed so quickly for legal reasons. After all, he had just spent several days in jail in February 2007 because his visa to the United States had expired. Simon was controlling, insisting that he alone should manage Brittany and her career. And shortly after their nuptials, she fired her entire professional team. As Cynthia Hill, the director of the documentary What Happened Brittany Murphy, told People magazine, he was a disturbed individual who was used to conning people, and Brittany was one of his last victims. In December 2009, in the Hollywood home the couple shared with her mother, Sharon Murphy, Brittany collapsed on the floor of the bathroom. She was rushed to Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, but unfortunately, it was too late. The beautiful young actress was declared dead at only 32 years old. The cause of death was listed as pneumonia, anemia, and multiple drug intoxication, which was the result of the numerous cold medicines that Brittany had ingested in the preceding days. She was likely fighting off some kind of cold or respiratory infection, as the drugs were not illicit ones. It's worth mentioning that though there were no confirmed reports of Brittany abusing drugs or alcohol, it was rumored throughout Hollywood that she used heroin and cocaine, with many concerned that she used too many drugs and ate too little food. Her death was ruled accidental, but people were incredibly suspicious, especially when Simon initially refused to have an autopsy performed. Although he later allowed it, he justified his early hesitation to Larry King in an interview, stating,
"This pristine body that was curvy in all the right places and the skin like silk. And how could I say in front of her mother, cut her up?"
Skepticism continued to follow Simon, with reports that he had moved on to Brittany's mother, of all people, and was now sharing a bed with her. Creepy photographs of the two looking like a grieving couple rather than a mother and a son-in-law didn't do much to help their case. However, less than a year after Brittany's untimely demise, Simon was discovered dead in the same home on May 23, 2010. His cause of death was also listed as pneumonia and anemia. Naturally, this seemed fishy to many, and 2 main theories surfaced. Firstly, that the pair were exposed to toxic mold in their own home. At first, Sharon disagreed with this idea, but she later filed a malpractice suit against her former lawyers, alleging that they had encouraged her to accept a settlement from the builders of the home rather than sue them for Brittany's wrongful death. It appeared that Sharon believed they knew about defects in the home that could have contributed to her daughter's passing. However, no mold spores were recovered in either Simon or Brittany's bodies. An environmental review was conducted on the property, but the results of it are unknown at this time. The second theory is that either Sharon or Simon poisoned Brittany over a long period of time. Now, obviously, since Simon is dead, it is not too likely that he was the perpetrator. Her hair was found to contain high levels of heavy metals, which some believe to be consistent with poisoning, but it has since been revealed that this was the result of hair dyes and hairsprays, and the chemicals were never absorbed into her bloodstream. In fact, in the days prior to her death, Brittany had changed her hair color. Even though the deaths of Brittany and Simon are strange, and Simon was certainly no angel, there is little concrete evidence beyond pure speculation to suggest foul play at this time. Following Simon's death, it was revealed that he had 2 secret children by 2 different women, and that he was wiring huge amounts of money overseas to pay off some kind of legal settlement. The circumstances of said settlement remain a mystery to the public. He also sunk roughly $3 million of Brittany's money into fraudulent investments, non-existent real estate, and fake jewelry. The Los Angeles County coroner remains adamant in his decision that her death was the result of untreated pneumonia, and she likely would have lived if she had sought medical attention earlier in her illness. Brittany is remembered for her kindness and generosity, and is missed by fans and friends alike. What celebrity mystery sends you falling down a rabbit hole? Did we miss your favorite case? As always, we'd love to hear you sound off in the comments below. Be sure to like and subscribe, and thanks for watching. The suburb of Setagaya in Tokyo is largely considered to be a safe and desirable place to live. Its numerous green spaces and spacious residential dwellings sharply contrast with the noisy, bustling city that surrounds it. However, that peace was shattered when the bodies of the Miyazawa family were discovered inside their home on the morning of December 31st, 2000. They were, by all accounts, a nice and normal Japanese family. The father, Mikio, worked for the marketing firm Interbrand, while his wife, Yasuko, was a tutor. They had 2 children, 8-year-old Niina and 6-year-old Rei, and the pair had lived in the home for about a decade. In the months leading up to the murders, the Miyazawa's neighborhood had been slowly emptying out. Their property backed up to a public green space and skate park that the city was planning to expand, and the community had dwindled from over 200 families to just 4. The skate park had become somewhat of an attraction to the local teen population, leading to loud and disruptive gatherings in the area from time to time. The week before the murders, Mikio had even been seen arguing with a rather obnoxious group of teens in the area. With the park's expansion, their shrinking neighborhood, and the increased teen presence, the Miyazawas had plans to move within the next few months. The house itself was a duplex that the family shared with members of Yasuko's family, but there were no internal connections between the 2 homes, and both dwellings had been soundproofed to provide additional privacy. On the morning of December 31st, 2000, Yasuko's mother, Haruko, who lived next door, phoned her daughter. She found it strange that no one answered, and so she made her way over to the home and let herself in. Already feeling mildly uneasy, it didn't take long to realize something horrific had taken place. First, Haruko discovered her son-in-law Mikio covered in blood at the bottom of the stairs on the first floor. Feeling her panic rise, she began to call out for her daughter and grandchildren as she ascended to the second floor, only to find Yasuko and Niina both stabbed to death at the top of the stairs. Her grandson Rei had been strangled while he slept in his bed. The murderer is thought to have entered the home via an unlocked window in the second-floor bathroom at some point after 11 o'clock at night. There is loose evidence of the family being alive up to 10:30. Mikio accessed a password-protected email on his work account at that time, and it is unlikely that anyone else is responsible for that digital clue. However, as horrifying as the murder is, what makes this case truly baffling is the amount of time the killer spent in the home after his crime spree. Police believe that the man spent multiple hours in the house, drinking tea and eating ice cream. He left behind a fair amount of bodily evidence as well. His fingerprints were discovered on the ice cream wrappers, his blood was in multiple places throughout the house, and he had defecated in the family's bathroom without bothering to flush. He ransacked the home, rummaging through personal documents, emptying drawers, and dumping them into the second-floor bathtub. While Mikio's wallet, items from Yasuko's handbags, house keys, and other papers were found shoved inside the toilet. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, the perpetrator accessed the internet from the family computer, visiting sites previously bookmarked by Yasuko and Mikio. At some point during his stay, the killer took a nap on the sofa. Before he left, he changed his clothes, leaving them neatly folded on the couch alongside his jacket, scarf, shoes, hip bag, and the knives he used to execute the murders. Not much was taken from the Miyazawa residence. Even though the killer had gathered the family's IDs and credit cards in the living room, he had left them behind. In the end, only about 150,000 yen, worth a little over $1,000 US, was unaccounted for. Robbery was an unlikely motive, since there was plenty more cash readily available in the home that the intruder did not take. In the years that have ensued, this case has continued to puzzle authorities, and no definitive leads have emerged, although there has been a slew of theories. However, some concrete facts have been established via DNA evidence. Standing at roughly 5 foot 6 inches tall, the killer was of mixed race, with an Asian father and a mother with Southern European heritage. Unfortunately, the man's DNA and fingerprints have never been matched in the Japanese system, leading authorities to believe he is not a Japanese citizen. Several other facts have surfaced that point to the killer being a foreigner. A genetic sequence was found in his DNA that is more common to Korean people than Japanese. His shoes were a Korean size that only would have been sold in South Korea. And sand found inside his hip bag was traced back to Edwards Air Force Base in Southern California. Some have hypothesized that the killer was a military man, either American or South Korean in nationality, while others suspect that he was a hired assassin sent by a Japanese gang, though Mikio and his family had no known enemies. It's also plausible that the bunch of youngsters Mikio was seen arguing with the week before had something to do with the crime. Possibly one of the young men decided to take revenge on him for daring to confront them. Perhaps the Miyazawas were just profoundly unlucky, and the killer was just a drifter who happened upon the home that night. Nothing is quite clear in this bizarre case, and even though no major strides have been made in many years, the memory of the Miyazawa family is alive and well in Japan to this day. The police have adamantly said they will never give up until the case is solved. An investigator on the case, Yasunori Hirose, was quoted saying, "With advances in science and technology, I believe that police will locate the criminal and eventually arrest him." In 2020, Mikio's mother, now 89 years old, says that she desperately wants the case to be solved in her lifetime. Despite the thousands of hours of investigation, this violent killer has never been identified, and the murders of the Miyazawa family is as much a mystery now as it was over 20 years ago. On the morning of September 15, 2019, in Glendale, Arizona, Jessica Nunez woke up to a strange set of circumstances. Her 14-year-old daughter, Alicia Navarro, had vanished from the home with a small backpack containing her phone and laptop, leaving behind a cryptic note that read, "I ran away. I will be back. I swear. I'm sorry." Alicia hadn't had the most typical or easy of childhoods. Developmental delays had led to an autism diagnosis at age 12, and she had a difficult time connecting socially with her peers. Despite this, she was a star student and had found a fun and supportive community of friends through online gaming. Jessica, though happy her daughter was making friends, remained aware of the dangers of the internet. Once, Jessica had discovered that a stranger was asking for Alicia's personal information online, and the mother-daughter duo had a frank and serious conversation about safe behavior while using the internet. Jessica even filed a report with the police about the incident and believed the matter was settled and that Alicia was now well informed. The night before Alicia vanished, Jessica was up late, waiting for her husband to come home from work. Around 1 a.m., Alicia came downstairs from her room for a glass of water, and then asked her mother why she was still awake. Nothing seemed unusual to Jessica, and she eventually drifted off to sleep. In the morning, she noticed the back door was slightly open and asked her husband if he had left it like that. When he informed her that he hadn't been through the back door that day, Jessica felt uneasy and went to check on Alicia. It was at this time that she discovered an empty bedroom, Alicia's missing electronics, and the strange note. Racing out the back door, Jessica found some shoe prints and patio furniture out of place near their garden wall, leading her to believe that Alicia had exited the home through the back door and then used the furniture to clamber over the wall. Despite leaving with her MacBook and cell phone, there has been no digital trace of Alicia since she disappeared on September 15, 2019, and her phone has remained powered off. Additionally, hundreds of tips and a few tenuous sightings have all gone nowhere. Alicia is still missing. Jessica believes that she met someone online who lured her out of the home, Alicia was not outgoing or quick to trust people, describing herself once as introverted, nerdy, and shy. For these reasons, whoever befriended Alicia likely took their time to gain her trust before making their final move. Although Alicia could have been simply snatched up by a stranger when she left home, she had no reason to run away in the first place. It is more likely that Alicia left under the pretense of meeting an internet friend who ended up being a foe. By the note she left, it seemed that she intended to return home, so Jessica believes that something or someone is preventing her from coming back or even contacting any family and friends. Despite her heartache and the gut-wrenching torment of not knowing the whereabouts of her child, Jessica has remained resolute in her search. She also has a message for parents that she shared with News Nation in October of 2021. I do feel that it's very, very necessary for parents to get educated on what their kids are doing on social media, she said, and all these new apps to our kids. I myself personally didn't think any dangers since I thought my daughter was safe being at home. I have strangers in my home without them physically being there. For me, my advice to parents is to get educated on what's available out there in social media. Make sure you know your kids' passwords and be constantly talking about the dangers and just monitor their media. Because I definitely believe it's a big, big problem that our youth is facing at the moment. Alicia would now be 17 years old, and she is described as a smaller-than-average girl with brown hair and brown eyes. At the time of her disappearance, she had braces, stood at 4'9", and weighed 90 pounds. If anyone out there viewing this has any information about Alicia's whereabouts, you can call 623-930-3000 to get in touch with Glendale, Arizona Police. Known as a rising star in Washington, D.C. legal circles, and a prominent member of the D.C. Asian American community, 32-year-old lawyer Robert Wone's murder shook the city. Naturally, being a large metro area, D.C. sees quite a bit of murder, but not in the posh DuPont Circle neighborhood where Robert was killed. Robert lived outside the city in Oakton, Virginia with his wife Kathy, and regularly commuted into D.C., first for his job with the Covington and Burling law firm, and more recently for his new position as the general counsel for Radio Free Asia. While his new position wasn't as lucrative as his previous job, Robert was enthusiastic about Radio Free Asia's mission to provide uncensored media to disadvantaged communities throughout Asia. However, on the night of August 2, 2006, Robert was working late and decided to stay at his friend's house rather than making the long commute home. Price, the aforementioned friend, had met Robert at William and Mary, where he had attended college, and owned a $1.2 million four-bedroom townhouse in DuPont Circle. Other residents of the property included Price's longtime partner, Victor Zaborski, housemate Dylan Ward, and a young woman who lived in the basement of the property. When Robert appeared at Price's home around 10:30 p.m., Price and Ward greeted him and chatted in the kitchen, while Zaborski was already upstairs in his bedroom. The basement tenant never came home the night of August 2nd. Shortly after, Robert was shown to the guest room on the second floor. Ward said his goodnights and proceeded to his bedroom, also on the second floor, while Price continued up to the third-floor master bedroom he shared with Zaborski. Ward recalled hearing Robert shower and then closed the door to the guest room before he drifted off, thanks to a sleeping pill he had taken earlier. Not long after everyone had gone to bed, Price and Zaborski heard the downstairs door chime, which signaled someone entering. The house was equipped with a security system that would sound whenever a door was opened. Assuming it was their downstairs tenant, the pair thought nothing of it until they heard guttural grunts on the second floor. Jumping out of bed, the two ran downstairs and found Robert bleeding on the bed, with a knife laying on his stomach. At 11:49 p.m., Zaborski called 911 and indicated to the operator that he and his partner were attempting to staunch the bleeding.
Okay, is he breathing?
He's breathing, but he needs help now.
Okay, we have help en route, ma'am, okay? We do have help en route. Okay, just go down there and try to tell your husband or your the other half to just try to keep him calm and talk to him, okay? Keep them calm and talk to them until someone gets there. Okay. And at the same time, get a dry cloth and just hold it right there in the area.
My partner's holding the...
Okay.
Holding it on him.
Okay, and once it gets saturated with blood, tell them get another one. Go get another towel so you can apply it on top of that one once it gets filled up with blood. And we need you to apply pressure on that area.
He is applying pressure right now.
Okay, just hold it there until the paramedics get there. They should be pulling up any moment if they're already en route to your location. You don't know who did this.
We have no idea who did this.
However, by the time the paramedics arrived at the townhouse, Robert's body was suspiciously clean, as was the crime scene. It didn't appear that a gruesome stabbing had occurred at all. In fact, it looked like Robert had been cleaned and dressed. A knife smeared with Robert's blood was found beside the body, and Price remarked to the police that they would likely find his DNA on it since he had moved the weapon, but that the real killer would have worn gloves. Although all 3 male residents of the townhouse agreed that the killer likely entered through the back door, the story wasn't quite making sense to investigators. There was no sign of forced entry, and Ward's room was before the guest room in the hall. Why would the killer have passed by Ward? That would have meant that Robert was specifically targeted, as the only people who knew where he was were the residents of the house and his wife. He and his wife had a loving relationship, and there were no known enemies that would make such a targeted kill plausible. During the autopsy, 3 stab wounds were found, as well as several needle marks and evidence that indicated Robert had been sexually assaulted and smothered before his death. Police ultimately hypothesized that Robert was drugged with a paralytic agent before being assaulted and murdered. Unfortunately, a routine drug panel yielded no evidence. Nothing was quite adding up, but there were no concrete facts to pin the crimes on Price, Ward, and Zaborski. Eventually, the trio was charged with obstruction of justice in November of 2008. Robert's wife, Kathy, filed a civil lawsuit against them several days later for $20 million. Despite the suspicious circumstances, in 2010, the men were cleared of all charges. The judge said that she believed the men knew more than they were saying, but that she couldn't believe beyond a reasonable doubt that they were guilty of obstruction of justice. Kathy settled her civil suit in 2011 for an undisclosed amount. Sadly, no progress has been made in this bizarre case. A theory pointing to Price's troubled brother Michael has been entertained, but he eventually produced an airtight alibi. Although we may never learn what happened to Robert Wone, it seems to many that Price, Ward, and Zaborski know something and appear committed to keeping their secret. When asked about her choice to settle by the Washington Post, Kathy Robert noted, "I am moving on. I want to spend the next 40 years of my life focusing on good. They can rot from the inside out from all the secrets they chose to keep. That's their choice. I choose to move on." Investigators say the case will remain open, in the hope that they might one day get the additional evidence they need to charge someone. But as of the time of this recording, Robert Eric Wone's murder remains unsolved. When children go missing, the authorities are usually quick to act, realizing that time is crucial. Unfortunately, the same luxury is rarely afforded to adults who disappear, even when the circumstances are more than a little fishy. In 2017, Elaine Park was a 20-year-old aspiring musician and actress who had landed some bit parts in movies and TV shows like Crazy Stupid Love and Desperate Housewives. Growing up in La Crescenta, a suburb of Los Angeles, she had been a cheerleader in high school, and she was described as spunky and likable. Although she had initially pursued higher education at Pierce College in Los Angeles, by January of 2017, she had dropped out, intent on following her acting career. On the night of January 27, 2017, Elaine had gone to a movie with her boyfriend, Divine, or Div Compare, the son of a well-known Los Angeles businessman. The pair had been on again, off again for some time, but had recently reconnected. After the show, security footage showed the pair returning to Div's apartment in Calabasas around 1 a.m., roughly 30 miles west of Elaine's home in La Crescenta. According to Div, the two went to sleep until Elaine woke him around 4 a.m., shaking, singing, and acting oddly. He believed she was in the midst of a panic attack, and he tried to get her to calm down.
2 hours later, security footage picked up Elaine walking towards her vehicle around 6 in the morning, appearing stable and normal, despite Div's claims that, still in the throes of her panic attack, she threw on her clothes and left in a hurry without telling him where she was going. At 7:14 a.m., her license plate was recorded leaving the property, but it has been reported that the timestamps on that particular camera were wrong, meaning she left at 6:14 a.m., not 7:14 a.m. This has never been officially confirmed one way or another. Throughout the rest of that day and on into the following day, January 29th, Elaine remained unreachable by phone, and her mother, Susan, became increasingly worried. She tried to file a report with the local police department, but was rebuffed since Elaine was an adult. Authorities believed at the time that she had simply run off for a bit, despite Susan's protestations that this was extremely out of character for her daughter. An official report was not filed until Monday, January 30th, after 2 full days had passed. Police initially questioned Div, but since he remained cooperative and was eventually ruled out as a suspect, his apartment and the surrounding areas were never searched. On February 2nd, Elaine's gray Honda Civic was found just off the Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu. All her doors were unlocked, and her personal belongings were still inside the car, including the keys in the ignition. Although the car was dead, the keys were turned to the on position, meaning that the battery had been left to drain. There was no sign of a struggle or foul play, leading investigators to surmise that Elaine had left the car willingly, though it was a strange place for her to have wound up. The car was found 20 miles to the west from her last known location at Div's apartment in Calabasas, and was even further west from her home in La Crescenta. What was she doing on a stretch of highway by the ocean so early in the morning? Clearly, she wasn't on her way home. Dogs were brought in to find her scent, and the search expanded around the surrounding rocky landscape with ATVs, divers, and drones. No trace of Elaine was found. The prevailing theory became suicide, with police believing she simply took her own life. Although Elaine was known to have bouts of depression, her family and friends strongly disagree with this conclusion, suspecting that foul play is the more likely scenario. Police have never ruled out that something sinister may have befallen Elaine, but they continually told her mother it was more likely that she had either committed suicide or run away on her own. Her mother has hired a private investigator to look into the matter, but nothing conclusive has been determined despite multiple cash rewards being offered over the years. Everything about Elaine Park's disappearance is clouded with suspicion, from the muddy timeline of the morning of January 27th to her boyfriend's account and the police's refusal to explore his role further, to the pristine state of her car when it was discovered. Aside from suicide, other theories have been floated over the years. Could she have been abducted by a stranger? It seems unlikely, or at least implausible, that there are no witnesses, since the Pacific Coast Highway is a well-traveled road, and it would have been sunny by the time she reached Malibu. Others think the boyfriend Div is more involved since there is unaccounted for time, and we don't know for sure if Elaine was behind the wheel of her Honda when it was recorded leaving his apartment. At this juncture, though, everything is pure speculation. Elaine is a Korean-American woman, standing at 5'6" with brown hair and brown eyes. She liked to wear heavy makeup and has 3 distinctive tattoos: a cow skull and a moth on her left arm, a dagger on her right arm, and a rose on her left shoulder. If you have any information about Elaine Park, you can call the tip line at 1-800-551-3080 or the Glendale Police Department at 818-548-4911. For our final case, we're leaving the United States and heading over to Poland to discuss one of their most baffling unsolved cases, the disappearance of Iwona Wieczorek. Out for a night of fun with her best friend Adria and 3 male acquaintances, 19-year-old Iwona Wieczorek abruptly vanished in the early morning hours of July 17, 2010. Having just graduated from high school, Iwona was currently residing in Gdansk, Poland, and was excitedly planning an upcoming trip to Spain. Though Iwona was still reeling from a fresh breakup with her boyfriend Patryk, her friend Adria managed to get her out of the house for a night on the town with 3 men the pair had known for about a month. One of them, Pavel, was supposed to be a date for Ivana that night, but the two ultimately decided there wasn't much of an attraction there and continued the night platonically. The night started with casual drinks before progressing to a club in Sopot, about 18 minutes north of Gdansk. Although Ivana started in high spirits, as the night progressed, her mood soured when she learned that her ex, Patrick, was apparently out on the town with other girls. She left the club and began her nearly 4-mile journey home on foot around 4 a.m., walking down Seaside Boulevard. On her stroll, she found Adria, and the two had a brief disagreement since Ivana was angry that Adria hadn't left the club when she did. The dispute was diffused over the phone, and the pair chatted again a few minutes later when Ivana called Adria to tell her that her phone battery was dying. By now, Adria had left the club and was headed home herself. Ivana disclosed her location on Seaside Boulevard to her friend and asked if she could come to Adria's house. She didn't want to go home, since she was a little drunk and was hesitant to greet her mother in her current state. Adria, understanding of the situation, left her keys under the mat for Ivana before heading off to bed. As the new day dawned, Adria awoke to find no Ivana in her apartment and her untouched keys still under the mat. She assumed Ivana had headed home instead, while Ivana's family assumed she was with Adria. Her disappearance wouldn't be noticed until late in the afternoon. Once alarms were raised, authorities began to search the area Ivana was last known to be in, but no trace was recovered. The last known image of Ivana was captured on CCTV during her walk home on Seaside Boulevard around 4 o'clock in the morning. She appears tired, holding her heels in her hands, and wearing her clothes from the club. There is a man visible behind her in the footage, wearing a plaid shirt, but he has never been identified by the police, and no witness has ever come forward claiming to be him. Unfortunately, despite the publicity the case received in Poland, not much progress has been made. In 2017, CCTV footage discovered that a maintenance team in the area Ivana was last seen took an unscheduled detour in their truck. The vehicle deviated from its normal route and spent an unknown amount of time in an area with entrances to storm drains. It is hypothesized that Ivana was attacked by one of the men on the team, and they disposed of her body in the storm drains before continuing. Not much more has been heard of the theory, and it seems to be idle speculation for now. In May of 2021, a bag containing a pair of tights and 2 knives was recovered in the area where Ivana was last seen. But it is not yet clear if those items are in any way related to the case. People also cast their suspicions on the men Ivana was with that night and her ex-boyfriend Patrick. Patrick, especially, seems to keep changing his story about where he was and what he was doing when Ivana vanished, but he has never been formally charged with anything relating to her disappearance. What seems most likely as of now is that Ivana proceeded off Seaside Boulevard into the area where she lived and was either abducted or attacked by someone at that point. Whether her assailant was known to her or not remains to be seen. The man seen behind her in the CCTV footage, though it seems he's the only feasible suspect at the moment, continues to elude police and the public. At the time of her disappearance, Ivana was 5'4" and 140 pounds. She has blonde hair and brown eyes and would now be roughly 30 years old. She may have been taken outside of Poland or even outside of Europe. It's hard to say for sure, but it looks like Ivana's case remains open, though it now appears to be in the hands of a cold case investigation unit. Have you heard of any of these unsolved cases before? Do you have any theories of your own? If you know of a mysterious unsolved case we haven't covered yet, let us know in the comments below. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss our next one. And as always, thanks for watching. Characterized by her mother as sensible and studious, 9-year-old Aisha Jaquilla Degree was known to be wary of strangers and unlikely to stray far from the home that she shared with her parents, Harold and Aquila, and older brother O'Brien. In February of 2000, the Degrees lived in Shelby, North Carolina, a western suburb of Charlotte that was mostly rural at the time. Harold and Aquila were driven to provide a good life for their 2 children and often worked long hours to do so. As a result, Aisha and O'Brien were latchkey kids, tasked with the responsibility of getting home after school and locking themselves inside the house until mom and dad returned from work. This was not an uncommon phenomenon in early 2000s America, and despite the amount of unsupervised time the children had, Harold and Aquila were extremely vigilant when it came to their children's safety. They led a sheltered life that revolved around church and school activities, and there was no internet access inside the Degree home. As Aquila shared with Jet Magazine in 2013, "We didn't even have a computer because every time you turned on the TV, there was someone who had lured someone's child away." On the night of February 13th, 2000, Aisha and O'Brien, who shared a room, were tucked into their beds around 8 p.m. without incident. About an hour later, a nearby car crash damaged the area's electrical grid, causing the Degree house to lose power for a little over 3 hours. When the lights came back on around 12:30 a.m., Harold checked on his children, finding both Aisha and O'Brien sound asleep in their beds. Harold himself went to bed 2 hours later, reporting nothing out of the ordinary. At some point between 2:30 and 5:45 a.m., Aisha got out of bed and left her home with her pre-packed school bag. When asked about his memories of the night, O'Brien, her brother, could only recall that he heard his sister shifting in her bed at some point, but chalked it up to Aisha just changing positions. He couldn't recall anything strange, and he didn't remember her leaving. Aquila awoke on the morning of February 14th, 2000, around 5:45 a.m. as usual, and began to make preparations for the day. Around 6:30 a.m., she went to wake the children and discovered that Aisha was not in her bed. Frantically, Aquila checked the house and the family's cars before phoning her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Both women lived nearby, and Harold suggested that Aisha may have gone over to one of their houses. After it became clear Aisha's whereabouts could not be accounted for, the Degrees contacted the police. By 7 a.m., the cops had arrived with a canine unit in tow, hoping to pick up the little girl's scent, but they had no luck. There were no signs of forced entry to the home, and several of Aisha's belongings were missing, including her book bag, a purse with Tweety Bird on it, and 3 missing outfits, one of which was reported to be her favorite. With Aisha's photo all over the news, it wasn't long before tips began to trickle into the local police station. 2 separate drivers caught sight of a young girl matching Aisha's description at 3:45 a.m. and another at 4:15 a.m., respectively. She was wearing a white shirt and white jeans, one of the missing outfits, and walking along North Carolina State Highway 18 in the pouring rain. This is about 1.2 miles away from her home and follows the route her school bus took at the time. One of the motorists, troubled by the sight of a young child by herself in the rain at such a strange hour, circled back to try and approach her, but Aisha turned and fled into the woods lining the highway. Those 2 incidents were the last confirmed sightings of Aisha despite years of searching and countless tips. A day after her disappearance, candy wrappers and a hair bow belonging to Aisha were found inside a shed right near where the driver reportedly saw her vanish into the woods. The next clue wouldn't appear until over a year later, in August of 2001. A construction crew dug up Aisha's backpack wrapped in plastic while building an access road in Burke County, 30 miles away from where she was last spotted. The backpack contained 2 items that we know of: a New Kids on the Block concert tee and a copy of McElligot's Pool by Dr. Seuss. Strangely, neither item was known to be hers, but the book did come from her school's library. No further leads were generated from the backpack's discovery. In 2004, a prison inmate claimed that he knew where Aisha's body was buried, but when authorities followed his directions, only animal bones were unearthed, proving the lead to be a dead end. In the ensuing years, Harold and Aquila have kept Aisha's case alive, hosting an annual walk from their home to where she was last seen, now the site of a large billboard splashed with her missing poster. The degrees have also established a scholarship in Aisha's name. By 2016, a new clue was revealed to the public. Someone had seen a girl matching Aisha's description get into a car on North Carolina State Highway 18, near where she was spotted by the other two drivers. Described as a dark green 1970s-style car with rust around the wheel wells, the vehicle is reported to be either a Lincoln Mark IV or a Ford Thunderbird. This prompted the FBI to reopen its investigation. 4 years later, in 2020, a man convicted of sex crimes against children and serving 14 years at the Alexander Correctional Institution in North Carolina claimed he had information about who had killed Aisha and where she was buried. After investigators interviewed him and another inmate, the tip turned out to be yet another false lead. It's widely believed that Aisha left home on her own accord, even though she had no known reason to flee. Some think she may have been groomed by an adult in her life, and they convinced her to leave the house to meet them that fateful Valentine's Day. However, no suspect has ever been publicly named or identified. It is a truly baffling case since Aisha did not seem to be the type of child to just up and run away, and her lifestyle and behavior would have made a stranger's access to her quite limited. Despite the years that have passed, both authorities and the Degree family hold on to hope that someone out there knows something. And between the FBI and the local sheriff's office, a $45,000 reward is available. Aisha's mother, Aquila, prays that her daughter is alive and well, even though she was robbed of so many years with her. As she stated in an interview in 2020, "We are hoping and praying that she's had a halfway decent life, even though we didn't get to raise her. She'll be 30 this year, but I don't care. If she walked in the door right now, I wouldn't care what I missed. All I want to see is her." If you're watching this and you have information about Aisha Degree's disappearance, you can call the Charlotte FBI office at 704-672-6100 or contact your local FBI office. Typically, when we think about the unsolved cases, we think about crimes that happen in the dead of night with no witnesses to tell the story. However, this isn't always the true narrative. Sometimes, crime can occur right under our noses in broad daylight. Such is the case with Eliza Sherman. This 53-year-old woman was stabbed to death in broad daylight just outside her attorney's office in downtown Cleveland, Ohio, and a suspect was caught on tape. Yet 9 years on, we still don't have any answers. Eliza was a fertility nurse at the Cleveland Clinic and a mother of 4. A Beechwood, Ohio native and the daughter of 2 Holocaust survivors, Sherman was characterized as someone who was devoted to her family. Married to Dr. Sanford Sherman for about 30 years, the couple hit a rough patch in the early 2000s, with Sanford carrying on a long-term affair from 2006 to 2010. By June of 2011, Eliza had filed for divorce, but she continued to live with her estranged husband for a year and a half, despite the growing animosity in the relationship. By 2012, Eliza was increasingly concerned for her safety and sent an email to herself documenting her fears that her husband was going to have her murdered. In addition to her husband, Eliza had also run into problems with her divorce attorney, Gregory Moore. Moore had taken over her case from his colleague, who Eliza had initially hired. However, he kept fabricating excuses to delay court appearances, even going so far as to call in bomb threats to courthouses he was due to attend. Moore had a habit of delaying his clients' cases to drag them out for as long as possible. On March 24, 2013, Moore texted Eliza asking her to meet him at his office inside the 75 Erie View Plaza building in downtown Cleveland. Her case was finally going to court in 2 days, and Moore wanted to prepare. Eliza arrived at Moore's law office, but he wasn't there. After waiting a while, Eliza left the office and decided to walk back to her car. Around 5:30 p.m., and only 30 feet from the entrance to the building, she was attacked, stabbed a total of 11 times in various places on her neck, back, and right arm. Hearing her screaming, an employee in the building rushed outside, but by the time he reached Eliza and called 911, she was already bleeding out and in critical condition. Eliza was pronounced dead at a local hospital 45 minutes later. Security footage from a nearby parking garage captured the suspected assailant, an individual in jeans and a hooded green or black jacket running away from the scene of the crime. It is difficult to tell if the person is male or female, but they do appear to have a limp or some kind of strange gait. None of Eliza's jewelry was stolen, and she was wearing some valuable pieces. As such, police do not believe the attack was random or unplanned. For the next 2 years, every lead was exhausted. Sanford, Eliza's husband, certainly had a cloud of suspicion hovering over him. Not only had their divorce been tumultuous, and he a less than ideal husband, but he also reportedly asked a friend, Larry Shanker, how to get away with murder. Additionally, just prior to her death, Eliza had discovered that Sanford was moving money, roughly $1 million, out of their joint accounts and into private ones. However, nothing Sanford had done seemed illegal, and no crime could be pinned on him, no matter how dubious he seemed in the public eye. Eventually, the city turned to the larger county government. Cleveland city officials passed the investigation over to Cuyahoga County prosecutors in 2015, the county where Cleveland is located, asking them to re-examine the evidence. Finally, in January 2016, there appeared to be new clues. Cuyahoga County prosecutors indicted Moore, Eliza's attorney, on several counts, including tampering with evidence, telecommunications fraud, and forgery. Moore had claimed he was inside of his office, waiting for Eliza to attend their meeting when she was killed. But witnesses as well as keycard data show that Moore left his office a full hour before Eliza arrived, and did not return until well after she was slain. Though initially hopeful that this could lead to the untangling of the mystery, Moore ended up only pleading guilty to a count of falsification for giving the police misleading information on the day of the crime. He spent 6 months in jail and relinquished his law license in 2018. Not much has been found since. In 2021, the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation and Identification formally took over the case at the request of the Cleveland Chief of Police. Eliza's daughter Jennifer is reportedly heartened to learn that new eyes will be looking at the case. As she said to the Cleveland Jewish News, "It's been 8 years and technology has changed. I hope that they can do an analysis of DNA, if there is any, or other evidence or the video footage. Along with a fresh set of eyes, hopefully advances in the world of technology will lead to some new information as well." A $100,000 reward is currently being offered to anyone who can provide information that leads to capturing Eliza Sherman's murderer. During the early hours of the morning on October 15, 2016, 26-year-old Katie Jones was tragically gunned down on her way home. A waitress at the Midwood Smokehouse in Charlotte, North Carolina, Katie had been out with friends in the Plaza Midwood neighborhood, a trendy area known for its laid-back bars and nightlife. As the night wound down, Katie decided to walk home alone, heading along the 1300 block of the plaza towards Central Avenue. According to her friends, it wasn't unusual for Katie to walk home, even late at night. And she only lived about a mile from the popular Midwood Country Club, the bar she and her friends had frequented that evening. At 2:45 a.m., Katie, almost halfway home, was shot in the chest by an unknown assailant, and her body was found in the driveway of a real estate business shortly afterward. A nearby resident who had heard the shot called the police, and they arrived within minutes, but sadly, there was nothing they could do. The best lead that Charlotte police have is surveillance footage from the church across the street. The video captures about a minute of Katie walking by, not far from her home. Shortly after she passes out of frame, a car follows behind her. Police believe that Katie spoke with the occupants of the vehicle and that they are responsible for her murder. While some speculate it may have been an attempted robbery, the 26-year-old was carrying pepper spray, walking in a well-lit area, and ultimately, nothing was taken from her, including her phone and purse. Others think that gang violence may have played a role, with Katie's killing being a brutal byproduct of an initiation. Still, others believe that the crime is anything but random. One friend of Katie's was quoted saying, "I don't know, it doesn't feel random. It feels like somebody saw her walking and said, 'Let me give you a ride home,' and she said no, and that may have triggered something." Speculations aside, the case is still wide open with no current suspects. Katie's mother, Giovanna Livingston, though tortured by her daughter's untimely demise, has chosen to focus on how her daughter lived rather than how she died. She, alongside some of Katie's other family and friends, have set up a scholarship at the University of North Carolina, Charlotte, in her honor. As Livingston says, quote, "She wasn't able to stay in college because she didn't have the funding to continue. So for her to help somebody, that would be everything to her. I know she's smiling down." On the eastern side of Australia, in the far north of the state of Queensland, is the laid-back beach town of Cairns. The city enjoys a tropical climate, and its proximity to various natural features like the Great Barrier Reef make it an outdoorsman's paradise. One Cairns resident, blonde-haired dog lover Toya Cordingley, left home around 2:30 p.m. on October 21, 2018, intent on enjoying the natural scenery, but never returned. Toya was last seen alive by a passerby walking with her boyfriend's dog Indy, a large German Shepherd, Mastiff, and Great Dane mix, heading towards Wangeti Beach, about 24 miles north of the city. As the hours slipped by and night fell, there was still no sign of Toya. Her boyfriend began to raise the alarm, questioning friends and family and posting on social media. By 10:50 p.m., Toya's family reported her missing to the Cairns authorities and made plans to head out to the beach first thing in the morning. Upon reaching Wangeti Beach, Toya's blue Mitsubishi was discovered, along with Indy tied tightly to a tree a short distance from the vehicle. Toya's mom, Vanessa, told media that the dog was, quote, "tied up so tightly it couldn't sit down." Vanessa knew instantly that her daughter wouldn't have tied an animal like that. Disturbingly, not far from where her mother found Indy, Toya's father found her body in the sand dunes. The area was apparently known to be secluded and somewhat dangerous, frequented by drifters and sexual deviants. Toya's murder appeared to be sexually motivated, and her body sustained multiple, visible, and violent injuries. Toya's father would later write on social media, "Toya is my only child. Finding her body has burnt an indelible image in my mind. It is something a father should never have to suffer." The investigation began as a massive affair, with huge search parties combing the landscape for clues and authorities attempting to account for every second of Toya's last movements. Police have remained tight-lipped throughout the investigation, only coming to the public with pleas for more information. In late 2018, the police announced to the public that they had tightened the window and were looking for vehicles in the area within a 5-minute time frame on the afternoon of October 21, 2018. Not long after the police came forward looking for this information, a person of interest was identified and leaked to the press. The individual in question was Indian native Rajwinder Singh. He worked as a nurse in a hospital south of Cairns and was seen as a respectable husband and father of 3 children. In 2018, during the months leading up to Toya's murder, Singh began to exhibit strange behavior, taking off work for long periods and becoming increasingly withdrawn. This all culminated in Singh abruptly leaving town the day of Toya's death, stopping in Sydney before leaving the country altogether. Singh was seen acting strangely on the day of the crime too, and was reportedly spotted covered in scratches and bite marks. Additionally, a combination of security footage, dashcam footage, and the location of Toya's phone, paired with the location of Singh's vehicle, was able to place him in the right area to be the perpetrator. Hiding out in India, he has maintained no contact with his friends and family in Australia. In the spring of 2021, the Australian government filed a formal extradition request with the government of India for Singh. This will allow the Indian authorities to begin tracking down the suspect. No other suspect has ever been brought to light in this case, and no lingering theories about Toya's murder seem to persist. Although it is some solace to the family that a formal suspect is being pursued, it doesn't bring Toya back, or repair the damage done by her slaying. One thing is clear though, she is well loved and deeply mourned by her community. As her mother, Vanessa Gardiner, penned on what should have been Toya's 27th birthday, "I will celebrate with your favorite things. Not a day passes without thinking of you, my precious. We will never give up. I love you." In the months leading up to her murder, 20-year-old Shelby Jean Thornburg Crocker was trying to shape a better life for herself. Coming from a rough family background that included an alcoholic mother, foster care, and a history of sexual assault within the system, Shelby also struggled with her weight. By 2015, she had moved out of her native rural Texas to the bustling metropolis of Houston, managed to lose 180 pounds, and was saving up money for surgery. In fact, she had paid a surgeon a $1,000 down payment for a tummy tuck on the day of her murder. Unfortunately, Shelby's way of accruing cash was somewhat risky. As an older teen, she began working as a prostitute, though she repeatedly told her sister, Christina Scott, that she was just an escort going to fancy dinners with rich guys, and nothing else. However, after being picked up twice for prostitution, once in April 2014 in Dallas County, Texas, and again in June 2015 in Houston, Shelby could no longer deny her career to her sister. Christina, fearful for her sister's well-being, warned her that she could be killed. But Shelby was too afraid to leave the trade, claiming that her boyfriend and pimp, Marcus Dwayne Johnson, would harm her. On November 4th, 2015, Shelby had a session scheduled with one of her clients at her apartment near the 7500 block of Bel Air Boulevard in Houston. It is unknown if the client was new to Shelby or if they had met before, but her pimp and boyfriend was unable to provide the authorities with any meaningful knowledge about the man. At 8:33 p.m. that night, the client texted Shelby to let her know he had arrived, and he was seen on surveillance cameras at this time. He seems calm and unassuming, just a regular guy walking through a lobby. Shelby is never seen on the security cameras, meaning she likely greeted him at her apartment door. By 8:40 p.m., Shelby texted Marcus their code word, good, meaning that all was well and that she had been paid. 17 minutes later, at 8:57 p.m., the client was captured again on surveillance cameras leaving her building. He is described as a white male wearing a light-colored long-sleeved t-shirt and shorts, in tennis shoes and sunglasses. There is no known age range of the suspect published by the Houston PD, but he appears to be anywhere between 20 and 40 years old. Marcus grew concerned as the minutes ticked by and Shelby remained unreachable. By 10 p.m., he arrived at her apartment to check on her and found her lying face down on her bed in a pool of blood with a deep slash across her neck. He immediately called 911, telling the dispatcher, "Someone is dead. Someone has killed my girl." The exact murder weapon has yet to be identified, but it was a long blade like the type you might find on a chef's knife or a Bowie knife. According to the blood spatter and cast-off evidence, it appears that Shelby was attacked from behind while she was kneeling on her bed. Her throat was cut deeply to the spine from left to right, and then she fell forward with her assailant leaving her to bleed out and die. Many have called this a perfectly solvable crime, since the killer was caught on tape and DNA evidence was present. As a result, the conduct of the Houston Police Department has been called into question. Despite Marcus clearly telling 911 that Shelby was dead, Houston PD didn't send homicide detectives until regular uniformed officers had confirmed the murder. This resulted in a large number of people walking in and out of the crime scene, which could have contaminated any evidence. Furthermore, DNA in the form of a hair left on Shelby's body has been run through the FBI's Combined DNA Index System, or CODIS, but further DNA evidence has yet to be processed. Others point to Marcus, Shelby's boyfriend, as a potential suspect,
and believe that the unidentified man on the camera may be innocent. After all, wouldn't the killer have been somewhat bloody, given the brutality of the crime? Shelby was reportedly frightened of Marcus and had mentioned to her sister that he would kill her if she tried to leave. However, Marcus has been cleared by authorities, and all the attention has remained on the unknown client caught on camera. Houston PD's slow movements on this case have drawn derision from the public, who believe that Shelby's status as a sex worker is the reason behind their sluggish progress. If any of our viewers know anything about Shelby's murder, you can call Houston Crime Stoppers at 713-222-8477. Do any of these unsolved cases sound familiar to you? Did we miss any theories you can think of? Let us know in the comments below. And as always, thanks for watching.
Often, solving a murder is like assembling a puzzle, as investigators try to piece together what happened in the hours, days, and weeks before a victim's demise. But in the case of 29-year-old Elizabeth Barraza, much of the puzzle was assembled already. Her murder was caught on camera. When Elizabeth was attacked just outside her home in Tomball, Texas on January 25, 2019, security cameras from her neighbors' homes captured the entire event on video. However, despite the existence of these grisly security recordings, Elizabeth's killer has not been caught in the year since the crime. In this video, we'll examine the unsolved murder of Elizabeth Barraza and the many theories about the identity of the person captured on film taking her life. Elizabeth Barraza lived with her husband Sergio in Tomball, a city just outside of Houston in southeast Texas. In January 2019, Sergio and Elizabeth, who often went by Liz, were preparing to celebrate their 5th wedding anniversary with a trip to Orlando, Florida. Liz had a passion for helping others, and she and Sergio were avid Star Wars fans. They were members of the 501st Legion, an international Star Wars fan club that specializes in creating and wearing detailed, accurate costumes from the film series. Liz was the event coordinator for her local chapter, and she and Sergio, along with other members, would often dress in Star Wars attire and visit sick children in local hospitals. Family and friends describe Liz as a kind and caring woman, a sweet and thoughtful person in a happy marriage. Liz's father, Bob Newell, told a local news station,
"She spent her adult life spreading love and cheer to all of those around her.
This fact makes her violent death all the more difficult to comprehend." On Friday, January 25, 2019, Liz was preparing for her upcoming anniversary trip to Orlando. She and Sergio were scheduled to leave for the trip 2 days later, on the 27th, and they were hoping to earn some extra money for the vacation by having a garage sale. When Sergio left for work that morning, Liz had already begun setting up for the sale in the driveway of their home on Cedar Walk Drive. The couple exchanged I love yous before Sergio pulled out of the driveway at 6:48 a.m. Just 4 minutes after her husband's departure, at 6:52 a.m., a truck pulled up near the Barraza home and parked just past the house. The driver got out of the truck and approached Liz on foot. Liz was startled as the person walked up the driveway toward her. She took a step backwards, and after just 8 seconds elapsed, the individual raised a gun and shot Liz 3 times at point-blank range. When Liz crumpled to the ground, the shooter stepped over her and fired one final shot, then sprinted back to the truck and fled the scene. In the early suburban quiet, it had taken less than 5 minutes for Liz Barraza to be gunned down after saying goodbye to her husband that morning. Friends, family, and investigators would spend the next year trying to figure out who had brutally taken Liz's life and why. Neighbors immediately called the police after hearing the series of gunshots that had left Liz lying in her driveway. She was rushed to the very same hospital where she and Sergio had dressed in Star Wars attire and visited sick children. Already in critical condition when she arrived at the hospital, Liz succumbed to her injuries the following day. A vigil was held for Liz shortly after her death. Friends and family held lightsabers aloft outside of her home in honor of Liz's passion for Star Wars and her charity work with the 501st Legion. Sergio appeared devastated by his wife's death. He told local media outlets,
"I don't understand how someone could do this to her. She didn't deserve to pass away like this. Why someone would be so monstrous to commit and act like this to my innocent wife. I just really can't understand. I had to trade our 5th anniversary for her funeral."
While Liz's friends and family mourned her brutal death, investigators began searching for answers, and in an incredible stroke of luck, they found some important evidence. Surveillance video from neighboring homes' security systems had captured the attack of Liz in her driveway on the morning of the 25th. Not only had the murder been caught on video, but the shooter's arrival and departure had been preserved on camera as well. Unfortunately, the footage quality was rather poor, and the cameras had been positioned far away from where the attack took place, but the recordings still gave the investigation a strong head start. After investigators examined the surveillance videos, they determined the truck the shooter drove to and from the scene was a 4-door Nissan Frontier pickup, an older model in a dark color. Though the license plate wasn't visible enough to read, security footage suggested there might have been a badge or a tag number near the truck's tailgate. Identifying other specifics proved to be more difficult. The shooter hadn't left anything at the scene, and it was not clear from the footage what kind of gun had been used. The person appeared to have long hair, but investigators could not determine for sure whether Liz's attacker was a man or a woman. They seemed to be wearing a long, flowing garment, potentially a bathrobe or even a costume or disguise of some kind in a light color. Surveillance footage from surrounding homes and businesses confirmed that the pickup truck had entered and exited Liz's neighborhood using the same route. The truck was seen in the area the night before Liz was shot, and on the day of the murder, the truck first entered the neighborhood several minutes before Sergio had left the house, but the shooter didn't approach Liz until she was alone. Detectives determined that the shooter was likely watching the house and waiting for Sergio to leave, a detail that suggested a planned and premeditated killing rather than a random attack. It seemed clear that Liz had been specifically targeted by whoever committed this crime. The suspect may have known when Sergio would leave for work. They also might have known about the planned garage sale and that Liz would be outside that morning. The 8 seconds that passed between the shooter approaching Liz and the actual gunshots were of interest to investigators as well. It's possible that Liz exchanged words with her killer just before she was shot. Liz's startled reaction to the shooter's approach raised questions too. Did Liz take a step back from the person because she saw the gun? Was it because she recognized the shooter as someone dangerous? Or was she startled because the shooter was a complete stranger? Unfortunately, nobody but Liz or her killer could answer these crucial questions. The truck was seen in the neighborhood one more time shortly after the shooting. The footage suggested the shooter may have been confirming that Liz had been incapacitated or possibly checking to see if emergency services had responded to the scene yet. Michael Ritchie, one of the Harris County homicide investigators who worked on Liz's case, described her death in simple, stark terms. It was very quick, it was very calculated, very cold-blooded of how it was done. Ritchie expressed that even though one person pulled the trigger, he suspected Liz's murder was not a one-person job. He told media outlets, "I do believe that more than one person was involved in this, and I do believe there are some people out there that maybe have a suspicion that somebody they know might have been involved in this." The murder had the classic marks of a hit-like execution, especially the point-blank gunfire and the final shot the killer fired after Liz had already fallen to the ground, seemingly to make sure she wouldn't survive. The killer immediately fled the scene without taking anything, so robbing the Barrazas had not been a factor in the crime. Despite how intentional her death was, investigators could find no reason that anyone would want to murder Liz. Her husband, Sergio, who initially fell under suspicion, as most spouses do in murder cases, seemed to be nothing more than a loving and now grieving spouse. Following the vigil he held for Liz at their home, Sergio continued to cooperate with investigators, grant interviews to the media, and publicize his wife's case on social media, hoping for answers. In August of 2019, 8 months after Liz was killed, ABC 13 reported investigators were optimistic about solving the crime. They had reached out to other agencies, including the Texas Rangers, for help with the case, and were waiting on the results of a warrant they had hoped would lead to a break in the investigation.
The results of that warrant will be very critical to this investigation and most likely expose a suspect and who was responsible for this.
However, no further information has been released to the public regarding that warrant. Liz's father has remained in close communication with the detectives working his daughter's case. He's hopeful that one day Liz's family and friends will have the answers about what happened to her on the morning of January 25th, 2019. There's currently a $20,000 cash reward from Crime Stoppers of Houston for information leading to the arrest of Liz's killer. In the years since Liz's murder, internet sleuths have taken an interest in the case, which is especially intriguing due to the presence of video evidence. It's unusual for a crime to be caught in full on camera, yet remain unsolved. It is also strange to find no clear motive for a murder, even after months of investigation. One aspect of the crime that has been hotly debated is the gender of the killer. The security footage is somewhat grainy, making it difficult to tell if the person who shot Liz is a man or a woman, but many online sleuths are convinced this was a female-on-female crime. The garment the killer is wearing looks like a long robe or a dress, and the individual appears to have long hair. Many commenters have also pointed out the way the shooter walks is more like a woman's gait than a man's. If the shooter was female, it's even more likely that Liz knew her attacker. Woman-on-woman violent crime is already rare, but it hardly ever occurs between two strangers. The clothing itself has stirred up some questions as well. Some believe the robe-like garment could have been a costume, leading to suggestions that someone from Liz's Star Wars fan group could have been involved in her death. It's also been suggested the shooter was a man wearing women's clothing as a method of disguise. Another mystery lies in the timing of the murder. Liz was outside setting up for the garage sale, but according to a press conference investigators held shortly after the shooting, Liz and Sergio hadn't advertised the sale yet when the attack took place. They had, however, told some friends, family, and coworkers about their garage sale plan. Could Liz's killer be someone from one of those close circles? Someone who knew she'd likely be outside setting up that morning? Some who've viewed the surveillance video believe Liz may have answered a phone call just before the shooter approached. Others are sure they see the killer handing Liz a note in the footage, but police have never released information that confirms either of these theories. What many armchair detectives agree on is the intentional nature of the murder. Whoever was driving that truck likely timed their attack, waiting for Liz to be alone and defenseless outside of her home. They believe this was far from a random killing. This shooting was efficient, ruthless, and probably personal. Could someone close to Liz have hired a professional to kill her? The execution style of the shooting supports this theory, but some commenters insist a seasoned killer would have been more careful about being caught on security cameras. Although investigators haven't seemed to focus on Sergio Barraza as a suspect, many who follow the case have still wondered if a love triangle could be the source of this violence. Could Liz have been having an affair, causing a jealous wife to snap? Or could Sergio have been unfaithful, leading to the same devastating outcome? Finally, a few sleuths have wondered if Liz's job as a data analyst could have had any connection to her murder. She worked for a corporation providing data analysis services to the oil and gas industry. Since clients in this industry invest large sums of money, Is it possible Liz discovered something inappropriate or illegal in the course of her work? Something that a powerful entity would do anything to cover up? The case of Elizabeth Barraza's murder has spawned so many theories and questions, but unfortunately no definitive answers have yet to be found for the loved ones she's left behind. The case remains open with the Harris County Sheriff's Office. What do you think about the unsolved murder of Elizabeth Barraza? Was she gunned down by a hired hitman or woman who waited for the perfect time to strike? Was she the victim of an inexplicable random shooting? Or did someone in her life, undetected by friends or family, want to harm her? Comment below with your reactions and theories regarding Liz's case.